Well, welcome back, everybody, or if you weren't with us for part one, welcome along to part two of the Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain. The sun has set. We saw an amazing 6-hour race take place earlier on, but that is only the halfway point of this first ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours here in Bahrain. Mark Werrell that's chatting to you now. Hopefully we've worked on some of the sound issues over the course of the lunch break, which means that the technical issues we've been having on both sides, both myself based in the UK for this one and the team over there in the Middle East. We have not taken a break over the course of the 2 hours between the two races. We've been working on the issues, and we are back with you to bring you over the course of the next 6 hours this fantastic facility here in Bahrain, which owes its existence really to Crown Prince Sheikh Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, huge motorsport enthusiast and the honorary president of the Bahrain Motor Federation. Himself and some other influential people in this part of the world managed to establish government-backed investment companies to invest in this circuit. Herman Tilke designed circuit. Construction started in 2002. It held its first Grand Prix in 2004, and for this weekend, it is the home of the first running of the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain edition. I am the only commentator you'll be hearing from throughout the course of the next 6 hours, I'm afraid. Such has been the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only has it meant that we have had to deal with the commentary from a different perspective, so rather have, as we usually have, two in the commentary box and one in the pit lane, it's just me. I'm not even at the event. I am based in the UK, so I'm hugely reliant on our fantastic Gulf 12 Hour team out there in Bahrain to bring me news with regards to what's happening with cars in the pits, and have they got issues, will they be repaired, what is the issue, all of those sorts of things. So thank you to them and the production team that are involved. It has also had a huge effect on the grid numbers. This was scheduled to be a race in December. If you weren't with us earlier on, you won't have heard this, but if you were, for the sake of clarity, I'll repeat myself. This is a race that should have happened at Yas Marina, the regular home of the Gulf 12 Hours, in December. Formula One changed its calendar due to the COVID-19 pandemic. They took the original date for the Gulf 12 Hours. Replacement date couldn't be found at that venue, but we did find a replacement date here at Bahrain. But because it's a few months later, a mixture of travel restrictions and the impact it has on cars returning to mainland Europe for their domestic championships, we see fewer cars out. But that's not to say we didn't have 4 cars fighting for the lead in the final 35 minutes of the first 6 hours. All 4 of those start on the lead lap in GT3, and the 2 leading cars in GT2 start on the lead lap as well. I will give you the grid in a moment. I will give you the starting drivers in a moment. But what we can do, because we didn't get the chance to do it before the start of race number 1, what we can do is we can have a look at the onboard lap and the pole position lap that was set by the number 33 2 Seas Motorsport McLaren in the hands of Ben Barnicoat. So let's look at the pole position lap.
And this is my pole position lap around the Bahrain International Circuit for the 2021 Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain. 6th gear as we approach turn 1. Heavy braking now at the 150 metre board down to 1st gear. Turn 1's the tightest corner on the circuit. Quite a bit of camber actually, although it doesn't look like it. Up to 2nd gear now for turn 2, and a very good exit is important as we climb up towards turn 4. Again, another hard braking zone coming here, just after the little service road on the left-hand side, down to 2nd gear. The track drops away a fair bit on the exit here, so it's easy to lose the rear of the car, but got it nice and clean that lap. 5, 6, 7, curb usage is important to get the car to turn and get good exits. Can just see I had a little bit of oversteer on change direction there, but no big drama. Turn 8, again a 1st gear corner, very slow speed. Getting a good exit is key to a good lap time there. Very happy with how I did that corner. 9 and 10 approaching now, very challenging corners. Long braking zone here, just playing with the brake, make sure I don't lose the rear of the car. And again, 1st gear, very good exit, is important for lap time as we approach into the long straight. Rear tyres are already struggling a bit at this point in the lap, so already becoming challenging for us as drivers. Down to 3rd gear now as we turn 11. Good apex there, using all the track on the exit, back to full power as quick as we can. 13, fastest corner on the track, very quick right-hander. One where I felt I left a little bit on the table in qualifying. Immediately connecting into turn 14, so a little bit too much curb there, but got away with it. Just going down the back straight now, so I know I'm on a good lap. I'm going into this final corner thinking, just keep it clean, good exit, which I definitely did. Nice braking zone there, down to 2nd gear, hard on the power on the exit, and that is how you get pole position around the Bahrain International Circuit. So please be sure to follow all the live streams via the Golf 12 Hours website and social media channels.
So there we go, there's the pole position lap. Well, in reality, not the pole position lap. That was the fastest lap time we had in qualifying from Ben Barneycoat, but it is the cumulative times, the average times then that are setting the grid. So each driver sets a time in qualifying, you divide that by 3, and that gives you the average time. And that was a very, very quick lap from Ben Barneycoat, 1 minute 59.107. That is the quickest lap we have had all weekend, understandably in qualifying, in race conditions. Not quite as quick. Now, a quick update with regards to cars that had problems in race number 1. I can now confirm, unfortunately, that both the number 7 2Cs Motorsport McLaren and the number 72 Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren are both out. The number 7 2Cs car, if you weren't with us for part 1, it was in the hands of Lewis Williamson earlier on in the race. He dropped from 2nd to 5th with a mistake in the early stages through turn 1, 2 and 3. Fought his way all the way back to 2nd. As soon as he got there, the car started to slow and he dropped back to 5th again, pitted, and it was a turbo issue that is obviously caused some engine-related issues. So that car is out. And the number 72 Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport car, that was brought into the pit lane by Brendan Aribe only a couple of laps after he'd taken over from Nick Moss. Brake issues were the problem. We didn't think we'd see the car back out in part 1. We did. It came out in the hands of Joe Osborne, literally did an out lap and an in lap, so in other words, almost an installation lap. And they have subsequently retired that car with braking issues. They are not happy to put the car back out. So we have 10 cars, unfortunately, that are going to take the start for this one. 3 minutes before they get the race underway, and we will guide you through the grid and the starting drivers as and when they head around there. Now, this grid is formed as per the finishing positions for part 1, but any laps that you are adrift of the race leader are carried over in reality. So if you are a lap adrift of the race leader after part 1, you remain at the start of this race a lap adrift of the leader. If you are nearly 2 laps adrift, but not quite, that means you're only 1 full lap adrift. So you would be 1 lap adrift. Any part laps are forgotten about. There is no carryover of part laps. It's only whole laps. So the drivers have started their engines. The final crew members are leaving the grid. Remember, you can stay in touch with us on Twitter as well. We want your interaction on this one. It helps me if you want to send some questions. We'll try and answer them as many as we can as possible. There are a few we didn't get to after part 1. You use the hashtag AskGolf12Hours, AskGolf12Hours. Before we got part 1 underway, D Hurst Racing tweeted in, Mark, could you drop yourself, if you could drop yourself as a driver into one of the cars or team combos, what would it be and why? The answer to that one for me is purely down to sound. I love all GT racing. I love all of these cars, but the Mercedes and the Bentley sound the best. I prefer the shape of the Mercedes. I would love to drop myself into, not that there's much chance, the Ram Racing Mercedes that went so well in the hands of Ian Loggy and Chris Frog and Callum McLeod in part 1. And that car starts on the outside of the front row of the grid. You can see it to the right of your screen there. Somebody else just asking about the sound issues. I'm hoping that we have sorted those. And Seaside Dweller, which is Jay, said the driver of the race for him so far in part 1 was Warren Hughes. A great drive to bring that McLaren up to the lead of GT4. So the car's heading on their final formation lap. The grid lines up and starting drivers are as follows. On the front row of the grid, it is the number 33 2Cs Motorsport McLaren 720S in the hands of Ben Barneycoat. We've just seen his lap from qualifying earlier on. And alongside is the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes AMG of Christopher Froggatt, who will start this second aspect of the race. Row 2 of the grid is 67, which is the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Mauro Calamia, and alongside is number 31, the Team Parker Racing Bentley Continental GT3. That is Ewan Mackay for the start of this race. All of those cars are on 169 laps, so they are all on the lead lap in reality. Row number 3 of the grid, that's where we see 2 cars that both start a lap off the lead on 168 laps. Number 46, Monster VR6 Ferrari in the hands of multiple motorcycle champion, 9 times world champion Valentino Rossi, lines up alongside the number 27 Kessel Racing car of Francesco Zollo, who starts that car. Both of those are 1 lap off the lead. The next row of the grid is row number 4. It's another Kessel Racing Ferrari, but that is 8 laps off the lead, I'm afraid to say, with problems and a rear wing failure for that car in part 1 of the race. Alessandro Cuteria starts behind the wheel of that car, and for company, it is the leading GT4 car, the number 77 Optimum Motorsport car, who is 16 laps adrift off the lead. It's a GT4 categories. We are down the next row of the grid and the final row of the grid, also 16 laps on the lead, but also in reality on the lead lap for GT4. It is the Scuderia Vilorba Corsa Mercedes that will be started by the number 90 car, will be started by Benedetto Strignano, and alongside is the number 50 SVC Sports Management Maserati, which is going to be Anthony Hodgson for this part of the race. So as with part one, if you were with us, you will know that there are imposed pit stops that need to take place. For the cars that are in GT3, they have 4 of those, 4 imposed pit stops they have to complete. For GT4 cars, it is 5 imposed pit stops. I'll tell you a little bit more about that when the race gets underway. And for the question that was asked yesterday that we didn't, get around to, it was posed with regards to it was Polaris that posted it yesterday. We didn't get to that one as to what the LED lights are in the middle of the McLaren 720s. Well, it sits there on pole position. It should have its LED lights on now. It will be a red LED light, bottom of the windscreen, slap bang in the centre. Sorry it's taken me nearly a full day to get back to you on this Polaris, but it is purely for identification for the teams at night on the pit wall. So they had originally 2 cars out there, both very similarly liveried. The LED colour matches the thin, different coloured line on the 2 cars that were out there. There's only 1 now, so it should be a red LED to match the thin red striping on the pole-sitting car that we see of Ben Barnicoat. And that's what those small LED lights are for the McLaren that sits there on pole position. That is a Pro Class car that is in the lead. It is a Pro-Am car that sits alongside in terms of the classifications. There's only 1 Am car in the field. That's the red and white Ferrari that's there on the 3rd row of the grid. Top 4 cars all on the same lap. Remember, the cars in 5th and 6th are just 1 lap off the lead. The leading 2 GT4 cars are on the same lap as well, not as the leaders, but as themselves. And we're about to get the final 6 hours underway. We're at the halfway point of the race. We're now into part 2 of the 2021 Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain edition. And Ben Barnicoat leads the charge up towards turn number 1, the tightest corner, as he said on the video, as they turn their way in towards the right-hander. It's Ben Barnicoat that leads the race. It is going to be Chris Froggatt that comes out in 2nd position at this stage. It looks as though Mauro Calamia has hung on to 3rd, despite the very best efforts of Valentino Rossi, who is very quick out of the blocks and looking to try and make progress here as they thunder their way down the straight and in towards the braking area for turn number 4. Valentino Rossi's up into 2nd place. Fantastic stuff. He's managed to get up the inside of Chris Froggatt, who's dropped down into 3rd place and is now under attack from Mauro Calamia as they propel themselves round through turns 5, 6 and 7 and start to descend downhill in towards turn 8. What a start from Valentino Rossi. He is a lap off the lead, so actually hasn't gained a race position in reality, but he has put himself into a very strong position in the early part of part 2 of this race. The leading 2 sprinting away. Mauro Calamia in the dynamic Porsche dives up the inside of Chris Froggatt. Chris Froggatt tries to fight back on the exit of the corner. Mauro Calamia tries to squeeze in to the left-hand side of the circuit, but the Ram Racing Mercedes is fully alongside and should just be able to hang on to it, I would have thought, as they head towards turn number 11. Yeah, so Mauro Calamia quicker into the corner at turn 10, but slower out, and they are still side by side as they head up towards turn number 12. It's a right-hander at 12 and 13 though, so I would have thought the Ram Racing Merc should still hang on to it, and indeed, yeah, he has been able to hang on to it, has Chris Froggatt. So great stuff having been done by the former European Ferrari champion, and a driver who's gone beautifully well in things like the World or Blancpain Championship in the past, where he's had some great success in that. So he just about manages to hang on to the place as they flick their way out of turn number 14. But Chris Froggatt now, is he heading for the pit lane already? He is, you know, quite well that's about. And also behind, so is coming in the Bentley. Now this, I can only assume, is pure tactic. Rather than get caught up in a battle in the early stages with fewer cars out there on track, sensible thing to do might be to bring themselves into the pit lane, get one of their pit stops out the way, get released into clear traffic, and then you see if you can jump the cars ahead. So that may well be what both Ram Racing and Chris Froggatt and Team Parker Racing and Ewan Hankey have decided to do. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. So back out of the pit lane. So that is Ram Racing back out, Chris Froggatt, but that was only 26 seconds in the pit. So that was not one of the pit stops that's being ticked off. Team Parker Racing is still in. I wonder if there might have been a little bit of contact or something that we didn't quite spot, because Ewan Hankey is still residing in the pit lane at the moment. He was right the way at the bottom end of the pit lane, i.e. pit lane entry end. We've also had Lars Daman come in at the wheel of the number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren. That's the car that was leading the GT4 class, so maybe again they're just opting to get a pit stop out of the way nice and early. It'd be interesting to understand from our team there in Bahrain as to whether that is the case. These teams have just opted to roll the dice a little bit rather than get bottled up in the early stages, get the car out with only 10 cars out on circuit, sadly, get the car back out circulating in clean air, and let those that are sort of squabbling and bunched up together deal and sort themselves out. But this is allowing our race leader, Ben Barnicoat, as we saw in race number 1, just to romp away in the lead of the race. So 1 lap completed, 4.2 seconds was the lead advantage. We have seen a stellar first lap from Ben Barnicoat. Now this is the first flying lap coming in. Is it going to be any quicker than he managed in race number 1, where it was a 2 minutes 0.675, his first flying lap? That's a 2 minute 1.452, so not quite as quick. Cooler conditions out there now, so you would have thought that the drivers might be able to lap a little bit quicker than they did in part 1 of the race, but the quick laps in part 1 were all largely done at 9:30 in the morning before it got too warm. So Barnicoat leads. The leading car in Pro-Am sits there in second place, which is Mauro Calamia at the wheel of his Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, but he is now 5.3 seconds adrift. Third in the race is going to be still Christopher Froggatt at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes. So he sort of came into the pits and served a 26-second penalty, which looks more like a drive-through for me. That looks, 26 seconds looks more like a stop-go, maybe a 25-second stop-go penalty or something like that, or a drive-through of some description. Not quite sure exactly what happened there. Back out of the pit lane comes Ewan Hankey. Now that car has been in the pits since it's pitted on the previous lap, so that was 2 minutes 45 in the pit lane. Now that is about the 1 minute 50 should be one of the timed pit stops, is the minimum that the GT3 cars have to be in the pit lane area. So I think they've ticked off a stop already for that one. I'm pretty sure that that's what's happened, that they have opted, maybe because they haven't got pure race pace, or didn't appear to have in part 1 at the wheel of that Bentley. They were quick, they did lead in the hands of Andy Merrick, but yeah, I think what they've done is they've got a pit stop out of the lead, nice and early potentially. Information coming through is they have served a stop-go penalty for a driver time penalty for what is Team Parker. So it's stop-go penalty for a driver time issue in part 1 of the race. And for the Ram Racing car, it was a drive-through penalty for the bronze driver being, 2 seconds under the minimum driving time, caused by a software glitch in race number 1. That must be a software glitch on board the car, rather than within the timing system, one would have thought. So thank you for that, for people sending that through and notifying me. 2 seconds short of the minimum driving period for bronze drivers. Now that is the number 3 Ram Racing car, so that is a silver and 2 bronze drivers, and it sits in Pro-Am, so 1 silver and 2 bronze. That means the combined time of the 2 bronze drivers has to be 3 hours in part 1, and it must have been 2 hours and 59 minutes and 58 seconds was the combined time of the 2 bronze drivers in that car. So that has probably undone all of the hard work that they had done. But at least the one good thing is the penalties are taken early doors in this one, and therefore it gives you now 6 hours to make up that deficit. What it has done, however, is for Ram Racing, it has kept them on the lead lap, because it was just a very short penalty for them, whereas for Team Parker Racing and the Bentley, it has now, I'm afraid to say, dropped them off the lead lap. So lots of work to be done by Ewan Mackay, who is pressing on as best he can now, working his way past the Anthony Hodson Maserati. That's the car that has had a couple of issues over the course of part 1 of the race. Both times he was driving as well. I'm sure it's nothing to do with his driving, but rear left suspension failed on the car in his first stint, so he pitted early and handed it over to his father, Piotr, whilst repairs are being done. And when he came back out for his second stint, not long into his second stint, also, same issue. Left rear suspension failed on the car. It was at this point of the circuit, you can see the tyre marks off to the left-hand side where the suspension failed on the car. So his driving time was also cut short in part one of the race in his second stint. So Ben Barnicoat now pressing on. Towards us now that is the car that has taken over the lead of GT4, with the number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren having pitted, and I'm afraid to say still in the pit lane, which begs the question as to what's happened to that car in the early stages of this one. It has now handed a 2-lap lead to Scuderia Villorba Corsa and their Mercedes. Benedetto Strignano comfortably now leading the GT4 category, and Ben Barnicoat now 8.7 seconds to the good, leading the race overall. He is about to head round through turns number 5 and 6 and 7 downhill. He's on lap number 174 in this race. The sister car to it was the first retirement that we had in part 1. Managed to do very few laps indeed, only did 26 laps, the sister car to the one that we're looking at now, before the problems ensued. And despite the initial efforts of the 2C's Motorsport team to try and get the car back out, it was evident, I would say reasonably early on, that the turbo issue or the engine issue or the combined issue of engine and turbo just wasn't fixable for the number 7 car. Whereas the number 33, which started the weekend with a big impact into the wall on Thursday and lots of work being done, has largely, I'm going to say largely, run without issue. Now, I caveated that purely because if you weren't with us for part 1 of the race, the number 33 car that led the first 148 laps of the race exclusively. It then lost the lead of the lap for 14 laps, and the reason it lost it was leading by a lap and 3/4 at the time, but there was a gear shift issue whilst Ben Barnicoat was driving, brought the car into the pit lane, lost a lap as a result of it, which meant that they actually dropped back to 4th place, and Ben Barnicoat had to drive the socks off the thing to work it back into the lead of the race before the checker flag fell after the first 6 hours. So it didn't all quite go to plan, but it has been the more reliable of the McLaren GT3s that we've seen, despite the fact, so it was the one that had the big accident just 48 hours ago, and the team have worked hard to get the car looking absolutely pristine. So Barnicoat leads the race in part 2 of this race. The car that's behind him is going to be Valentino Rossi, but remember, Valentino Rossi started this lap at the wheel of the number 46 car a lap off the lead, so he might be running second on the road in part 2, but you look at where they are in total, you look at part 1 and add part 2 to it. So actually the number 46 car of Monster Energy VR46 is running a lap off the lead still, in 4th position at this stage. Different format, unusual format, the way that the Gulf 12 Hours work, but it works, and as we say, it gives the team plenty of chance to fettle the cars in between part 1 and part 2 of the race. There, we briefly saw Mauro Calamia. There is the chasing car of Valentino Rossi. Now, with the problems that befell Ewan Mackay's Team Parker Racing Bentley, that actually moves Valentino Rossi and the Monster VR46 team up into 3rd position in Pro-Am now, so they're up to 4th overall in the race, 3rd in Pro-Am. This is the Pro-Am leader we're looking at, so that is Mauro Calamia, who's been doing great things at the wheel of the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, and as have his teammates really. We saw a great run from the second driver that was on board for part 1 of the race, which is Stefano Monaco. Roberto Pampanini jumped in for the 3rd stint. Mauro Calamia was back in for the 4th, and then Roberto Pampanini dropped back in for the final stint. So I think we might see a bit more of Stefano Monaco in this part of the race. He's the silver graded driver, so he's the higher graded driver of the 2, but they do, or the 3, but he does still run in Pro-Am. So it might be wise to put Stefano Monaco in for slightly longer. And in terms of equalising the amount of time that they have behind the wheel, in qualifying yesterday, it was Mauro Calamia that was 2nd quickest. Stefano Monaco, was the quicker of the drivers. By about half a second he was quicker than Mauro Calamia in qualifying. But Mauro Calamia is still quick and reliable and consistent, and is ticking many other boxes beside is Mauro Calamia, who we've seen in this race in the past. as well as racing in things like the Spa 24-hour. He was a Maserati Super Trofeo champion. He was racing in the GT Championship in 2020. The rebadged Blancpain Championship as it's now. The GT World Challenge Europe as it's officially called. But so many people still refer to it as its former title sponsor. It just became synonymous, didn't it, with the brand in reality. It was a very clever sponsorship in reality, which even now, many people, when you say, oh, the GT World Challenge Europe, still say, oh, you mean Blancpain? No, not anymore, because that was the title sponsor. That doesn't exist anymore, but it was a very, I would imagine, well worth marketing exercise for the watch manufacturer. But yeah, GT World Challenge Europe is what it's called, and so many of the drivers that compete in that year on year come over to race in the Gulf 12 Hours, including this man here, Ben Barnicoat, who is out front and now leading by 10.7 seconds. 10.7 seconds. Don't forget, you can stay in touch with us on social media. Use the hashtag at Gulf 12 Hours. At Gulf 12 Hours. One of the questions that's come in from Gregory Tolson is one of the McLaren drivers, Brendan Arieb, one of the leads of the Oculus Rift from Facebook. Honestly don't know, Gregory, honestly don't know. I know what Oculus Rift is. It's that VR thing that you can get for computer gaming, but I have no idea as to whether Brendan Arieb is one of the leads of the Oculus Rift at all. So I can't help you with that one, but if anybody else can, just tweet him. That will answer Greg's question for him. Hashtag Ask Gulf 12 Hours. Hashtag Ask Gulf 12 Hours. So up towards the braking area for turn number 1. Mauro Calamia running second in the race. Ahead of him is Valentino Rossi, who got a really good start, didn't he, at the wheel of that Ferrari. It's such a shame that the Ferrari started a lap down. So despite the fact he's having a good run in the early stages of this one, he's got to get himself back on the lead lap if he wants to try and challenge to shuffle positions. The other car that is also leading its class is this car here. That is the GT3 AM class leading car for the amateur drivers. Francesco Zollo is behind the wheel of that number 27 car. 44 years of age now, the Italian. And as for Francesco Zollo, his teammate is this guy here, the number 8 Ferrari. We've got 3 Ferraris from Castle Racing. Alessandro Cuteria coming under pressure from Chris Froggatt, who is looking to try and squeeze his way through, gain a place over the Ferrari that's already several laps adrift. That number 8 Ferrari had a few issues in part 1 of the race. We saw spins from Nicola Cade when he was driving the car. We saw a spin for Alessandro Cuteria, who's behind the wheel of it now. There were several spins, however, for Leonardo Maria Di Vecchio, but that was largely, to jump to his defence, Leonardo Maria Di Vecchio. That's because the rear wing had started to fail on the number 8 Ferrari, which meant that it was not in a horizontal position anymore. It was sort of almost at 45 degrees as one of the uprights on the rear of the car started to fail. So it was the right-hand side, as you look at it, that was hanging down the rear wing, which meant that the car was very unstable and very unbalanced. And as a result of that, Leonardo Maria Di Vecchio had several spins at the wheel of the number 8 car. It was eventually given a black and orange flag by the officials in part 1, if you weren't watching. That was ignored. It eventually then became a black flag. The team manager had to go and chat to the officials as to why the car hadn't still come in. They eventually brought the car in. They conducted the driver change, but they did push the car back into the garage and had to replace the rear wing on that car, that number 8 car, and that is why that car is now something like 9 laps off the lead of the race because of the time that was lost whilst fixing it. So that is a car that otherwise I think might have featured quite highly up in the Pro-Am squabble, but the Ray-Ban backed car has got huge amounts of work to do, and a lot of good luck would need to come its way to work its way back into contention for the Pro-Am class lead, and even really to get on the Pro-Am podium as well, because at the moment he's lying 5th in the Pro-Am category. So on to another lap. Working his way goes Chris Froggatt. Chris Froggatt, who has become the GT World Challenge Europe champion. 2018 was when Chris Froggatt secured that. He's been racing in Ferraris in the past. We've seen another one of him, certainly last year, racing in the GT World Challenge Europe. So he's pressing on at the wheel of that Mercedes in 3rd position. Ewan Mackay for Team Parker Racing in the Bentley is now in 6th position, which is such a shame for them that they had to serve that penalty so early on in this part of it. Stop-go penalty for a driver time infringement in part 1 of the race. I don't know any more details on that as to whether it was, I'm guessing, too short a period behind the wheel, but for which one, I don't know. That Bentley also had to do a splash and dash at the end of the race, part 1, whilst in the hands of Andy Merrick. But for Ewan Mackay, it's 6th position. It is 4th for Team Parker Racing in the Pro-Am category in this stage, but more importantly, they are just 1 lap off the lead of the race. So we have, in reality, 3 cars on the lead lap and 3 cars a lap off the lead at this stage, so it could get quite tasty. As for GT4, well, Lars Damen, who was leading GT4 after the first lap or so, came into the pit lane for Optimum Motorsport in the McLaren and has only just rejoined, I'm afraid to say. So they are now no longer anywhere near the lead lap of GT4. It is the number 90 Mercedes that is on 161 laps that leads GT4 and now has, what, a 7-lap lead over Lars Damen, but I'm not entirely sure what the problem was for the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Warren Hughes, who also drives that car, spoke to us earlier on. It would be handy if, on the basis that we know he's happy to talk to us, whether one of the crew out there in Bahrain can perhaps try and establish what happened to the Optimum Motorsport car, because it was all looking so good. Warren Hughes did say he wouldn't count his chickens. Well, he was wise not to. He's been around motorsport long enough to know that in this endurance racing game, you just need to be there or thereabouts for the first however many hours and a half, and it's really only the final hour or the final half hour where you really get stuck in. It's all about staying out of trouble in the early stages, staying on the lead lap, and maybe a little bit different in America where you get free passes and things like that, and there's a lot more full course cautions than you would get, say, in European racing and here in the Middle East with the Gulf 12 hours. But certainly we are going to see that car of Lars Damen really struggle, him and his teammates, that being Jan Klinglenberg, Warren Hughes and Charlie Hollings, to do a great deal more other than finish 2nd in GT4, and keeping their fingers crossed also that whatever the problem was has now been sorted, because he's still on his outlap at this stage. And up towards the braking area at turn number 1 comes our race leader. The red LEDs at the bottom of the windscreen of the McLaren make it nice and easy to pick out, even when there was 2 of them circulating yesterday in identical liveries almost. The front LED made it much easier to pick the cars out, hence why they're placed there so that the pit crew on the pit wall can see exactly which one of their 2 cars that were circulating was coming through. There's no such queries or problems now, because this is the sole surviving McLaren GT3 we've got out of the 3 that started the race. The only 2 official retirements that we've got, or non-starters for part 2, are those 2 McLarens, and well, the sole remaining one up the inside of the GT4 class leader. So the GT4 class leader lapped by the GT3 and overall leader. So Benedetto Strignano can now focus his efforts fully again, the Mercedes, on the road ahead and not have to worry too much about the mirrors and what's going on behind at this stage. And ever more so, that Mercedes is looking comfortable now, isn't it, in the lead of the GT4 category. What, 7 laps up the road, 6 or 7 laps up the road from Optimum Motorsport Lars Damen, who is still on an outlap. I do fear that outlap has been going on for an inordinate amount of time. Now, either there's a transponder issue with the car, or the car's stopped out on circuit, because that car has been on an outlap for a very long period of time. Let's have a look. It has done 155 laps now. Its last lap was 17 minutes 50, so that was the amount of time it spent in the pit lane in reality, including the lap prior to going in the pit lane. But I don't think I've seen it go through any sectors over the course of the last few minutes, and I'm just going to have a quick look on another piece of information that is available to me and see whether that number 77 car is circulating. And according to this, it is heading up towards turn 11 currently, so we'll keep an eye on that. That would put it in sector 1 and about to head through sector 2. There it is. Yep, so it is out there, so it's certainly out there, but I do wonder as to what the issue might be, whether it came in, had its long stop in the pits, went back out and came back in again. There we go, right, it's gone through sector 2 now, and it has finally posted up a sector time, so it has been a long old out lap, and 155 laps. It's now 8 laps off the lead, so it has had another issue. It's not just the one issue, it has, I think, had perhaps 2 visits to the pit lane, and that's what has been the problem for that car. So Ben Barnicoat leading. We are looking at the moment at the 3rd place car, the car that currently runs 2nd in the Pro-Am category. Chris Froggatt, who was quite a late call-up to the team, was Chris. He was originally not down to drive the car, but the problem for Ram Racing was that the shuffling of the team meant that out went Sam DeHaan. He has been suffering from the effects of COVID-19 over Christmas, so has had to sit out this race, and as a result of that, that provided the opportunity for Chris Froggatt to come in and drive the car. Not ideal from a team perspective that you have the shuffling, but I know that Dan Shufflebottom, the team principal of Ram Racing, was more than pleased with super stub Chris Froggatt dropping in, and such was the pace that he had in part 1 of the race. I think that sort of has just absolutely cemented the fact that it was the right driver to bring in last minute, and we do wish Sam DeHaan all of the best, and let's hope that his recovery from COVID-19 is a quick one. I'm sure that he's well over the worst at this stage. Remember, stay in touch with us. You can use the hashtag AskGolf12Hours, AskGolf12Hours. And, right, Gregory Tolson, in answer to your question about Brendan Reed, then yes, the very same person. So thanks to McLaren of Philadelphia, who are tuning in for that one. He's been working with Ollie Milroy in the Pure McLaren GT series and is moving up the ladder. So there we go, Gregory Tolson. I couldn't answer it, but someone else has. And Optimum Motorsport, so Harold Galinis has also tweeted in as well. Optimum GT3 retirement due to brake problems or something else? No, as far as we're aware, it is still brake issues with that car, Harold. We're not trying to tell you anything other than the information that we have heard, but what we were hearing was it was braking issues and concerns with that car. So unless someone else can tell us otherwise from team or the Golf 12-hour crew that are over there in Bahrain, and then it does appear that it was just some sort of braking concerns. They brought it in, they had braking issues with it, they were bleeding the brakes was the last that we knew. It took a long time for whatever repairs were being done, and then when Joe Osborne brought the car back out, he is a factory McLaren driver, so it was the right driver to bring back out, almost to do an installation lap and check the repair out. It was right at the back end of part 1. I think there were only 3 or 4 minutes to go when the car came back out, did a single lap, came back in, and during the 2-hour break, confirmation, no, the car's been retired. So whatever it was, Joe Osborne, with all of his experience driving those cars and developing the cars, suggesting that it is not worth bringing the car out, and particularly as there are other races in the Middle East that the car may well be involved with over the course of the next weeks or so. So for now, what is... It's going to be, in reality, part 2 of this race. That's for 2nd and 3rd position. But remember, the Ferrari of Valentino Rossi is a lap adrift. It started this race a lap adrift. He's had a good run in the early stages of this one, but this is in reality the 2nd place car trying to overtake the 4th place car. So that is Mauro Calamia getting right back up onto terms with Valentino Rossi, but Mauro Calamia is on lap number 182 and is about to complete lap number 182, whereas Valentino Rossi is now just about to complete lap number 181. So they are not on the same lap. Now bouncing over the curbs goes Valentino Rossi. We've seen a fair chunk of this Ferrari making sure that it does not give laps away to cars. We saw it in part 1 of the race where Luca Marini was making sure he did not make it easy for cars that were in reality trying to lap the Ferrari, just wouldn't yield. And why should he? Because it's a long race. You don't want to go any further laps down than ideally you want to, just in case there's a safety car and you can bunch the way back up again. And equally, we saw the same from Alessio Salucci, who made it really difficult for cars to get through. Not quite sure how the Ferrari dropped off the lead lap. It was quite early on in the race when it just seemed to drop off the lead lap. I think it's largely due to the pace that the McLarens have had over the course of this one. But remember, certainly for Valentino Rossi, for Luca Marini and for Alessio Salucci, they did finish on the overall podium last year. They finished in third, I say last year, in the last running of the Gulf 12 Hours, which was at the tail end of 2019. So it's only just about a year ago. What's it, about 13 months ago? But not last year in reality. Yeah, they finished third overall and won the Pro-Am category. So they certainly know how to drive the trio. They, albeit, might not be quite as familiar with the Bahrain circuit on four wheels, but they are putting in a really, really good turn of speed, and at the moment are managing to hold off the attack of the dynamic Motorsport Porsche of Mauro Calamia. Just no way through, is there? Despite the very best efforts, Mauro cannot pick the pocket of the Kessel-prepared Ferrari that lies ahead, and all of the time, whilst this is going on, Ben Barnicoat is in the lead of the race, disappearing ever more up the road. He's got a good toe here, though. Is he going to be able to jink out on the run up towards turn number one? The nose of the Porsche dips. The Ferrari of Valentino Rossi is going to chop straight across the nose of it. No contact between the pair of them, but that was as close as you want to get in reality. But Valentino Rossi is having none of it. The 9 times motorcycle world champion is hanging on to it. 3 times a champion in... champion in... 6 times a champion in MotoGP. He won the 500 category, he won the 250s, he won the 125s, of course, when he was in the early stages of his career back in 1997. But he is absolutely not going to allow Mauro Calamia to squeeze his way through. And all of the time, Calamia is losing time to the race leader. And at the moment, though, the only offer of positivity I could offer up to Mauro Calamia is that, even stuck up behind the Ferrari, such as the pace as Valentino Rossi, Mauro Calamia is not getting caught by Chris Froggett's Mercedes. They are lapping a similar-ish pace. The gap between the Porsche in second and the Ferrari in third overall is hovering around, what, 40 seconds at the moment, just under. So Mauro Calamia, bottled up behind the Ferrari, is at least not getting caught from the next car that sits behind. But remember, he is actually trying to lap this Ferrari. But on the basis they are both in Pro-Am, it could be an important thing really for Valentino Rossi to keep the Pro-Am race leader behind. Because if he can, if there were to be issues for that Porsche, the blue flags are waving, but Valentino Rossi's having none of it. He wants to keep that car behind. But yeah, if there were to be a few issues for the Porsche, then all of a sudden it could bring that Ferrari right back into contention, not just for second in Pro-Am, but potentially for the Pro-Am class lead as they took last year in the 9th running of the Gulf 12 Hours at Abu Dhabi. So, is he going to have another go this time? Mauro Calamia, yes, finally unlocks the door. Be careful not to run wide on the exit of the corner, otherwise it allows Valentino Rossi straight back, and that's exactly what has happened. He was so late on the brakes, Mauro Calamia, that he then couldn't quite get the car turned into the corner. As a result of that, then instantly Valentino Rossi was able to grab the place back once more. So back as they were, so they both sort of outfox each other, and therefore Mauro Calamia has got to find even more from somewhere to try and propel himself through and into what would be a lapped position over that Ferrari. Now, coming up to us now, that is the GT4 class leader, the Mercedes. Behind it is the car that's second in the GT4 class, which is Lars Damen. Don't know what exactly the issue was with his particular car, but that car is now no longer anywhere near the lead of the class. It is now, what, 9 laps off the car that it was trying to hunt down there. So that is not the squabble for position we were hoping it would be, because they both did start part 2 of this race on the lead lap. Remember, stay in touch with us on Twitter. You can use the hashtag AskGulf12Hours, hashtag AskGulf12Hours. Paul Roberts has tweeted in, when is the next race? He says he's seen the calendar somewhere but can't find it. From memory, the next race is on the 16th of January. I think you mean the 16th of December, Paul. So we are January now. We are not going to be having another race in 7 days' time. but 16th of January, if that's what you, it's not the case, 16th of December is, I think, what you mean there. Yes, that is when we are scheduled to be at Abu Dhabi for the 10th running of the Gulf 12 Hour there. So hopefully that ties it up, Paul. And Gregory Toulson is also tweeting again. I think the Gulf 12 Hours is a one-off race and he's not part of the Championship Tour Series. I think he's replying to a previous one. Yes, so absolutely right. So this is a one-off race, the Gulf 12 Hours. It is not part of any Championship or Series. And I think he was responding to a question that Paul Roberts had tweeted in earlier on, which I think we covered off in part number one. Here comes Mauro Calamia again, another quick little nibble at Valentino Rossi, who just gets the Ferrari in the position to cover off the move from the Porsche. So nothing doing there. Still the frustration will be building for Mauro Calamia, but the one thing he needs to do is make sure that he does not overdrive the car. He's finally managed to squeeze his way through. Be careful not to run wide again, otherwise Valentino Rossi will be straight back at you. But he's finally, I think, after huge amounts of patience and several laps, got the job done, and that was up towards turn number 4 where he did it. Just needs to be careful coming downhill into the braking area for turn number 8 that he doesn't allow Valentino Rossi back. Valentino Rossi takes a wider sweep in towards turn 8 to try and get off the corner, and then the next overtaking opportunity Valentino Rossi wants to try and reassert himself in that position would be to nick up the inside at turn number 10, but he's too far away this time. So finally it looks as though Mauro Calamia has got the job done and is now up into, well, not hasn't changed his position, he's in second position, but he's finally put a lap on the 4th place Ferrari, albeit it took lots of laps to do so, didn't it? As for the number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren, remember me saying it lost several laps and had been the car that's on the grid was starting in the lead of the GT4 category, but very early on it came into the pit lane and stayed there for several laps. Well, thank you to Zach, our roving reporter out there in Bahrain. It would appear it was a wheel speed sensor issue that kept that Optimum Motorsport GT4 car in the pits for a few laps. That lost them the lead of the GT4 category and has now very, very sadly, as we say, dropped them 9 laps off the lead of GT4. There is the GT4 leader, the Mercedes, just turning its way out of turn number 10 and down the straight. So yeah, it is going to be a real catch-up affair for the next, 5.5 hours for Optimum Motorsport. And they're going to be very reliant on some bad luck for that Mercedes. They won't wish it on it, but they're reliant on it if they want to get themselves back into contention, because we saw in part 1 of the race that the Scuderia Villorba Corsa Mercedes and the Optimum Motorsport McLaren were equally matched for pace, regardless of which drivers were behind the wheel over the course of the 6 hours. Nothing to choose between them. Maybe the Mercedes that little bit quicker, but they had a 25-second stop-go penalty, which eroded quite a substantial lead for them. It was about a 1-minute lead, and they came back out about 20 seconds ahead of Warren Hughes, but the charging drive from Warren Hughes put that McLaren into the lead for part 2. But yeah, problems with that wheel sensor put pay to all of that hard work that was done in part number 1. Ben Barnicoat now leading by a very comfortable margin of 29.652 seconds. We will be probably about 20 minutes away from seeing the first of the imposed pit stops taking place. I mentioned earlier on about the number of imposed pit stops. So the GT3 cars have to conduct 4 imposed or mandatory pit stops in this second part of the Gulf 12 Hours, the second 6-hour element of it. Each of those pit stops is timed from breaking the beam at pit entry to breaking the beam at pit exit, and they have to be in that pit lane area for 110 seconds for GT3 cars. So that includes bringing the car off the circuit, braking down to the pit lane speed limit, driving down the pit lane to your garage, stopping, doing a driver change and refueling if that's what they are going to do, getting the new driver in, strapping them in, starting the engine and driving from your pit garage to pit lane exit. All of that ideally needs to be done in 110 seconds. You can take as long as you want, but you can't be any quicker than 110 seconds from pit in to pit out, and they have to do that 4 times. For the GT4 cars, they have to pit 5 times over the course of this 6-hour part 2 of the race, but their pit stops can take a while longer. If you weren't with us for part 1, the reasoning behind it is that the GT4 cars will stop for 150 seconds, and that is because some of the GT4 cars use a single centre locking nut on the wheels. Other GT4 cars use multiple nuts on the wheels, a bit like your standard road car would have, with either 4 or 5 nuts that hold on the wheel. And because if the time was shorter, those cars that have got 4 nuts to undo or 5 nuts to undo on each wheel, 4 wheels to deal with, so what, either 16 or 20 wheel nuts to undo and do back up, that would put them at a huge disadvantage compared to those that just have a single nut on each wheel. So the decisions taken by the organisers of the Gulf 12 Hours to equalise all of the cars in terms of almost a balance of performance, you could argue, so that all of the GT4 cars, regardless of their wheel retaining systems, multiple stud or centre locking, all stop for 150 seconds. That sort of gives you an indication as to what goes on. We've got minimum driving periods. We had lots of questions about those in part 1. It's very complex, but there are minimum driving periods that drivers need to do. There are also combined driving periods for bronze drivers, which we've seen a couple of teams fall foul of in part 1, where their bronze drivers, adding up the time that each one of the bronzes spent behind the wheel of the car, didn't meet the minimum requirements, so they've been given penalties. And just for clarity again, there are no limits on the amount of tyres that can be fitted to these cars. Pirelli is the sole tyre supplier for this race, but there is no limit for how many tyres you can bolt on to the car. And what we've tended really to see is that the tyre changes take place every pit stop. So each set of tyres will do about an hour to maybe 70 to 75 minutes in the GT3 car. And after that, they tended to change the tyres for a fresh set of boots, such has been the drop-off of them, particularly in the daytime and the warm conditions. We might see different strategies on tyres now that we are at a slightly cooler temperature. It doesn't cool down huge amounts at this part of the wheel, but slightly cooler temperature. Big run wide there, beyond the curb line for Chris Froggatt in his efforts to push that Ram Racing Mercedes as hard as he possibly can around the circuit, lying in 3rd position overall, catching up with one of the AM-class Ferraris that lies ahead. A flash of the lights there for the car of Francesco Zollo. Francesco Zollo, who started behind the wheel of that car in this part of the race. He was the 3rd driver in part 1 of the race, so he had to wait a little while longer to get behind the wheel in part 1. Traffic already dealt with by Valentino Rossi. That is the car that he's overtaken, is the Maserati. Beautiful looking, fabulous sounding as well, that Maserati MC4 GT4. That is Anthony Hudson, just behind the wheel of that car. Polish driver is Anthony, 23 years of age, sharing the car with his father as well. Dad's what, 50 nowadays, Piotr. And they've largely raced together in similar categories, both himself and Dad, and Patrick Zamperini as well. They've done a mixture of the Gulf 12 Hours, European GT4, a bit of GT Italia as well, which is the Italian GT Championship, and certainly for Piotr and Patrick Zamperini, a chunk of racing in the Maserati Trofeo in the past as well. So that is their sort of background as a team, as a trio that are sharing that car. For our race leader, more traffic to be dealt with here. Busy section of the race coming up for Ben Barnicoat. A flash of the lights as he closes in on the Optimum Motorsport McLaren GT4. Squabble that's just being dealt with as well. That's the GT3 number 8 Ferrari of Alessandro Couturiere, putting a lap on the Benedetto Strignano GT4 class leading Merc. So this is the GT3 cars, which don't take long really to lap the GT4 cars. In terms of lap times, just to give you an indication, for qualifying, the best average lap from a GT4 car was 2 minutes 12.5, almost 2 minutes 12.6 around this circuit. The fastest average lap time from the GT3 cars is about 12 seconds quicker than that, almost 13 seconds quicker than that. So that gives you an indication as to how much quicker the GT3 cars are compared to the GT4 cars. GT3 cars are out-and-out race cars. GT4s, yes, they are, but they are largely based on a road car as such. GT4 has come on enormously with things like the aero on them now and dive planes on them, which they didn't have in the early stages of GT4, but they are still nowhere near as aerodynamically efficient or have the power of the GT3 cars, so they are always at a disadvantage, and lap times best part of 12-13 seconds slower on average laps in terms of qualifying pace. So it doesn't take long for the GT3s to put laps on the GT4s, even though the GT4s themselves are pressing on ever more. And many drivers actually say that the GT4 is actually a harder car to drive than the GT3. GT3, you've got ABS, you've got traction control. A few years ago, there weren't many of the GT4s had any of those creature comforts, and it's a far harder car to try and keep on the limit. The GT4, so many drivers have said. Race leader still with traffic to deal with. This is who's about to be placed a further lap down by the charging Ben Barnicoat, who is now onto lap number 191. A few more tweaks have come in. Someone suggesting that Optimum Motorsport claiming it was a loss of power on the GT4. We had already sort of clarified it was wheel sensor issue on that one. Somebody that's clearly a Porsche fan as well, Porsche fan number one, who was tweeting earlier on saying that those couple of laps were painful to watch. Finally, the 67 went by. That was when Mauro Calamia was bottled up behind Valentino Rossi and took him lap after lap after lap to try and find his way through. Tried a few times, then ran wide at the corner and didn't work, and Rossi came back. So that is one of the battles that was going on. And Ellie May has also, I think that's the first tweet Ellie May has sent in as well. Who's made the fastest pit stop so far? I honestly don't know is the answer to that, Ellie May. I will guarantee you that anybody that has done it in a GT3 car faster than 110 seconds, it might be a quick pit stop, but it's going to be an even slower stop-go penalty because they'll be below the time limit. And for GT4 cars, of course, they can't do it any quicker than 1 minute and 50 seconds. So, sorry, 1 minute, 150 seconds, 150 seconds, 110 seconds for GT3, 150 seconds for GT4. So, I honestly don't know. Those statistics do come up as to what their last pit stop is, but as soon as they come up, they disappear again. So you don't get don't think a build-up of the statistic. So we can not give you the answer on that one, but most teams will try and get it absolutely bang on. They want to ensure that when they break the beam at pit lane in and break it at pit lane out, that they absolutely do it 110 000, 150 000. If you're a few thousandths afterwards, they're not too worried. And what they will do, Ellie May, is over the course of the private testing that they've had and the free practice sessions, they will practice not so much pit stops, but they will practice each driver driving down into the braking, getting the braking point right coming into the pit lane. You don't want to brake too early and come into the pit lane too slow. You want to brake at the last possible moment and hit the pit lane speed limit at the correct speed at exactly the right time. That way you've minimised the amount of time to slow the car down to the pit lane speed limit. You've not done it too early, you've certainly not done it too late, otherwise you break the pit lane speed limit. You then hold it on the limiter all the way to your pit garage, you brake as hard as you can into that. They will hold you there for as long as they need to do, and then they will release you and check again how long it takes from you to get from the pit garage to pit lane exit. And they will calculate that several times to make sure that they've got it right, and then they know the minimum period in reality that car has to be stationary. The minimum period they need it to be stationary, bearing in mind the deceleration and acceleration from pit lane speed limit back to race speed, and from pit lane speed limit down to a stop to get the car into the box as well. They'll calculate all of that and try it. And you look at the top teams, they absolutely nail it. They do not give away much more than a tenth or a couple of tenths of a second in one of those pit stops to make sure they absolutely nail the minimum pit stop time and don't go any more longer in the pit lane than they need to. So hopefully that clarifies it, albeit I haven't been able to answer your question as to who needs to who's made the quickest stop. Roscoe's tweeted in as well. Commentator reads my mind. Just one of my many skills, or lack of. He was just going to ask how much slower the GT3 cars or GT4 cars are to the GT3. So yeah, answered that one for you, Roscoe. As you said, what, 12, 13 seconds there or thereabouts on average lap time. So back to the race. We are now, what, 45 minutes into part two. Ben Barnicoat still pressing on in the lead of the race. This is Chris Froggatt at the wheel of his Ram Racing Mercedes. So late call up into the team for Chris, lying third in the race, but still on the lead lap. He's the last of the cars that's on the lead lap currently. And for Ben Barnicoat, I'm going to have a look this time as he comes over the start-finish line to see exactly what the lead advantage is, because at the moment it's showing that he's on lap number 193, so 119 completed is the graphic to the left of the screen. It's showing that the car behind is on lap 191, but over the start-finish line it comes, right, so it's a 40-second gap then. Flash of the lights from Mauro Calamia as he looks to try and sneak up the inside of Lars Damen and goes through and ahead of the GT4 car. So no real issues for Mauro Calamia as he threads his way through and past that car. Lars Damen will also be watching his mirrors now because he's going to have his mirrors very full of a number 46 Ferrari in the hands of 9 times world motorcycle champion Valentino Rossi before too much longer. But again, the GT4 car won't get out of the way. It's up to the GT3 cars to find their way through, and Valentino Rossi might lose a tenth or so, but he'll just wait for the moment. Should pick the car off here, heading out of turn number 7 and in towards turn number 8. Yeah, through he goes. Place done and dusted for Valentino Rossi, and Lars Damen can now crack on with what is the remaining part of his stint, which is probably only about another 10 minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes before we start to see the pits start to fill up with this first run of pit stops. The first of 4 pit stops for the GT3 cars as a minimum. The first of 5 pit stops as a minimum for the GT4 cars. Been a good stint, hasn't it, from Valentino Rossi, who got a great start when the lights went out. You know, that car started in reality 5th on the grid for part 2 of the race, and whilst Valentino Rossi has now moved that car up to 4th position in the race overall, the reason it's gained that place is because of the stop-go penalty and dropping down through the order for the Team Parker Racing Bentley Continental GT3. Valentino Rossi is in reality, if this were a separate race, he'd be running in 2nd at the moment from 5th on the grid. So it's been a good stint really. He's had the pace, he's stuck with the pace. There's not been a great deal of drop off either from him. He's still lapping quicker than the Ram Racing Mercedes that lies ahead. So last few laps he's just chipped away and has been able to at least take a bit of time out of the GT3 Ram Racing Mercedes, but that is a full lap ahead of him still, and a long way up the road. What I'm watching at the moment is not what's on your screen. I'm having a quick look at the timing screen, because what we see here is Mauro Calamia's car, second in the race, leading GT3 Pro-Am, lapping the GT4 class leader. What I'm looking at is how quickly Ewan Mackay at the wheel of the Bentley is catching the number 27 Ferrari that we're looking at the moment, which is Francesco Zollo. So Francesco Zollo is about to be lapped by Chris Froggett's Mercedes. That number 27 Ferrari that is 5th in the race overall and is the sole car by virtue of that fact leads GT3 Am, is getting caught by the Bentley that you can see in the distance. So a flash of the lights from Chris Froggett suggesting he wants to try and get through and past the Ferrari. He's up the inside at turn number 4, through he goes. So number 27, which is Francesco Zollo, will now be just keeping an eye on his mirrors, because all of the time closing in is going to be the Bentley in the hands of Ewan Mackay. We are hoping very shortly that one of the co-drivers of that car with Ewan Mackay might be able to have a chat to us from the commentary box. That's not quite available just as yet, but we will get the thumbs up as and when we can have a quick chat to potentially one of the co-drivers for Ewan Mackay. It's being geared up at the moment. Sideways, just coming out of the corner there from Francesco Zollo. You can see the tail end of the car. Didn't move around much, the Ferrari, but that was just a little bit early on the power there, so just had to correct it with a little bit of opposite lockers and the tiniest little bit of oversteer as the car maybe just didn't have the traction control kick in time. Variable traction control on these cars, so the drivers can adjust as to how much traction control they want or not. They could, of course, adjust the ABS levels, all of the brake bias that they could change as well. So there's huge amounts in car that they can do. And there's another little wiggle there and off the circuit from Francesco Zollo. So maybe just pushing a little bit too hard there. That is a good glimmer of hope also for Ewan Mackay, who is now 10.8 seconds adrift, or was at the beginning of this lap. But the Bentley is coming, and I don't think there's a great deal that the Ferrari can do about it at this stage. Is there an issue for Francesco Zollo? Are the tyres going off? Has he got a slow puncture? Nothing obvious on the car. He continues round, and there's cause for concern he would head to the pits, but with 53 minutes of part 2 gone, He still continues over the start-finish line and flashes his lights that time through, suggesting that maybe he's just about wrung the neck of the Ferrari as much as he dare. Again, yeah, the car just does not want to turn in. There is that was huge amounts of understeer as he tried to turn the car into the corner. Something just didn't look right there round through turn number one. It is a tight turn number one, as we heard from Ben Barnicoat on the pole position lap. It's the tightest corner that there is, but that lap for the number 27 car was a 2-minute 7.8 for the Ferrari. It was a 2-minute 4.9 for the Bentley, 3 seconds quicker. So Ewan Mackay is on his way, and I think that Francesco Solo doesn't have the equipment at this stage to be able to do anything about it, if indeed Ewan Mackay can get there in time before the end of the stint. So through turn 7, in towards turn number 8, through the right-hander, and then accelerating over the crest of the hill up towards a difficult braking area at turn number 9, needing to rotate the car in towards turn number 10. That is the Bentley of Ewan Mackay, and one of the drivers that joins him in that car throughout the course of this race is in the commentary box over there in Bahrain. I'm delighted to say we have with us Andy Merrick. Andy, are you there?
I'm indeed. I'm here.
Great to talk to you, Andy. Just chat us through the race from your perspective so far. It was looking really, really good for you in part one of the race. A splash and dash towards the end of it.
Yeah, typical sports car racing, isn't it? You know, one minute you think you're in the hunt, and yeah, a couple of errors have meant that we're on the back foot. So yeah, managed to get to the lead with in that last stint, but unfortunately we were a little bit too tight on the fuels. Had to do that splash that dropped us down, and to sort of add insult to injury, we've taken that penalty at the start of the second half of the race. So yeah, we're further down than we'd want to be, but you know, I'm sure we can spend the next 5 hours trying to claw it back now.
As you well know, there's plenty of time and there's more twists in the tail than you could ever consider. Just talk us through the penalty. We saw the car come in very early on. A driver time penalty is the information that I was given, but I know no more than that.
Yeah, so with obviously the different driver gradings, we've got the 2 bronzes in the car, which have to do a sort of minimum time, and unfortunately we went over that by a very small margin, with myself as the pro driver in the car. So but listen, rules are rules. It's there in black and white. We made a mistake. Let's sort of dust ourselves down and move on and see what can happen. I think, you know, it's a big ask now. The car's performing very well, but you know, I think we'll have to rely on some errors from some of our competitors. But you know, we'll keep putting the pressure on and see what we can do.
You've been around sports car racing for a good number of years. We've seen a lot of you in international races on each side of the continent. More recently, lots of GT4 racing. Good to get back in GT3 again?
Yeah, so yeah, it's first time back in a GT3 car for a year or so. But I've been driving LMP3 mainly for United Autosport this in 2020, and I will do again in 2021. We're back over in Abu Dhabi in a few weeks' time for Asian Le Mans for United Autosport, where actually I'll be driving. One of my co-drivers will be in Loggy, who today is one of my rivals. So that puts a bit of spice into it, and then back to Europe for the rest of the season again in the Le Mans Cup with United Autosport again. So yeah, I've spent my career driving a variety of different things. From last time I was racing a Bentley with the Works team for the number of years I was with the Works team, I was also racing the Delta Wing. So you couldn't imagine 2 different cars that you jump in from week to week.
You wouldn't have heard I mentioned the Delta Wing in part 1. Yeah, I did mention that. And in terms of you know, you in personal life, you're a busy guy. I've spoken a couple of times about BRDC membership and what you do with the Rising Stars and Superstars programs.
Yeah, I'm very lucky that when I was I think it was start last year, I took over from Tim Harvey, who was the director of the BRDC Superstars when I was on the program I was on it from 2008 through to 2010. And I've obviously always been a very proud and active member within the BRDC, and I was honoured to be trusted or entrusted with the role to guide the Superstars moving forward. And obviously it's been a tricky year last year, but really, all of the superstars have been performing amazingly. And with Phil Hansen and Charlie Eastwood both winning it at Le Mans last year in their class. So really enjoy the role that I do, and it keeps me sharp as well. It's amazing the rate of development that these drivers are getting, and with the amount of coaches and support they have nowadays. So it can't hurt my own career, to be honest.
And a final question, because we've been asking people to tweet in using the hashtag AskGolf12Hours. Gregory Tolson, I'll pose it to you because you're a former Bentley driver. You won't know the answer, but you might have an idea. Of course, the Bentley programme as such has disappeared now. The factory announced that. And Gregory Tolson's asking, do you think this might be the last GT3 Bentley that we'll see at Bahrain or in the Gulf 12 Hours? We've not seen many Bentleys in the past, albeit it did make a debut, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, myself, Stephen Kane, and Guy Smith all debuted the car back in 2013. So it's gone full circle to be here now with a customer team in Team Parker Racing. I hope not. The withdrawal from Bentley from the motorsport side is only in terms of from the work side and funding of any customer programs, but there will still be Bentleys racing next year. I know of probably certainly cars that are going to be in British GT and GT World Challenge Europe. I mean, I was meant to be racing this year in GT World Challenge Asia for Bentley, but that didn't happen, and sadly it won't happen in 2021. So there will be a scaling back. There's no doubt about it, but there's still going to be, CMR are going to be out for sure, and a few other customer teams. So hopefully, December 2021. Is the usual date for the Gulf 12 Hours, then we can get at least one of them back over here. I'd surely love to drive it.
Well, it's great to chat to you, Andy. It's been a while since we had a catch-up. Well done on how the race is going so far. Unfortunate with those penalties, but yeah, it's been a great stint from yourself. Great start in part one from you and Hankey, and Derek Pearce has done some solid stints as well. So good luck.
Brilliant, thanks.
There we go, and hopefully, Gregory, there you go. That's an answer from a former Works Bentley driver as well with regards to will we see any more GT3s out at Bahrain, or I included in that the Gulf 12 Hours. So good to chat to Andy Merrick. As for his co-driver, Ewan Hankey, well, he has now ever closed the gap on Francesco Zolo's Ferrari since we last picked up on it. And he is now in prime position to probably move that car up into 5th place before too much longer. We will endeavour to try and get another few more drivers there, and thank you to Russell for scooping up our drivers and bringing them to us. So we will try and do a few more of those throughout the course of this Gulf 12 Hours. It's the best compromise that we can find on the basis that we don't have a little Alan Hyde that we can point in the general directions as our pit lane reporter to chat to the drivers. It's always nice to see their faces as they talk as well, but we are not in the position to do that. So this is a good alternative for the Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain edition that we've got in these current unusual circumstances in which we are all having to adapt to. Chris Froggatt still pressing on at the wheel of the 3rd place Mercedes overall in this race. That will mean that car also runs 2nd in the Pro-Am category. He's still on the lead lap at this stage. He might be 1 minute and 40 seconds off the race leader, but importantly, he is still on the lead lap of the race, and not by much, because I would imagine coming out of the final corner now and about to head over the start-finish line, the car in the background is probably our race leader. But here is, right, the Bentley has now, Ewan Mackay has fully caught up with Francesco Zolo. Francesco Zolo has also got traffic to deal with, which is the GT4 class leading Mercedes of Benedetto Strignano. So he dives past Strignano's car. Ewan Mackay will look to try and squeeze through as well, which he's also just about able to do in the Bentley on the run up towards turn 3. That's the car that Andy Merrick, who we've just been speaking to, will get back on board later on over the course of this race. But this is absolutely for position now. This is for 5th and 6th position overall. The cars run in separate categories. The Ferrari is running in GT3 AM for amateur drivers. The Bentley is in GT3 Pro Am because of the pro driver we've just spoken to, Andy Merrick, who's classified as a gold rated driver, unlike Ewan Mackay, who's behind the wheel now, who's bronze, and Derek Pearce, who is also a bronze category driver. And Francesco Zolo moving offline there, so not quite sure why he moved offline so early on the run up towards turn number 11, probably to try and break the toe on the Bentley, but it certainly is not going to put off Ewan Mackay of doing anything other than pushing on as hard as he possibly can and seeing whether they can get that car back ahead of the Ferrari. If they do, that means that they will at that point be on the highest position for cars on that particular lap. They would need to get a full lap back on the next car if they want to gain one more position. So still plenty of time to do it, because there are 5 hours just under of the race still to go. And once we just hang on for a lap or so to see whether the Bentley gets it done, I will give you a rundown of the order at the 7 hours into it mark in reality. So we might be just an hour into part 2 of the race, but we are 7 hours now into the running of this Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain edition, whilst Francesco Zollo is still coming under attack from the Bentley. We are going to see cars start to dive for the pit lane, I would have thought, also very shortly. Ewan Mackay has the inside line. Is he close enough, heading up towards turn number 1, the tightest corner yet? Bentley goes through. Ferrari stays out of harm's way. Big old Bentley coming through. It's not what you want to see in your mirrors in reality. It is a cumbersome looking GT car, but it is a very quick and a very good handling car nowadays, the Gen 2 Continental GT, with the changing of the centre of gravity on it, and also the movement of the gearbox, moving it so that it was a far more balanced car. I know a lot of the drivers loved the old Bentley, but in wet it was so difficult and it wasn't the best balanced car. Bentley worked magic with this huge change to the underneath of the car in particular, and the positioning of the gearbox, that it's far more balanced than the original evolution of the car was. And despite the fact, as we heard from Andy Merrick, that the customer program and the factory program have gone now, we will, I'm sure, and certainly it has already been confirmed for British GT next year. Zollo makes a mistake heading in towards turn 10, runs a little bit wide. There will be Bentley still racing, but they just don't get the factory customer support as such anymore. It will be a purely private affair. So let's just run you down then through the order now that we've had that change for what the positions that they were in at the 6 hour mark in reality, at the 7 hour mark in reality, i.e. 1 hour into part 2 of this race. It is the number 33 2Cs Motorsport McLaren of what is Ben Barnicoat that led at the 1 hour into part 2 mark. He was on 198 laps at the time that the clock ticked to the hour, and was leading the GT3 Pro category as the only car that still remains, sadly, in that category. Running in second place, and the leader of GT3 Pro-Am, is number 67, which is the dynamic Porsche Mauro Calamia, still behind the wheel. That car is also on the lead lap. A lap adrift at that point. It was on the lead lap, but it just hadn't crossed the start-finish line at the point that the hour struck in reality. So it is on the lead lap, but isn't showing it on this particular bulletin. Was the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes, with Christopher Froggatt behind the wheel, and fourth was number 46, which was Valentino Rossi for Monster VR46. Fifth place is going to be the car of number 27, the Kessel Racing Machine. In sixth position at the time was the number 31 Team Parker Racing Bentley, but we know that has subsequently gained a place since the hour clicked over. In seventh place was the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Eighth place is the leader of GT4, the number 90 Mercedes. Ninth place is the number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren, with those problems that befell it very early on into part 2 of this race. And completing the top 10 was car number 50, the SVC Sport Management Maserati MC GT4. So that gives you the order as we hit the 1 hour into part 2 mark, and we should very shortly start to see, I would have thought, cars dive for the pit lane. Now, we were I said about 70 to 75 minutes as a stint in the GT3 cars. That was at the beginning of part 1. As it was, we got to about 64, 65 minutes before the cars pitted. Now, at the moment, we are at about 67 minutes into this race. You can see 4 hours and 53 minutes to go, roughly. So we are at the point where if they want to sort of equalise the driving, and they do need to be careful about it. As we heard from Andy Merrick, they fell foul of a little bit of miscalculation, both in terms of fuel and in terms of the driver driving times. So if they want to equalise it, then we are going to start to, I'm sure, see a few cars dive for the pit lane and have not just a refuelling element done, but they will also have a change of tyres, swapping onto more than likely a new set of Pirelli tyres. And also, I'm sure we will see driver changes starting to occur. But for the moment, every car that is out there is still circulating with a driver that started this aspect of the race, part 2 of the race. Right, we've got one going in. That's the number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari, Francesco Zollo, coming into the pit lane. We just saw it as the race leader went by there, so bang on cue, as I thought we would do. We're starting to see at least the first of those GT3 cars come in, and there indeed it is, Francesco Zollo heading down the pit lane. This is the car that leads the GT3 AM category. It is a 4-driver car as well, this one. So we've got Murat Kurodaroglu, we've got David Fuminelli and Emanuele Tabacchi, all sharing that car. So in the first stint, what did we have? So we had Emanuele Tabacchi did 2 stints in that car in the race earlier on. I think he was the only driver that did 2 stints in that particular car. All the rest of them just did a single stint. So that means that, yeah, that accounts for the 4 pit stops. So are we going to see a shuffle in that order this time through? So refueling done, driver change taking place. Can't offer up any possibility as to who that is that getting in the number 27 car, on the basis that Francesco Zollo has just got back out. I think it might be Emanuele Tabacchi or Murat Kurodaroglu. Have to wait and see. I don't think it is David Fuminelli. I don't think so. Now we've also got another one of the Kessel Racing Ferraris in. This is the number 8 car that is now in. So this is Alessandro Cutarera that heads down pit lane. So Cutarera, a driver in the European Ferrari Challenge for a good number of years. Done a bit of racing in the 24-hour series. He's done some GT Italia in the past. He comes to a halt. Out of the pit lane goes the 27. And as it heads over the pit lane exit, that should be when the driver changes. It is, as I thought, Emanuele Tabacchi that has got behind the wheel. So that is Emanuele in for stint number 2. Stint number 3 in reality. Yes, stint number 3 that he has done. He did 2 in part 1. He is straight away into the car in part 2. We have also got Ewan Mackay at the wheel of the Team Park Racing Bentley now in the pit lane as well. So I did say I thought we would get to the point that we're going to start to see it. It's about 70 minutes in. So I said 70 to 75 I thought would be the window. They caught me out a little bit in part 1 where they pitted at about, I think, 64 to 68 minutes. We started to see a few of them come in, but we've stretched it to 70 here in the cooler conditions later on in the Middle East. With the time now, gone 6:30 in the evening. It is 20 to 7, nearly 7:15 in the evening out there in the Middle East. And the first batch of what are a minimum of 4 pit stops for the GT3 cars taking place. We should see the first batch of pit stops for what will be 5 pit stops for the GT4 cars also taking place before too much longer. So Alessandro Cutarera, having got out of the number 8 car, into it, as it says on the timing screens, it simply says LMDV, and that is because there is not enough characters to put Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio's name up onto the timing screen. So LMDV into the race and just staying out of harm's way whilst he just gets the car sorted. Maybe a last little final tightening of the seatbelts as well, because they're right the way towards pit lane exit. Usually you can do a quick tug as you head down pit lane, but probably wasn't enough time for him to do that. Into the pit lane comes Valentino Rossi as well. So into the pit lane from 4th position comes Valentino Rossi. So that is the 3rd and final Kessel Racing Ferrari that is pitting a lap later than the others. Ewan Mackay has stayed behind the wheel of the Bentley by the look of things this time. So as a result of maybe falling foul of, as we heard from Andy Merrick, not giving the bronze drivers enough time in part 1, Ewan Mackay is going to double stint the Bentley this time. So started the race, unless maybe they haven't flicked the transponder over. Didn't see the driver change taking place, but not to say that it did or didn't. But Ewan Mackay is showing as still being the driver behind the wheel of that car. And I'm afraid to say that it goes from bad to worse for the number 77 GT4 McLaren from Optimum Racing. That car has spent an inordinate amount of time in the pit lane and is now 9 laps off the lead of GT4, having led it at the start of part 2 of the race, but they are being given a drive-through penalty for a pit lane speeding infringement. And that's taken a long, long time to come through, because it's been many a lap since that car was last in the pit lane. It has had 3 visits to the pits, I think, so far. And Lars Dammon is going to have to bring that car back into the pit lane. More cars coming in now. The race leader, Ben Barnicoat, is in. The Ram Racing Mercedes of Chris Froggatt is also in the pit lane. Leaving the pit lane goes the number 46 Ferrari. That's the monster VR46 car that was in the hands of Valentino Rossi. It is now in the hands of Luca Marini, who is taking over it. So Luca Marini is the half-brother, the younger half-brother of Valentino Rossi. A very successful motorcycle racer in his own right. Came through the Moto 3 ranks for the last couple of years. Have been racing for Sky in Moto 2. He was actually the vice champion in the Moto 2 championship this year. Claimed wins along the way. Several podiums, 6 podiums I think it was. A few pole positions and a fastest lap as well throughout the course of the 2020 season. But Luca Marini is now on board that car and is going to see as to whether he can hang on to it at the kind of pace that half-brother was doing earlier on, Valentino Rossi. Back out of the pit lane comes the number 3 Mercedes. Now that is still showing us Chris Froggatt behind the wheel. What I can tell you, however, though, is that the number 33 race leading car has been vacated by Ben Barnicoat and is now in the hands of the Croatian driver, which is Martin Kodric. Also, Mauro Calamia is into the pit lane, and that is a change of driver for the number 67 Porsche. That looks like it is Stefano Monaco that is getting in the car. We'll confirm that when the car gets to pit lane exit, but it certainly looked like Stefano Monaco sprinting rather enthusiastically over to the car. So that is the Porsche that is in second position in this race. It is the Pro-Am leader, remember, as well. So leading the Pro-Am category from the Ram Racing Mercedes, which has pitted ahead of it and is already now on its outlap. So it should end up back on the same lap again, and it should still be the Porsche that's ahead of the Mercedes by the time they get that car serviced and trundle its way back down pit lane. So let's have a quick look. I think it's Stefano Monaco that jumped on board. Mauro Calamia disappears off the timing screen. No, it's not. It's Roberto Pampanini that it's showing that dived on board. So Roberto Pampanini heads out onto the circuit. Pampanini was the 3rd driver in part 1. He's moved up a slot into part 2. So Martin Kodric leads, Roberto Pampanini 2nd, Chris Froggatt in 3rd position. Doesn't look as though that car has changed. Ram Racing have kept Chris Froggatt in unless they've not adjusted the position of the transponder in that car. But it certainly shows as being Chris Froggatt behind the wheel. That is still we briefly saw the GT4 class leader there, as I was about to say it. There is Roberto Pampanini, now safely on board the Porsche. Had a spin quite late on in the race. He was running in 2nd place, wasn't he, overall in part 1 of the race. Had a spin which dropped into 4th, which was where that car looked destined to stay. It ultimately finished in 3rd position as a result of the splash and dash stop for Team Parker Racing Bentley. Back into the pit lane. This will be the drive-through penalty, I would have thought, for the number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren. So it will trundle its way all the way down pit lane at the regulatory speed limit. And now Lars Dammon will just need to be careful that he doesn't come off the speed limiter too early. Make sure that he doesn't cross the blend line, and will rejoin. We can also hear that there is, as you can see on your screens, a further stop-go penalty for a flagging infringement in race part 1, which has again taken a while for that penalty to flash up, and obviously teams and officials looking into data still from part 1 of the race, and it will be a stop-go penalty for car number 8, and that is going to be served. It doesn't necessarily mean it was the driver that's behind the wheel now, but the car will have to serve it regardless of who's behind the wheel. It was Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio that's driving the car. He will have to serve the penalty regardless of whether he was the driver that caused that flag infringement or not. So we will see LMDV head into the pit lane before too much longer. Into the pit lane comes the GT4 class leader. So this is Benedetto Strignano heading into the pit lane. And he'll trundle his way all the way down the pit lane. And for Strignano, he started the car in part 1 of the race and handed it over to, I think it was Piero Randazzo that took over. So we'll see whether Piero Randazzo takes over it for this one. Who else have we got in the pit lane? We have got Lars Dahlmann back on an outlap, so that makes sense from the drive-through penalty. No, that Mercedes is the only other car that resides in the pit lane at the moment, so I think all penalties have been done. It is a 182nd stop-go penalty for the flag infringement for car number 8. Now, I can only assume, because it is quite a draconian penalty, a 3-minute stop-go penalty, as somebody is asking me on social media at the moment. I think that can only be because that car had its rear wing failing in part 1. It was shown the black and orange flag. It disobeyed the black and orange flag. That means that it's a black flag with an orange circle in the middle, if you're not familiar with it, also called the meatball flag by some people, a term I don't like. That means that there's a mechanical issue with the car for which the driver may not be aware. Now, the driver at the time, Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, was probably aware because he kept spinning the car because of the strange rear wing angle, because of the failure of one of the uprights on it. But what he didn't do within 3 laps was look at that black and orange flag, come into the pit lane for the car to be inspected as to what the damage was and get it repaired. He continued round. The black and orange flag became a black flag. As we look at one of the replays, what's this? This is a big moment for the Bentley by the look of things. The number 8 Ferrari was slowing. The number 3 Mercedes went up the inside, and the Bentley was almost caught out there in the hands of Ewan Mackay, who just avoided contact. So that was a scary moment for Ewan Mackay here. We also now have potentially going off the lead lap the number 3 Mercedes. So this is Chris Froggatt, who is under attack from Martin Kodrich. Kodrich dives up the inside. The Ram Racing car still continues around, sweeps across the nose of the race leading car. He's desperate to try and stay on the lead lap of the race. Ewan Mackay's not that far away either at the wheel of the Bentley. These are the cars that almost all got together as well, whilst that Ferrari was slowing out on circuit. But for the Mercedes, it's hugely important for Chris Froggatt to try and stay on the lead lap. If they drop off the lead lap, then that's going to be difficult to try and claw their way back. If they stay on it and a safety car comes out, they'll get the whole of the lap back in reality, but we've not had one single safety car as yet, and I do think that Martin Kodrich is probably up to the job here as they head up towards turn number 1. Race leader jinks out from behind the Mercedes. How's the inside line? Through goes the McLaren. Yep, off the lead lap goes the car of Chris Froggatt. He still remains in 3rd position. The Team Parker Racing Bentley that's behind is Ewan Mackay, who is quicker at this stage of the race, but is still a further lap adrift of the Mercedes. So it's the first car on the lead lap, the second car a lap adrift, and the third car 2 laps adrift in reality. So they're all on separate laps. Back to the point of the 182nd stop-go penalty. Yeah, the black and orange flag was not abided by. Continued round for more than 3 laps. That became a black flag. For whatever reason, still deciding to stay out at that stage, I think under the instruction of the team, was Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio. So the team manager had to go to race control to explain as to why the car had not obeyed black and orange flag and the black flag. It did come in, it conducted a driver change, it had the rear wing fixed, but I think this is the penalty for not doing that and obeying the flags and getting into the pit lane within 3 laps. So that is why it is quite a, I suppose, a draconian penalty in reality. So that car is going to suffer a very significant stop-go penalty. It is in the pit lane at the moment, so I think it is serving its pit lane penalty, LMDV or Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio. We've also seen a change of driver as well. So the number 90 Mercedes leading GT4 has now been taken over by Jean-Luc Doria, I think it will be. Jean-Luc Doria, if it's going to be an Italian pronunciation rather than Jean-Luc Doria, as I was saying in part 1. So for whoever it was on Twitter that was picking me up on that, for the Swiss driver, but Italian roots, it is, I think, would be Jean-Luc Doria, if it were an Italian pronunciation, but I'm sure if that's not quite right, I'll get picked up on that again. Remember, you can stay in touch with us. Just need to use the hashtag AskGulf12Hours, hashtag AskGulf12Hours, and we will pose questions to drivers if we can't answer them ourselves here in the commentary box, and try and get through them all as well. I think we have largely got through, I think, every single one, whether it came in yesterday or today as well. So do stay in touch with us, and it allows us to interact with you guys out there and girls who are getting your first fix of motorsport, I'm sure many of you, for what hopefully will be a normal-ish 2021 season. So this is not for position. This is the 5th place Bentley trying to overtake and looking to get up the inside of the 3rd place Mercedes. So Ewan Mackay has simply unlapped himself there from Chris Froggatt. But for Ewan Mackay, that Bentley still resides 2 laps off the lead at the moment. Martin Kodrich is now on lap number 209. The Bentley is on lap number 207 at this stage, whereas the Mercedes that he's just got past is on lap number 208. So 4 hours, 37 minutes to go, as you can see the clock over the alternative start-finish line here at the Bahrain International Circuit, which has been a great addition for the first running of our Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain. Scheduled to be back on the 16th of December in Abu Dhabi for the 10th running of the Gulf 12 Hours at that venue. And hopefully with a full grid of cars, as was originally the intention for the race that was scheduled to have happened in December of 2020, but of course moved to this date, moved to this venue as well. Right, the 3-minute stop-go penalty has now been dealt with. Back out of the pit lane goes the Kessel Racing Ferrari in the hands of LMDV, Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio. And it was in the pit lane for 3 minutes and 31 seconds. So it's a sort of a 31-second, I suppose, drive-through, you could almost argue, down the pit lane. It gives us an indication as to how long it takes to get down the pit lane, because the pit lane penalty box is right at pit lane entry. And then the car was held for 3 minutes. So, yeah, that has dropped that car a further lap, possibly 2 laps, I would have thought, almost off the lead now. It is, I think, destined to probably finish 5th in Pro-Am category, providing everybody else continues in the race without too many issues. Right, a confirmation also, thank you to our team out there. I did wonder as to whether the Ram Racing Mercedes had not had a driver change. And also the Team Parker Racing Bentley as well, that might be worth querying, because it still shows Chris Froggatt behind the Ram Racing car and Ewan Mackay behind the Bentley. Both of those double stinting if that were the case, but confirmation has been received that it is not Chris Froggatt driving the Mercedes anymore. So whatever it says, if you're watching the live timing on getraceresults.com and then you click on the links to Bahrain from there, that is not correct, because it is Ian Loggy that is behind the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes, but the transponder is either not playing ball or has not been switched into the right position. And maybe if Russell out there in Bahrain can perhaps confirm to me as to whether Team Parker Racing did change the drivers, whether it is Ewan Mackay that is still behind the wheel, or perhaps we may have had a change there as well. Maybe Jamie, who is, I think, doing the PR for Team Parker, might be able to help as well. So we think it is still Ewan Mackay, so thank you for that. We'll await confirmation maybe from Jamie, who's looking after the PR for Team Parker Racing, as to whether the driver change took place or not. But we do think, yeah, it is a double stint for Ewan Mackay, and that sort of makes sense in reality, as we heard from Andy Merrick, who double stinted in race 1, or part 1, came out and did the 3rd stint in the car and then came back out. I think he did the 6th stint in the car, so he did put 2 stints in, but that sort of unravelled the fact that he did too many hours in the car as a gold driver compared to the 2 bronze drivers. They didn't share the driving as they should have done. What should have happened in that Pro-Am combination with 2 bronzes and a gold in the car is that the bronzes must have to have driven for a minimum of combined time of the 2 bronzes added together of 3 hours and 30 minutes. And clearly they must have fallen short of that, because Andy Merrick drove for more than 2.5 hours in that first 6-hour race, if my understanding of the regulations is correct. So that was where they came undone. So what they will be doing now is certainly making sure that they comply within the regulations, because that's cost them quite dear, as we heard from Andy. All of that hard work has been done. Paddock Bikes, any rain projections for the night? No, I don't think we'll get any answer to that one. I think that's a fairly quick one. Paul Mackay, I said Ewan Hankey. I do apologise. It was a very early start this morning. I'm running solo. Ewan Mackay, I know it's Ewan Mackay, absolutely. If I said Ewan Hankey, I do apologise. And Roscoe, what kind of tyres are used? Are there various compounds? My understanding now, what we really need is Nathan Coleman, who I'm sure will be out there working with Pirelli, just to confirm that it is, as far as I'm aware, it is a single compound. Now, it might not be the same compound as they used in 2000. Well, it would be the same compound as they used in 2019 running of the race. But I think what they've done is they've changed the profile of the sidewall of the tyre in reality. So whereas it was either asymmetrical before, it's now symmetrical, or vice versa. So there has been some development of the Pirelli tyres that are generally used on these GT3 cars, but the compound has remained the same. It's the construction that might have altered since they last used them. As I say, I think it was either asymmetrical before that's changed to symmetrical, or vice versa. Can't remember which way round it is, but the compound, just one single compound that they choose. There are no separate compounds to use. Luca Marini diving up the inside of Roberto Pampanini. That is not for position, that is simply for the Ferrari to unlap itself from what is the second place car. We saw the car in the hands of Valentino Rossi having a really good run and himself unlapping earlier on. Well, that's his more unlapping being done. Luca Marini still running in fourth position. That car is on lap 210 at the moment. The race leader is on 212, so it's a couple of laps off the lead where they're positioned at the moment. And I think it, in reality, is going to get over the start-finish line and complete that lap, and that will clock it back to just being a single lap off the lead, so it'll complete lap 210. But it is, I'm guessing, about 30 seconds ahead of the race leader, so it's nearly 2 laps adrift. It's about perhaps 1 3/4 laps off the lead at this stage, the Ferrari, so it's still just one single lap it needs to try and make up over the remaining 4.5 hours. So with 4.5 hours remaining, the first batch of pit stops largely have been done. I think there are a few that snuck in and changed drivers that I didn't quite get to. So the Optimum Motorsport number 77 car still shows us Lars Dahmen behind the wheel. It has done 4 stops. Quick replay. Now this is Luca Marini. Roberto Pampanini, I don't think thought he was coming at that stage, because he took a full swing from the exit of the previous corner all the way over to the left-hand side of the circuit to turn into the right-hander at turn number 8. But I think as soon as he was about to turn in, he just briefly saw the Ferrari was there and thought, you may as well go through. You're alongside. It's just not worth risking it. So Lars Dahmen, I think, is double stinting the number 77 Optimum car, because that car's had 4 pit stops. I think one of them is the imposed pit stop. The others are as a result of a mixture of drive-through penalties and the issue that they had with the wheel sensor on it. We've also had the change for the number 90 Mercedes, which I hadn't tracked, which is Jean-Luc Darrier, if the pronunciation is how it ought to be. And we have also had a change for number 50, which I hadn't tracked, which means that the Maserati that was in the hands of Anthony Hodgson is now Patrick Zamperini that is behind the wheel of that one. So there have been a few more calls to the pits that we hadn't picked up on at the time. I suspect it was probably because it was just as we were chatting away to Andy Merrick that those cars popped into the pit lane. More questions coming in as well. This time it is Gregory Tolton once more that's using the hashtag AskGulf12Hours. And the question from Gregory is, will the Gulf 12 Hours in December be 2 6-hour split races like today, or will it go back to full 12-hour running? Well, no, it will be 2 split races again. If you look back historically as to what's gone on, that has largely been the format over the years. So we've always had a split in between the races, part 1 and part 2 of the race. So for this particular event, Gregory, that is something I think has existed in every iteration that we've had in the past of it. I don't think we've ever had a full 12-hour race in this format. It's always been a split in the centre. And certainly I think that is what is envisaged, unless something substantive changes in between. It will be the similar format again. But as we say, hopefully if the world returns back to some sort of level of normality, we'll be back to having, as we had last year, some 30 cars on the grid. The year before it was 34 cars on the grid. So we really have seen some great numbers in the past. It's a great opportunity for drivers to get into motorsport in the winter period. As I said before, it's a great opportunity for manufacturers who are developing new products to have tested privately and then bring it out for a potential world competition debut, as we've seen so many do over the years. Andy Merrick mentioning that they did it with the Bentley. We know the car that we're looking at now, the McLaren 720S, not that particular car, but the first ever car to make its competition debut was at the Gulf 12 Hours. We've seen it with things like the Aston Martin, the new Vantage GT4 as well, made its world competition debut at the Gulf 12 Hours. So it's something that many manufacturers utilise because it's ideal testing conditions. It's nice, it's stable conditions this time of year. You know that you can get some serious running in, and that gap in the middle of it also allows them to fix the cars if there's any issues, or just look at the car and look at how components are wearing, what the wear rates are on new cars and things like that, so that they can inspect parts over that 2 hours. So that's the format that, as far as I'm aware, is being stuck to. We are still green all of the way. We haven't had a single safety car as yet. With fewer cars, you would expect there to be fewer safety cars. We have had in 2014, Part 1 had no safety cars. Well, that was what we achieved earlier on. In Part 2 in previous years, there's a couple of years where we've had no safety cars. 2016, Part 2 was green all of the way and had no safety cars at all. In 2013, Part 2 went green all of the way and had no safety cars. And the second running ever of the Gulf 12 Hours, which was in December of 2012, rather than the January event that we had that year, which was the first ever running, that also had 0 safety cars as well. But we have never had a single running of the Gulf 12 Hours that has not had one single safety car period. So are we going to be on for that? The next 4.5 hours will tell in reality. So there is our third place car in the hands of Ian Logie, not Chris Froggatt as it's still showing on the timing screen, but Ian Logie confirmed as being the driver behind the wheel of that car. The transponder suggesting otherwise, but confirmation from the Middle East that it is Ian Logie that has taken over. Also confirmation, thank you for that, Jamie, as well, on behalf of Team Parker Racing, to confirm that Ewan is in for a double stint. So it is Ewan Mackay, rather. Got it wrong there, Paul. I do apologise. It is Ewan Mackay who is doing a double stint in that car. So he has now got what, the best part of probably at least another half an hour, maybe even 40 minutes, I would have thought, into this second stint. So he's going to be pretty shattered at the end of it. We'll need to cool down, get some fluids back on board again, and possibly even psych himself up for a further stint behind the wheel of the car a bit later on into the second running of this part 2, sorry, into this second part of the race. 2 GT4 cars getting themselves together. That is Lars Damen with Patrick Zamperini right behind. There's actually 5 laps difference between these two cars. The McLaren having lost a chunk of time in the pit lane with a drive-through penalty, and in particular that wheel sensor issue that they had. The Maserati that's behind, all of its time has been lost in the pit lane with 2 separate left rear suspension failures, one very early on in the race coming when Anthony Hudson was behind the wheel of the car, and 2-3 hours later on when he got back in the car midway through his stint again there was another failure of that left rear suspension. Didn't take them as long to fix it second time round, largely because they probably knew what the issue was, or had already had the practice doing it, so it was an easier process to deal with because they knew the parts they needed, they knew the bits that they needed to inspect and get off the car and turn it around and get it back out. But those 2 GT4s are fighting away together whilst Ian Logie puts a further lap on them at the wheel of the Mercedes. Now, we are hoping at the end of this race that we will also be able to bring you the podium presentations. Lars Damen looking as though he's heading in towards the pit lane this time through. So the Optimum Motorsport McLaren 570. Be careful not to speed in the pit lane. That's what the penalty was for last time through. Just needs to make sure he hits the button on time and heads all the way down the pit lane at the regulatory pit lane speed limit. He is a driver that we have seen behind the wheel of this car for the last hour and 40 minutes nearly. So this is likely to be a change of driver. We won't see the change occur because it's obscured from our camera angle at turn 1 by the fencing. We can see it, however, from that camera angle. So well done to the director for picking up what should be a driver change, just refueling taking place at the moment, and then we'll see as to who's going to take over that car. If it's anything like part 1 of the race, it was the bronze graded drivers, the likes of Jan Starman and Jan Kingelberg, that did most of the running in it. We saw just a single stint from Warren Hughes, albeit a very good stint, and a shorter stint towards the end of it from the other silver driver, not Warren, but Charlie Hollings, took to the wheel for the final part of part 1. So we'll wait and see as to who's going to come out. I do think it will be Jan that's heading out potentially, but can't quite see the driver getting ready before we changed shots. For our race leader though, Martin Kodrich, on his merry way. I mean, this car has had the pace throughout the whole race, really. There aren't many laps that it hasn't led. If you look at what has happened so far in this race, well, car number 33 picked up the lead of the race very early on, and it was Ram Racing Chris Froggatt who is identified as being the leader for the very first lap. He, I think, just got over the start-finish line and was showing as being the leader on lap 169 in reality. But it really has been car number 33 again, the 2C's Motorsport car of Ben Barnicoat to start with, and now Martin Kodrich that has had the pace over the course of the first hour and 40 minutes of this part 2. It also led all bar, I think it was either 14 or 16 laps in part 1 of the race. There weren't many laps that it didn't lead in part 1. So it has been a car that has been at the sharp end of this race since we went green at 9:30 at local time in the Middle East, or what would have been 6:30 GMT in the UK, 7:30 if you're watching in Central Europe. And if you're watching in America, thank you for joining us. You would have had to have set your alarm hugely early this morning to get up for the start of the race, almost, depending on whether you're Eastern time or not, or over on the west of America. You've probably been not going to bed in reality, because it would have been quite late on Saturday night when the race got underway, such as the time difference between the Middle East and the west coast of the States. So back out of pit lane has gone the number 77. I did say I thought it would be Jan Klingelberg that got behind the wheel. Indeed it is, yeah. So it is the other bronze graded driver that now dives behind the wheel, which means that that is the third stint that Jan will have done over the course of the day, because in the race earlier on, Jan started the car, handed it over to Lars Damen, who's just got out, and then jumped back in it for the third stint. So they have sort of shuffled the order this time through. It was almost a double stint for Lars Damen. Not quite. Double stint would be about 2 hours. He's done about 1 hour and 40, but again, different roll of the dice to see whether they can alter the strategy based on those problems that befell them and kept that car in the pit lane for the best part of, what, 8 or 9 laps in reality. So that's the amount of time that they lost, and of course lost the lead of the GT4 category as a result. So we are looking at the moment at the second place car of Roberto Pampanini, diving up the inside of the GT4 class leading machine. So that is another lap placed on the GT4 class leader, but that will not worry Scuderia Bilorba Corsa at all. The Mercedes AMG of Jean-Luc Daria. Jean-Luc Daria, I suppose it would be if it is the Italian pronunciation. Having dealt with that, then the GT4 class leader can just settle in again. Very young driver, only 21 years of age, Jean-Luc, and has been doing huge amounts of testing with Scuderia Bilorba Corsa, former motocross racer from a few years ago, and he's in his first international race. He set the pace in qualifying for that Mercedes AMG GT4 car, and has largely had the pace over this McLaren for the vast majority of the race. Probably the only time the pendulum swung in favour of the McLaren was when Warren Hughes got behind the wheel, but that's not being disparaging at all to Jan Klingelberg or Lars Damen or Charlie Hollings. It just seems as though the Mercedes generally at the part 1 of the race was the better package, but the Mercedes has also had the rub of the green, it's fair to say, in part two, with the problems that have struck that McLaren. Some of their own making with pit lane speeding, but others absolutely not, with a mechanical issue. But it's also good to see that we have not had any further rate of attrition in this race. So just the two cars that we have lost so far, both of them sadly McLaren 720S GT4s. That's LMDV heading out of turn number 10. Just ran a little bit wide going into it, did Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, the 25-year-old. Through goes over the start-finish line, the number 3 Ram Racing car in the hands of Ian Loggy. Now, what is he doing relative to the Porsche of Roberto Pampanini? He is 50 seconds adrift at the wheel of the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes in its resplendent Sonax livery, harking back to the days of DTM, where we were talking Klaus Ludwig and Bernd Schneider and Roland Ash and Kurt Tim and all of those names that used to race in that fabulous period for the 190Es in the early days of the C-Class as well, when they first introduced the C-Class into the DTM Championship, which has sort of moved away now in towards sports cars, hasn't it, for the 2021 season, as was announced, with the, not collapse of the series, that's the wrong thing to say, but with the reduction in manufacturer support over the course of the last year or so, and then finally with other manufacturers opting to focus their efforts elsewhere, whether it be in different areas of motorsport, or pulling out of motorsport entirely, or looking at alternative fueling arrangements for electric vehicles and electric vehicle competition, then yeah, sadly it sort of was the final nail in the coffin for DTM as we know it. But it is going to turn its way towards sports car racing, so it may well be that a few of the cars we see out here competing and a few of the drivers we see competing, we might also see picking up in some of the DTM races that will be coming up over the course of 2021 and future seasons. Keep using the hashtag AskGulf12Hours. We will try and get to as many questions as we can. Greg Tolson, an observation, I think it is from him more than anything, has texted in again, tweeted in, very rarely do you see a GT4 Maserati. Is it raced very much throughout the world? Haven't seen a Maserati in the States since their GT3 car a few years ago. Yeah, I mean, the Maserati GT3, or what they used to race in the World Championship, was a staggering car, wasn't it? The MC12, wasn't it? Amazing looking car. I remember covering them at Silverstone in the FIA GT1 Championship, it was called at the time, on circuit commentary there. We do see a few of them. There's one in particular. We used to have one race in the British GT Championship, Abby Eaton, who is racing in the W Series for 2021 and has also been involved in the Grand Tour with Jeremy Clarkson and co over the course of the last few years. She used to race one in the British GT Championship with Marcus Hogarth, if memory serves me correctly, and then whilst that car sounded great and was competitive on occasions, it didn't quite have the results or the development, I think it's fair to say, that was needed. We do still have one of them race, I think it is that old car, races in one of the club series, the Classic Sports Car Club series in the UK, so there's a few around and about, but yeah, it is a shame we don't get to see many of them. I think as a car it's perhaps a little bit highly strung and maybe not quite as a mixture of cheek to run, with it being a Maserati, and also perhaps not quite as reliable as some of the other GT4 alternatives that are out there. And also the Maz has been around a few years now, really, so in terms of pure pace for a GT4 car, it's probably not quite where it ought to be compared to some of the things like the newer variants of the Mercedes, or maybe the Audi R8 as well, which are slightly newer in terms of their evolution. A bit longer in the tooth, isn't it, the Mazda? But it still looks good, beautiful shape to it, still sounds good. And when they had the one make trophy for them as well, the Maserati Trofeo, which I remember covering, God knows where, I can't remember where, but it was possibly Donington Park in the UK. Great when you see a full grid of those cars flying around the circuit, albeit they weren't GT4 spec, they were Super Trofeo specification, which is subtly different. So yeah, keep the questions coming in. We will try and get through them, or if not, we'll just have a chat about them. Tracy Walters, the Porsche looks simply stunning, especially under the circuit lights. Well, you've got a picture of a Bentley on your Twitter page, but yeah, the Porsche, I said that. I'm not sure whether it was you that tweeted it earlier, Tracy, but I did say that wait until it gets dark. You think the Porsche looks good in the daylight, wait until we head towards night time, and then you will really see how stunning that car looks. And absolutely, I picked up on that over the course of qualifying, and it just looks beautiful, doesn't it, in the illuminations of this circuit at Bahrain, which is a fully lit circuit, as is Yas Marina. So as we heard from, was it Warren Hughes? Yeah, it was Warren Hughes I was chatting to in part one, you know, driver who's raced at Le Mans, and if you weren't with us in part one, just posing the question about, you know, you're at Le Mans and some parts of the circuit are illuminated, other parts you're wholly reliant on the headlamps of the car. How much easier is it, or how different is it at a fully illuminated circuit like we have at the Yas Marina, like we have at Bahrain? And if you didn't hear Warren's response, he was saying, you know, it is so much easier. You can pick out the apexes a lot more. You can see what's going on around the peripheral vision of yourself in the car with the crash helmet on, because everything is illuminated. No matter where you look, there are no real dark spots. And I recall last year when we flew out, last year, I keep saying last year, December of 2019, when we flew out to cover this very race, the Gulf 12 Hours in at Yas Marina. It was the same weekend as the World Endurance Championship was racing at this very circuit at Bahrain, and on the flight that I was on, we came over the scene. You could see Bahrain over to the right, but you could also see this circuit fully illuminated from about 35,000 feet as we flew over. So yeah, you could pick out exactly the shape of the circuit. As soon as I saw it, I knew exactly what it was. It is a stunning facility, and it's great to be here for this first running of the Gulf 12 Hours in Bahrain. So we are now, the best part of an hour and 50 minutes almost into this second 6 hours. There is the race leader. Martin Kodrich is now on lap number 222. It is the Porsche that is in second position. You know what, we've still got, I mentioned it a few times in part one of the race, we've still got 5 different manufacturers represented inside the top 5. McLaren, Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari, Bentley. That's the top 5, and I think it's been like that for the vast majority of the race. There's not at any point been a couple of Ferraris that have managed to sneak into the top 5. It is 5 different marques that are represented, which bodes well for the balance of performance and bodes well when we return to Yas Marina for the date that is, well, I'll say penned in rather than penciled, penned in for the 16th of December 2021, when we return to the United Arab Emirates, as is scheduled for the running of the next of our Gulf 12 Hours races, and that will be the 10th edition of the Gulf 12 Hours there at the Yas Marina. So Roberto Pampanini, having picked his way through and past the traffic, he is the only car at the moment that now resides on the lead lap, because that is the race leader that's almost behind him now. For Martin Kodrich, he just needs to pick off Jan Kingelberg at the wheel of the McLaren, which he breezes his way past rather effortlessly. The GT4 car, which doesn't have the grunt or the aero or the brakes or anything else like that of the GT3 machine. So now Martin Kodrich, the next target for him that he wants to lap is going to be the car in second position, and that would then hand back. It's been a long time since the McLaren had a full 1 lap lead. It was, what, about 40 minutes before the end, so it was 5 hours and 20 minutes into part 1 when Ben Barnicoat had that gear selection issue, which dropped the car from the lead of the race and put it down into 4th position with the extended pit stop that was dealt with by the team very effectively to get the car back out. But it lost the lead of the race and lost, in reality at the time, what was a 1 3/4 lap lead of the race. So it is not only back in the lead as a result of the hard driving from Ben Barnicoat towards the tail end of part 1 of the race, the efforts of all of the drivers, Martin Kodrich and Ben Barnicoat, in the early stages of this one. And there goes the race leader, putting a lap on Roberto Pampanini, who got out of the way. I think he knew the inevitable was going to happen, probably got the call from Dynamic Motorsport and the team and said, don't worry about it, let the leader go through. We are still running in second place, but more importantly, we are still leading the Pro-Am class in this race. And that is what Dynamic Motorsport and Roberto Pampanini will be doing, knowing full well that, yeah, a full pro team of drivers behind the wheel of that number 33 car, you're never going to live with it over the duration of a 6-hour race. But what you do need to do is focus on where you are in your class, keep pressing on as hard as you can, and Pro-Am glory could potentially come their way, because they are only leading that class by 48 seconds at this stage from the Ram Racing Mercedes of Ian Logie. And based on lap times over the course of the last few laps, that gap is actually diminishing Porsche back to Mercedes. Big gap still. You won't see the Mercedes because it's going to be the best part of a third of a lap behind. But the gap is going in the right direction as far as Ram Racing and Ian Loggy and his co-drivers are concerned. The Maserati seems to be running rather faultlessly in this part 2 of the race, albeit it's still circulating in 10th position. It's the last of the cars that is still running. It has now completed 187 laps compared to the 223 for the race leader. Mate, that's 188 laps for the Maserati as it just literally clicks another lap over as it heads over the start-finish line. Quick replay, what's this of? This is of Roberto Pampanini in second place, just simply moving out of the way, didn't make a mistake, ran a little bit wide, but that was more to let the race leader through more than anything, and that now means that, yeah, the number 33 McLaren in the hands of the Croatian driver Martin Godrich now leads by a full lap in this particular race, and Roberto Pampanini will just press on again. I did see the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Now that looked to be going a little bit slow there, did it? It's just heading through the shot now in the background. Is it up to full pace? Yes, it is. It maybe was just letting the Porsche go through, and that was why it sort of eased its pace very, very briefly. So that was Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, who's just coming out of the corner now, having been lapped again by the car of Roberto Pampanini, this wonderful looking Porsche. And there, oh no, that's lights out as well, so that's a problem, and that is for, there we go, lights back on again. Is it a spin or is it a problem for the number 77 car? Either way, it's not ideal for Jan Kingelberg, but I do think that is potentially a mechanical issue. We've already seen that car that was leading GT4 have problems with what we believe was a wheel sensor on the car. It's already had a drive-through penalty. It is already now 10 laps off the lead of GT4, having been in the lead of it just at the start of this race. And it does make me wonder as to whether we are going to have maybe a further issue for that car. We have got another driver that is going to join us, and it is a driver who has been doing great things at the wheel of the dynamic racing Porsche. Mauro Calamia is here alongside me in the commentary box. Mauro, great stints from you and some great battles that you were having with Valentino Rossi over the course of your stints.
Yes, it was very nice with the battle with Rossi. We had a lot of fun and it was hard fight together, but it's really nice for me to fight against Rossi. Rossi's a legend in the motorsport, and it was really nice.
It's really nice for you to fight with him. It's really nice for your car to be ahead of them because you are leading the Pro-Am category.
Yes, for the moment we are leading the Pro-Am category, and we had on the break, we had a problem with the gearbox, so the mechanics had a lot of work to do, but it seems that the car is quite fine and we can fight for the victory. Yeah.
What exactly was the problem with the gearbox? Was it a mechanical issue or was it an electrical issue?
Yeah, it was mechanical. We was losing some oil, and then they had to change the gearbox in 45 minutes. So it was really, really fast, and we have to bring the victory home also for the mechanics and for the whole team.
We've had, Mauro, a few of our fans on social media asking about the format of this race, that it is, you know, it's a 12-hour race but broken into 2 6-hour parts, and from your perspective, that's a really good thing, because had it have been a flat-out 12-hour race, you would be nowhere near the lead of the class now with that problem, would you?
Yeah, for sure. We had a lot of friends in Switzerland, in Italy, who was looking at now the race. And I hope they are crossing the fingers for us and let us take the victory.
Aside from racing in the Gulf 12 Hours, 2020 last year we saw you racing in the GT World Challenge Europe. Will you be back for more of that in 2021?
No, I don't think so. Because for the whole thing, for the COVID things, I think maybe we will do some endurance races like the Creventic races, but we will see. We are for the moment not sure. We will do this one, and next week we go to Dubai for the 24-hour race, and then we have to see how it will be gone.
Well, fingers crossed for you. We've still got a very long way. We've still got 4 hours to go in this one, but Roberto Pampanini and Stefano Monaco, your two teammates, have been very, very impressive, haven't they?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, all the very best for the rest of the race, Mauro. We hope to see you on the podium and hopefully the top step as well for Dynamic Motorsport in Pro-Am.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My absolute pleasure. There we go. So there is Mauro Calamia, who is one of the drivers of that Porsche, and he is no doubt going to be keeping his fingers crossed that everything goes to plan. More tweets coming in, more people using the hashtag AskGolf12Hours. Tracy responding to my comment about her thing about being a Bentley. Yeah, she's a big Bentley fan and Team Parker Racing fan, who's one of their local teams. And Gregory Tolson indicating that he lives close to Scuderia Glickenhaus shop, and it's going to be wild seeing them with their LMH car in WEC and at Bahrain later on this year. Absolutely, I've got to say that the Glickenhaus car just looks monstrous. Again, motorsport never stands still, it always keeps evolving, and this new generation of cars that are coming into the LMH category of WEC, I think, are going to be wonderful cars to see. We might, the purists of us and those that are getting a bit long in the tooth like myself might complain about the fact the cars don't quite make the noise that they used to anymore, but I think we're all just going to have to get used to that. I think it's up to us to get our heads around it more than anything. But yeah, thoroughly enjoying that, and thanks for scooping up another driver to chat to as well. Well done to the team out there, the Gulf 12-hour team. I keep saying it, but this is a proper team effort. We are very much down on numbers. We are doing things very, very differently. It would have been so easy with the cancellation of the date that was scheduled at Yas Marina. That's not a criticism of anybody, but just the shuffling and flexibility that everybody's having to have in this period of time. It would have been so easy to say, right, the race just isn't going ahead next year. We'll postpone it for this year. We'll sort it out for next year. But no, hats off to everybody involved, to the support we've had from Yas Marina, the enormous support from Bahrain International Circuit, from all of the Gulf 12-hour team and the hours they've put in. For the teams that wanted to come but couldn't, we will welcome you back. Please come back and join us in December. And for those teams that are still here, thank you for making this happen, because without them, there wouldn't be a race either. So we sincerely mean that from the bottom of our hearts, and we'll say that now. We'll probably repeat that at the end of the stream as well. Back into the pit lane has come Jan Kingelberg. Now, that was the Optimum Motorsport McLaren that we saw stopped out on circuit a few moments ago. Whatever has happened, it has allowed Jan to bring that car back into the pit lane. The last lap that it did was around about 35 seconds slower than it ought to have been. So that gives you an indication as to how long that car was stopped out on circuit. But I think probably whilst we were talking to Mauro Calamia, it did a few further laps, all of which were probably that little bit slower. And now eventually the Optimum Motorsport guys, in conjunction with the information they're receiving from the driver, have opted to bring that car back in again. So we will, of course, try and understand and seek information as to why that car, which of course was leading the GT4 class, is back in the pit lane. With its earlier problems, it lost the lead of the class and lost 8 laps. It's now 11 laps off the lead of the GT4 category, so it really has gone from bad to worse for the Optimum Motorsport team, I'm afraid to say, and further cements the position that the GT4 class leading AMG Mercedes is in, of Scuderia Villorba Corsa, and its current driver behind the wheel, which is Jean-Luc Darrier. Jean-Luc Darrier, or Darrier, it will be Jean-Luc Darrier. So that is GT4. Back to GT3. We've just had a chat to Mauro Calamia. This is the car that he is driving, that fantastic looking Porsche. Look at the way that the lights just glint off the gold wrap on the Porsche, in the hands of Roberto Pampanini, which is now off the lead lap. Remember, this is the only car that is now on lap number 228. It leads by a full lap, Martin Kodrich, and the sole remaining 2Cs Motorsport McLaren. They had that small gearbox selection issue towards the tail end of part number 1, 150 laps almost, wasn't it, into part 1 of the race. We managed 169 laps in part 1 before the checkered flag fell, so it was 21 laps before the checkered flag that Ben Barnicoat had the problems, came into the pit lane for that slightly extended pit stop, which lost them. It was probably, if you equate it to how far their lead was, a lap and 3/4, and then where Ben came back out with repairs having been affected, it was probably nearly 2.5 laps that they lost. It still kept them on what was the new lead lap, but it meant that they had dropped from the lead of the race and a lap and a half, lap and 3/4 ahead of everybody to 40 seconds back almost, and on the lead lap and 4th position. So it's been hard work to get this car back into where it ought to be. It's not been easy. They now, of course, for the next 4 hours, need to keep it there as well, and that is still a task in itself as well. So we've had the first 2 hours now completed of part 2. So let's just run you down through the order at the 2-hour mark of part 2 of the Gulf 12 Hours. After 2 hours, leading the race, as it still is the number 33 2Cs Motorsport McLaren 720S, in the hands currently of Martin Kodrich. The car that you are looking at on your screens leads by a full lap, and also, of course, leads the GT3 Pro category on the basis of it's the sole remaining car in that class. Running second in the race, but leading GT3 Pro-Am is car number 67, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3R, currently in the hands of Pampanini, isn't it? That particular car, which is Roberto Pampanini. The car that's in third place, that's second in Pro-Am, is the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. Ian Loggy behind the wheel. And in fourth position, it is third in Pro-Am, car number 46, which is the Monster Energy VR46 Kessel Racing Ferrari 488 GT3. Luca Marini still behind the wheel. Fifth place, that will be fourth in GT3 Pro-Am, the number 31 Team Parker Racing Bentley Continental GT3, which is Ewan Mackay behind the wheel, starting driver, doing a double stint. Must be coming to the end of his stint, I would have thought, before too much longer, because we're going to cycle through another batch of pit stops in the next 20 minutes or so, one would expect. And running in sixth position, it is the leading car and the sole car in GT3 AM for this year, the number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari 488, and that is Francesco Zollo. I think that is still behind the wheel. It is, no, it's Emanuele Tabacchi that's behind the wheel. I do apologise. Running in seventh position, that's where we see car number 8, and that is the third of the Kessel Racing Ferraris that we have. That is LMDV that's behind the wheel, Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, before we then move to what is going to be the leading car in GT4 in 8th position overall, car number 90, which is Scuderia Villorba Corsa, as we see the Maserati coming into the pit lane. The Mercedes that leads GT4 is in the hands of Jean-Luc Daria. So that is Jean-Luc Daria that is leading that GT4 and is running in 8th place overall. 9th place is the number 77, or was at the 2-hour mark, the number 77 Optimum Motorsport car in the hands of Jan Klingelberg, but we've just seen that car suffer issues out on circuit. 10th place is the car that's just trundled its way through the pit lane, car number 50, which is the SVC Sports Management Maserati MC4, which is Patrick Zamparini, and that is how the order stood and the classes stood at the 2-hour mark for part 2 of this first ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours at Bahrain. Into the pit lane, we saw the Maserati come. That was a drive-through penalty for them for reasons that at this stage are not obvious. It's for crossing the white line at pit lane exit is the information that I've received. So that is why that car came into the pit lane. Must have been when Patrick Zamparini took over the car, because I think that was the last time that car came into the pit lane was quite some time ago in reality. So must have been picked up on by the officials, and as he came out of pit lane, Zamparini just didn't hug the side of the circuit that he needed to, cross the white line, and a drive-through penalty will have dropped that car. Well, it was another 27 seconds I think it spent in the pit lane, plus the time to slow down to the pit lane speed limit and accelerate back up again. So the best part of probably 40 seconds is lost, 45 seconds maybe is lost as a bare minimum, if not more, as a result of that. But the car was running in last place anyway. However, with the car that had been leading GT4 and has had problems, the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, that Maserati, with all of its woes and its 2 lots of suspension issues, is now only 2 laps off it. So the Maserati could potentially move up to second in GT4 if Optimum Motorsport don't get that McLaren serviced and back out before too much longer. What the problem is with it, I am awaiting confirmation, but at the moment we could potentially have a shuffle for second and third in the GT4 category. I'll keep you posted with regards to that and whether indeed it happens. So Martin Kodrich has now completed 230 laps. He's still got a little bit of traffic to deal with. He'll be coming up to lap Luca Marini's Monster VR46 Ferrari before too much longer. And that is a car that is already a single lap off the lead and is about to very shortly, I would have thought, go 2 laps off the lead of the race potentially. So through, that's turn number 8 where they're just threading their way over the crest of the hill and up towards the difficult turn number 9 and turn number 10, that long braking area that Ben Barnicoat was talking about on the run into this race when we listened to his audio and commentary over the course of what was the fastest lap that we've seen all weekend so far from Ben Barnicoat. Long braking area where you're trying to rotate the car and you're braking at the same point. We haven't perhaps seen as many snatched wheels, lock brakes on those unloaded wheels as I thought we might at that point of the circuit, partly because the cars have been set up beautifully well for the circuit and because we've got real high quality drivers in the field over the course of this weekend. So Kodrich leading. This is Roberto Pampanini, shortly cut to come to the end of his particular stint. He's been behind the wheel of the car for quite some time now. We will probably shuffle Stefano Monaco, I would have thought, back into that car for a further stint. Stefano Monaco was the quickest of the drivers in the qualification session that drove that Porsche. He qualified in a 2 minutes 0. For Pampanini, it was a 2 minutes 2. For Mauro Calamia, who we spoke to not long ago, it was a 2 minute 1. So they're all within a couple of seconds of each other, which is what you need, and particularly if the drivers are consistent. You can afford to give away a second or a second and a half, maybe even 2 seconds a lap, as long as you're consistent with it and stay out of trouble. And that's what it's all about in endurance racing. It's not about out-and-out speed. It's finding driver pairings that are perhaps not entirely equal in terms of lap times, but consistent. Now we are going to see Luca Marini move out of harm's way, allows the race leader to go through, so that puts the number 46 Ferrari 2 laps off the lead now. But what they'll be hugely focused on is the fact that they are in a podium position in Pro-Am at this stage, running 3rd in the Pro-Am category, 4th overall in the race, and that is exactly what they will want. So there's no need and no requirement to hold up the faster McLaren of Martin Kodrich. Let it go through. It's running in a different class. It is going to pick you off anyway, so rather than cause yourself issues and hold yourself up trying to keep it behind, let it go through. You're already a lap off the lead. Concentrate and focus on where you are in your class, and that's exactly what Luca Marini did there. Get out of harm's way and look to see whether he can close any further and maybe try and get a lap back, because that's ideally what that Ferrari needs to do. That's just lost a further lap to the race leader. It is now 2 laps off the lead. The other cars that are running 2nd and 1st place in Pro-Am are just a single lap off the lead. So there's a further lap that needs to be grabbed back at some point if we are going to see that number 46 Ferrari progress any further up the steps on the podium in what is going to be, another 4 hours' time before we get the podiums underway. More lappery still to be done. There might not be that many cars out there, but there's always something going on circuit. And that is Emanuele Tabacchi, having dealt with the Piot Chodson-driven Maserati now. So that's another car that must have just dived into the pit lane, because all of a sudden that car is not showing as being Patrick Zamperini anymore. It is showing as being Piot Chodson that's behind the wheel. And that car has done 3 pit stops, so 2 of those would have been driver changes. The other one was, I think, a drive-through penalty, wasn't it, if memory serves me correctly? So that is each one of the drivers now that has had the opportunity to get behind the wheel. We have also now got that Maserati on the same lap as the McLaren that still resides in the pit lane, whilst the Mercedes that we just saw is now 16 laps in the lead of GT4. So it is looking very, very good indeed, as long as it manages to run without any issues. Jean-Luc Deria is behind the wheel of the car, and that is comfortably in the lead of the GT4 category. So the order at this stage sees Martin Kodrich in the McLaren leading, Roberto Pampanini in the Porsche second, Ian Loggy in the Mercedes is now showing in third place, so they've managed to sort out the transponder position on that car, so it is now showing Ian Logie correctly in the Mercedes there in third place. It's Luca Marini we've just seen lose a further lap in fourth place in the Ferrari. The Bentley of Ewan Mackay still circulating. Not seen a lot of him over the course of the last 20 minutes or so. He sits there in fifth place. Wrapping up the top six is the number 27 car, the leading GT3 AM car of Emanuele Tabacchi. And then it is LMDV, or Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, that's there in seventh place. Jan-Luc Gorilla is there in eighth position, and Piotr Jodson is there in ninth now at the wheel of the Maserati, which has now overtaken the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, which still sits in the pit lane, I'm afraid to say. So that has been a long old stop. Right, it's finally on an outlap. It's just come out of the pit lane, so that now at least means that the McLaren, there it goes, just heading out of the pit lane now, and it has dropped very sadly in part two of the race from leading GT4 in what, 2 hours and 13 minutes. It has gone from first position in GT4 to last position in GT4, I'm afraid to say. So that has not been ideal, to say the least, whereas in the first part of the race it ran pretty much faultlessly. Don't know what the problem was, but the car was in the pit lane for an inordinate amount of time, and we'll pick up on exactly how many minutes were lost in that time. It was slow on the laps coming in. It was lapping the best part of, what, 35 seconds slower than it should have done. Looks as though it's back to full pace once more. It's still showing as being Jan Kingelberg that's behind the wheel. But when it comes over the start-finish line next time through, the lap time will give us an indication as to exactly how much time was lost in the pit lane area. I think it was a significant amount of time. It would have been something like about 8 laps, so probably 16 or maybe 20 minutes in the pit lane. Flash of the lights for Ian Logie as he looks to try and cruise his way past the Maserati that now runs second position in GT4. Who'd have thought that, with the suspension failure for that car in the hands of Anthony Jodson very early on, and then when he got back behind the wheel for his second stint in part one, further left rear suspension damage. So it's lost all of its laps very early on in the race, but since then, touch wood, it's run reasonably cleanly, hasn't it? Stayed out of trouble, the Maserati. It's run its own race, and through a bit of misfortune for others, it's now picked up a place in GT4. Over the start-finish line for the start of lap number 235 comes Martin Kodrich. We will surely see some more cars heading towards the pits before too much longer. I think for the GT3 cars, we're probably 10 minutes away from starting to see some of them come in. As he says that, into the pit lanes comes Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio. This looks as though it is a scheduled stop for the team. So hits the mark, car comes to a halt, out comes the team, in goes the fuel, undone will be the seat belts, and then we will get the driver change taking place once the refuelling has been done. So LMDV out of the car, out comes the seat insert, which absolutely means we are going to have a driver change in that car. And who are we going to see get into it is the question. We started with Alessandro Couturiere, who was the start driver in that car. He handed over to LMDV. Are we going to see Marco Frezza get behind the wheel, or is it going to be Nicola Cadet that will dive in? Well, the drivers are already in. Refueling has been completed. Not sure actually whether it was the same driver that got back in again there, whether Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio was back in. They're not the only team that are gearing up. It certainly looks as though the dynamic racing Porsche that's in second position in the hands of Roberto Pampanini will be into the pit lane soon, because you can see the 67 board is held out there. The team getting ready just towards the bottom right of your screen. New tyres coming out as well, so the Porsche imminently will be in from second position. The final few seconds counting down before the number 8 Ferrari is about to rejoin the race. That will see that car return to the track in the hands of, well, it was LMDV. It is going to be Nicola Cadet that dives on board. So into the race goes Nicola Cadey for the first time in this part 2 of the race. The number 8 Ferrari heads back out there. Now, Nicola Cadey started race number 1. That was the starting driver in the number 8 Ferrari for race number 1. Only did one stint, did Nicola? It's a 4-car team, so not everybody did 2 stints as some others did. So just did the single stint, did Nicola Cadey. So now into the race and looking to try and press on. The qualification for that car saw Nicola Cadey as the second quickest driver in the car. Marco Freitzer, who is yet to drive it, was the quickest driver that we saw in that number 8 Ferrari in qualifying, but not by a great chunk over Nicola Cadey. So the 2 quicker drivers still to get in. They have lost a further lap to the race leader as Martin Kodrich continues on his merry way. Into the pit lane, as expected, has come Roberto Pampanini for Dynamic Motorsport in the Porsche. So I don't think it'll be that much longer before we potentially see Kodrich back in from the lead of the race, but he does lead by a full lap. So 2C's Motorsport, local team, of course, here in Bahrain, can afford to just take as much time as they want. They won't, they'll do it as quickly as they can, but remember the GT3 cars pit in to pit out, 110 seconds is the minimum. For the GT4 cars, it's 150 seconds pit in. Well, apologies for the brief technical issue, but well done for the team out there in Bahrain for sorting out the issue. Apologies, we lost the stream for a short period of time. What you have missed is several cars heading to the pit lane and conducting further driver changes. Just by way of bringing you up to date with those, then we'll run through those particular cars that have come into the pit lane. And, well, we have seen the race leader come in, Martin Kodrich, no longer driving the number 33 car. It is now Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa that's taken over the race leading car. The car of Dynamic Motorsport, the Porsche, we saw Stefano Monaco jump on board that just before we lost the stream due to a power outage in Bahrain. So thanks for your patience with that one. Ram Racing has now been taken over. No longer is it Ian Loggy that's behind the wheel. The car that's in third place now has Callum McLeod behind the wheel of that car. And I'm keeping an eye on how quickly Callum McLeod is catching Stefano Monaco. That's the gap that I'm interested in at the moment, because that's for second and third in the race. But more importantly, it would be for the lead of Pro-Am. There's quite a gap between them at the moment. It's 45 seconds. It was 47 seconds a few laps ago, so it's coming the right way at this stage. That's here in third place. We've also seen into the pit lane number 46. So Luca Marini has now vacated the driving duties of the Monster VR46 Ferrari, and Alessio Salucci has taken over. The Team Parker Racing Bentley, which was in the pit lane, I think just before we lost the stream, has been taken over by Derek Pierce. That's in fifth place. The sixth place car has also come into the pit lane, and that is now going to be the Turkish driver, which is Murat Kıdıroglu, that's now taken over that particular car. Nikolai Kade had already taken over the number 8 Ferrari before we lost the stream. The number 90 Mercedes, which leads GT4, and comfortably so. It is on 223 laps. The second car in GT4 is on 208. So that is the kind of lead that they have several laps. What's that going to be? 15 laps is going to be the lead in GT4, 14 or 15, subject to where the cars are on the circuit. But that is now going to be the car in the hands of Michele Camerlinghi. So that is a car that has only just been in. That's one of the last ones to pit. The number 50 car is still in the hands of Piotr Jodson, so nothing has changed there. And number 77 is still in the hands of Jan Kingelberg. So that at least brings you up to date with what happened whilst we had that small technical issue out at Bahrain. But as ever, our partners at Bahrain International Circuit dealing with the small technical issue that the outside broadcast team had. And as ever, proper team effort. We're back up and running as soon as we possibly have been able to. So thank you for bearing with us during that small issue. Don't forget, you can keep asking the questions. Just log on to the hashtag AskGulf12Hours, AskGulf12Hours, and we will endeavour to pick up on your questions. I know we've got another couple of drivers that are being lined up at some point to chat to us. We've still got 3 hours and 15 minutes of the race to squeeze in the next couple of drivers that we are going to be chatting to, but nothing fundamental has changed over the course of that short power outage that we had. Now, this is Stefano Monaco. This is the car that McLeod. So last time through, the Porsche lapped 2 minutes 4.0. It was a 2 minute 3.1 from Callum McLeod. So he is on his way, but he's still a long way adrift of the second place Porsche. He is going to be the best part of a third of a lap behind it at this stage. But what was a 47.359 second gap whilst we were off air is now down to 44.5 seconds. So it's come down by 3 seconds in, well, pretty much as many laps, maybe 4 laps, 3 laps it's come down by, something like that. So it is going in the right direction. That still means that it's going to be a busy, hard push in this stint for Callum McLeod. But if he can continually lap a second or so quicker than the Porsche, then he will be within touching distance towards the end of his stint, I would have thought. So it's more than doable at this stage, and that would form a battle. It's a long way off being formed yet, but that would form a battle, not just for second and third in the race overall. That would be the battle for the lead of Pro-Am, if we get there, of course. So the car of Ram Racing being pushed as hard as possible by Callum McLeod. Callum's 32 years of age now, seems to have been around forever, but 32 years of age. Callum McLeod won the UK or British Formula Ford Championship some years ago, and then switched over to sports cars, has done a chunk of racing in the GT World Challenge Europe last year, British GT, Blancpain as it used to be called, of course, the GT World Challenge Europe. We've seen him out in International GT Open. He has done chunk of single-seater racing before he made the switch, the likes of British Formula 3, and got up to GP3 level. You can see now in these lights as well, look at the front discs on the Porsche of Stefano Monaco. He is pushing really hard, isn't he? The orange glow on the discs of the car, very easy to spot in the heavy braking areas. Don't see it as much there through turn number 8, but certainly when they're in the braking areas for some of those corners, particularly turn 4, heavy braking area, you can see the discs glowing absolutely beautiful orange in the night lights here around Bahrain International Circuit. Into the pit lane now, that is Piotr Hodgson, who is clambering out of the car, holding his back a little bit. That looks like there's been a tough stint for Piotr, who is now, 50 years of age, really. He's, 2 or 3 years older than Patrick Zamperini, who he shares the car with. His son, which is just 23 years of age, Anthony Chodson, is potentially going to get back on board that car. Let's have a quick look. So the car was started by Anthony. We'll see as to whether he dives back on board for stint number 2, because of course both of his stints in part 1 were rather compromised by suspension failure on that Maserati. So I think if you're going to equalise the driving time, you'd shove him back in and give him a bit more time, I would have thought. Okay. There is our race leader, Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, leading the race, having taken over the car from Martin Kodrich, who took over from the starting driver Ben Barnico. The pit stop for the Maserati MC4 continues. You can see not centre locking wheels, as I mentioned in part 1 of this race. It is individual studs on the wheels, either 4 or 5, impossible to tell from the camera angle that we're looking at, but it is not as quick as doing it with centre locking wheels. And you can see off comes one set of Pirelli tyres, on will go another. Out has come the airline, which activates the air jacks. They will release the pressure out of the system. Down it goes onto all 4 wheels. Wait for the last few seconds to count down to make sure you don't release the car too early to trundle its way down pit lane, because you can't release the car early and then it stop at pit lane exit until the requisite number of seconds, that being 150 for a GT4 car, have elapsed. You've got to hold it in the pit box and then release it so it continues down the pit lane. And I think clock has ticked sufficiently. Up comes the lollipop, away goes the Mazda, and we'll rejoin the race in the hands of... Is it Anthony Chodson? Yes, it is. Yeah, I thought it might be, on the basis that he had less driving time in part 1 of the race because of the suspension issues that befell that car on 2 separate occasions, both occasions of which he was behind the wheel of it. So in for stint number 2 in part 2 of the Gulf 12 Hours of Bahrain. So back out onto the circuit he goes. That car, remember, is running second in the GT4 category, but I think is now, as a result of its pit stop, it has done one more pit stop, I think, than the McLaren. Difficult to tell, because what the system does is it counts every time the car comes into the pit lane. So, for instance, it's showing 4 stops for the Maserati. I know one of them is a drive-through penalty. It's showing 6 stops, more than anybody in this part of the race, for the number 77 Optimum Motorsport car. Well, I know one of those, if not 2 of those, are mechanical issues, and one of those was for a drive-through penalty as well. So you can't actually tell from the system that we've got as to how many of the imposed pit stops, the mandatory pit stops, each car has done. You'd have to dive back into not so much the live data, but some of the statistics that sit behind the live data to try and pick up on that one. What I can tell you in terms of statistics is that we are still at 0 safety car laps, 0 minutes of safety car laps. Add up the laps of every car that's out there that has competed at any point in this part of the race, and we're up to 752 laps. 29 pit stops have been done in total, and so far we've actually only had a couple of different leaders, really. I think it was at the start where Chris Froggatt just managed to break the beam ahead of the number 33 car, but the number 33 car has pretty much led every single lap again, a bit like it did in the early stages of part 1 of the race. It has very much been the car to beat in this one. Alessio Salucci is now behind the wheel of that car there. That's the Monster VR46 Ferrari that he shares with Luca Marini and 9 times MotoGP or World Motorcycle Champion Valentino Rossi. So he is in for his first stint behind the wheel of that particular car. It's now, 8:30 coming up to local time out in Bahrain. So we've still got 3 hours to go. Race leader looking to try and squeeze his way up the inside of the car that leads the amateur category. That is the Turkish driver, Murat Kuduroglu, that lets the race leader go through and by. Murat Kuduroglu has also just gone through and past that fabulous sounding Maserati in the hands of Anthony Judson, who's still trying to get up to speed, having just recently taken over that number 50 car. It's amazing that it's two suspension failures happened with the same driver behind the wheel, albeit in entirely different parts of the race in part one, and it has run faultlessly in part two of this race, but it has ultimately, as a result of that pit stop, lost second place in. Crew has gone for Nocturna. But intriguing, despite the fact they both had entirely different problems at separate parts of the race, all of the problems in part one of the race for the Mazda, all of the problems in part two of the race for the McLaren, they are both on the same lap. So the fight potentially is on for second and third in the GT4 category at this stage. Now this is Callum McLeod looking to try and squeeze his way up the inside of Derek Pearce, not for position because the Bentley is a further lap adrift of the Mercedes-Benz. And as they head over the start-finish line now, that's Callum McLeod completing lap number 250 and Derek Pearce completing lap number 249 for the Bentleys. There is a full lap between those cars. The charge for Callum McLeod is, well, still happening. It's just not coming down as much as he would like. The last lap, because he was bottled up behind the Bentley a little bit, means that it was a slower lap for Callum McLeod. So he was in the 2-minute 5-second bracket. The Porsche that is his target was a 2-minute 3.7. So the Porsche is now in the hands of Stefano Monaco, of course, by the way. 43 seconds up the road. So it's come down 4 seconds in what, about 8 laps mainly. So it's just being chipped away at. The difficulty for Callum McLeod was, yeah, he caught another fairly quick GT3 car there. Derek Pearce in the Bentley running in 5th position overall. Well, I'll give you a quick rundown of the order now that we have had the stream fall over briefly and then come back up. Number 33, 2C's McLaren, Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa behind the wheel leads the race. That is in running a GT3 Pro. In second place is the GT3 Pro-Am car that leads, which is the Porsche, number 67 of Stefano Monaco. That is now a lap off the lead of the race. And third, on the same lap as the Porsche, a lap off the lead, is the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes in the hands of Callum McLeod. In 4th position, that will be a couple of laps off the lead now, the number 46 car, but going well still, the Monster VR46 Kessel Ferrari of Alessio Salucci, on the same lap as the 5th place car, which is the number 31 Team Parker Racing Bentley of Derek Pearce. In 6th position is 27, that is Kessel Racing, and that is Murat Kuduroglu that lies there in 6th position. That is the leading car in GT3 AM. 7th place is number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari, Nicola Cadet behind the wheel. 9th place is the leading car in GT4, that's the number 90 Mercedes of Michele Camerlinghi. 9th place is number 77, the Optimum Motorsport car, the McLaren of Jan Klingelberg. And 10th position is now once more the Maserati number 50 SVC Sports Management, and Anthony Judson is the driver of that car. So that is the order as we have it currently. We are not far off the 3/4 point of the entirety of the Gulf 12 Hours, which means we are fast approaching the halfway point of part 2 of it. So 3 hours of part 2 almost done. There will be in about 4 or so minutes time. There will be a further 3 hours to go, and then we will be conducting the podium ceremonies. The individual podium ceremonies will be for the respective classes and the overall. So we'll have a podium for GT4, we will have a podium for GT3 AM, a podium for GT3 Pro Am, and then we will have the overall podium will be the final one that we do. So please hang around for the podiums. Please keep in touch with us as well. You can use the hashtag AskGulf12Hours, the hashtag AskGulf12Hours, and we will endeavour, as I've continually said, to try and rattle through any questions that you pose to us over the course of the remaining 3 hours or so of this particular race. So there is our race leader. We had Ben Barnicoat join us in the commentary box earlier on, suggesting how well Isa bin Laden Al Khalifa had come on over the course of this race. The fact that he is far more familiar with Porsches, far more familiar with lower powered cars and GT3 McLarens hadn't really driven GT4 McLarens hasn't really driven a GT3 particularly to this degree in the past, and is hoping with the amount of track time that he's putting into perhaps head into the professional ranks. He is at the moment graded as a silver graded driver, so he's not slow at all. He has continually proved his worth around this circuit, a circuit that he knows well as well, because he's competing in the GT3 Cup Middle East for the past 5 years or so, and we'll be hoping that he can maybe climb up the ranks, get gold status, and then from there perhaps head towards professional driving. We've just hit 2,500 laps completed by all entries since 9:30 this morning. So if you add up both parts to date, that is 2,500 laps in total completed. Part 1 had 1,720 laps. We've now done 780 laps in Part 2 if you add them all up. So 2,500 laps around this 3.363 mile circuit means that in total every competitor, the Gulf 12 Hours, this running of it around Bahrain, that is over 8,407 miles that have now been covered if you total up the amount of time that everybody has done around this track so far. So staggering numbers starting to come in. We hit more miles than ever as well in Part 1 of the race than we've ever done when we visited Yas Marina. And so far we have never had a Gulf 12 Hour run without safety car. There has always been at least one single safety car in the race. There have been, I think it's 4 separate occasions potentially, where we've had one single safety car. Back in the second running of the race, which was in December of 2012, we just had one single safety car in that race. That was just 8 minutes as well, 8 minutes and 48 seconds of safety car. That was all we had. In the 2013 edition of it, we had just one single safety car, but that was for 24 minutes, just over 24 minutes and a second if we want to be precise. 2014, again, there was just one single safety car as well. That was just for 9 minutes and 23 seconds. And in 2016, we also had one single safety car, but it was a long one. It was for nearly an hour and 3/4, 1 hour, 42 minutes and 28 seconds was the safety car duration of 2016. So it was a long old duration on that occasion, but on no previous occasion have we had 0 safety cars in Part 1 of the race and 0 safety cars in Part 2 of the race. In terms of lead changes, the fewest lead changes we've ever had has been 7 over the course of the entirety of the race, and that was just last year, would you believe? We only had 7 lead changes. We had 2 in the first part of the race, we had 5 in the second part of the race. Well, in this race here, we have had, I'd have to look back at the statistics for Part 1, because all of the lead changes have largely come in Part 1 of the race. The official status is showing that we've had 2 lead changes in this one. The number 3 car briefly leading for a single lap, but that was, I think, as the lights went out. It had just broken the beam ahead of the number 33 car. We have had, as for leaders, we had 4 separate leaders in the Part 1 of the race. We've had 2 separate leaders officially in this part of the race, so that would give us 6 lead changes so far. So we could be on for the fewest amount of lead changes. The most amount of lead changes we had was back in 2012, the December edition of the second ever running of the Gulf 12 Hour. Amazingly, 26 changes of lead in that event. So absolutely staggering how on some occasions you get few lead changes. You know, last year we had 30 cars and the fewest number of lead changes ever. 2012, the December edition, how many cars did we have in 2012? I'm going to have a quick look at my data and see in the December edition of it. That's the January edition. I've now got paperwork on the floor, which is not ideal. December edition, here we go. And we had 21 cars in it, and on that occasion had the most number of changes. So more cars last year, fewer changes. Less cars 2012, more changes. Go figure. So down the straight up towards the braking area for turn number 11 go the 2 Kessel Racing Ferraris, the first of which is the number 8 car, which is languishing further down through the order than the Kessel Racing team would wish, but that's all because of the rear wing issues with that car, and the fact, of course, remember that that car had a 3-minute stop-go penalty. The sister car to it, which is this car here, the number 27 car, is ahead of it by 9 laps in reality. So it sits behind it on the track, but it's ahead of it by 9 laps. So not full position at all, and most of those 9 laps were lost in a mixture of repairing the rear wing on the number 8 car when it collapsed, and a mixture of the spins as a result of it collapsing and them continuing round for whatever reason that they deemed appropriate at the time. And then, of course, we also had that 180-second stop-go penalty for ignoring or having a flag infringement. It was officially worded as a flag infringement, but I think it was ignoring the black and orange flag, which became a black flag, and still opting to ignore that or not see it, as the case may be. So that was why that car largely lost so many of its laps, the number 8 car, and it's why the AM car, rather than the Pro-Am car, the sister car to it in the team, is now ahead of it. So let's have a quick look at this replay. This is the number 8 car squeezing its way through. So Nicola Cade going through and ahead of the car in the hands of Murat Gudarolu. And a neat overtake it was as well, as he managed to squeeze his way through and is now looking to try and pull away from that car, having done the overtake, but say it's still sitting 9 laps behind the car that it's just overtaken at this stage. As for Callum McLeod, we haven't picked up on the gap either, have we, between Porsche and Mercedes over the course of the last few minutes. It was down to 43 seconds, wasn't it, last time we looked, from 47. The progress had been stopped a little bit by some traffic. It's now down to 40 seconds, so that's the gap, second to third overall, but more importantly, first to second in the Pro-Am category. Into the pit lane comes the race leading car in the GT4 category. So trundling his way down the pit lane comes Michele Camerlinghi. Now this is a car that hasn't been taken over that long, I wouldn't have thought, from Michele Camerlinghi. So I'm wondering if this, no, it is a scheduled stop, so they are going to come in. Remember, they've got 5 imposed stops that they need to do. Are we going to see a driver change this time? I'm not sure we are. I think it might just be fueling. There is a driver suited and booted to the right. Refueling needs to be completed before we see a driver change. We are going to see a driver change. Out of the car comes Michele Camerlinghi, and running over to the car, that looks as though it is going to be, I think that may well be Piero Randazzo that's going to get back behind the car. It looked like Piero Randazzo's frame as he headed over to the car. Now, Piero Randazzo has not driven in this part 2 of the race, so that would sort of stack up and make sense that they are going to drop him into the car, as he has not put any driving time in for this part of the race, and he will certainly need to as well, will Piero Randazzo. That is a car that has 3 bronze drivers and a silver driver behind the wheel, the silver driver being Benedetto Strignaro, who started the car, and in GT4 with a silver and 3 bronzes. So 1 silver, 3 bronzes. The 3 bronze drivers need cumulatively to have driven for 4 hours, the way the regulations work. So in other words, the silver can't drive for any more than 2. Otherwise you, again, break the minimum driving limits. And from coming into the pit lane to leaving the pit lane, when the car's in that pit lane area, that doesn't count as driving time. It's pit in to pit out that is excluded from the driving time. It's only when the car is physically on the racetrack, not in the pit lane, that driving time is counted. So teams also have to factor that aspect in to what they are trying to calculate. That number 90 car should head back out of the pit lane very shortly. Back into the pit lane has also come the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Now, it had moved back up to second in GT4. Jan Klingelberg has brought that car into the pit lane, so it now drops back behind the Maserati once more and drops to third in GT4. We are looking at the moment, Alessio Salucci, who has been caught by Stefano Monaco and is looking to try and see what might happen between those two. Alessio Salucci, I think, unlapping himself, but has now started to get caught again by the Porsche. As for the number 90 Mercedes, yeah, as I thought, it is indeed Piero Randazzo that heads behind the wheel of it. So out for his first stint in this one. So that's 3 stops now completed for sure by the GT4 class leader. As we've now got, what, 3 hours done and dusted in this part of the race. So let's just run you through the order as we were at the 3-hour point. Just have a quick look to see whether we might have a further change. Here's Stefano Monaco trying to get back past Alessio Salucci, but for the moment, no, still Ferrari ahead of Porsche, but that is not for position, I hasten to add. That would simply be Stefano Monaco putting another lap on the Ferrari, but for the moment, it's not quite going to happen. So as for the positions at the 3-hour mark of part 2 of this race, the number 33, twas ever the number 33 McLaren 720 SGT3 of 2C's Motorsport that was leading the race. That had completed 255 laps at the point the clock ticked over to 3 hours. Second was the number 67 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche that is there in second position. That is the leading Pro-Am car and has just managed to finally get up the inside of the Ferrari of Alessio Salucci and put a further lap on it. Third is the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes that currently has Callum McLeod behind the wheel of that car. And fourth is the car that we've just seen being passed by the Porsche, the Monster VR46 Ferrari that is currently Alessio Salucci that sits behind the wheel of that, sits there in fourth place. Fifth place at the 3-hour mark into this part 2 of the race is the Team Parker Racing Bentley Continental, which still has Derek Pearce behind the wheel. Sixth place is the number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari, as we just see a quick replay of exactly where the car, the Porsche of Stefano Monaco, was able to squeeze his way up the inside of Alessio Salucci and finally gets the job done. Sixth position is the number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Seventh place is number 8, I should say. Sorry, it's been a long day. Is the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Ninth place was the GT4 class leader, which is the number 90 Mercedes. Ninth place is number 77, or was at the time, which was Jan Klingelberg, but that Optimum Motorsport McLaren has since been brought back into the pit lane and has dropped from 9th to 10th. And at the 3-hour mark, in 10th place was the Maserati that we see on our screens now, the SVC Sports Management Maserati. It was running in 10th position at the 3-hour mark, but as a result of the McLaren heading into the pit lane, and I'm afraid to say still sitting there in the pit lane at this stage, that Maserati has now moved back up into 9th place and second in the class, albeit it is something like 15 laps adrift of the class leader in the GT3 category. Now, Jan Klingelberg in that McLaren has been in the pit lane for an inordinate amount of time. We are looking at the moment at Callum McLeod at the wheel of his Ram Racing Mercedes, looking to try and push the point with Stefano Monaco and Dynamic Motorsport. The gap hasn't come down as quickly as I thought it might. Now, he's been lapping 2 minutes 3 as Callum McLeod compared to 2 minutes 4 from the Porsche that lies ahead, but the gap is still going the right way. I first picked up on it when we had the short power cut with the stream, which we apologise for. It was 47 seconds at that point. 47.359 is what it was. That was on lap number 243. Well, we are now 15 laps on from that, and it has come down by not quite 10 seconds, so it's come down to 38.282 seconds. So, 9 seconds there or thereabouts over the course of 15 laps. So, not as much as I originally thought it would do. I thought it'd do about a second a lap, but with a bit of traffic, it's just affected the rate of close for Callum McLeod. As for further tweets that are coming in, Sarah Rigby's tuning in. Nice to see you, Sarah. Hope that you are enjoying it. Herself and her husband thanking me for doing what I'm doing. Yeah, marathon stint. Yes, it is fair to say it has been a marathon stint, but she also wants to give a huge shout out to the team for getting the stream back up and running so quickly. Absolutely. Yeah, hats off to everybody out there for getting the stream up and running. But it's a marathon stint for the whole team, Sarah. It's not just me, you're hearing me, but everybody behind the scenes, all of the OB crew, all of the media team that are out there have all been working hugely long hours. That's not asking for sympathy. We absolutely love what we do, but we're working with reduced numbers, so it's not just me. That needs to go to everybody. They all need your appreciation and applaud, as you say on your tweet. Keep tweeting us as well. Use the hashtag AskGolf12Hours. AskGolf12Hours. We've still got the best part of 2 3/4 hours to get through any questions that you want to pose towards us. We are hoping to also get another couple of drivers into the commentary box out there in Bahrain to chat to us. I know who one of them is likely to be. The other one is a surprise for me at the moment. I've not been told, but as soon as I know, I will hopefully know which one comes first. It might be an entirely surprise. They might just put them on the microphone and I have to guess. It could be a quiz towards the end of it to try and work out based on accent and the questions I ask and the responses as they gave as to who it might be. So 260 laps completed by our race leader. We are looking at the 4th place car of Alessio Salucci, who has driven, I've got to say, faultlessly so far. This is a car that claimed the Pro-Am win in the 2019 running in December of 2019 of the Gulf 12 Hours. Alessio Salucci, Luca Marini and Valentino Rossi. 3rd overall they finished, winning the Pro-Am class, and it could have actually, thinking back, been even better than that because the car was right at the sharp end for so long. There were some wonderful battles, the top 5 cars battling away in December of 2019, and the Ferrari suffered a small electrical issue. It just come underneath the hotel at the Yas Marina in towards the left-hander, and all of a sudden the car sort of faltered and ground to a halt, and I think it was a case of an alt control and delete, a small electrical issue which shut the car down briefly, and by the time they had reset what they needed to reset in the car and got the car fired back up, it had lost places and lost time. I think had it not have been for that, the best part of 13, 14 months ago, we might have even seen a higher finish for the Monster VR6, Monster VR46 Ferrari, the Monster Energy backed car. So they'll be hoping that they can get to the finish without issues on this one. However, they are at the moment on lap 260. They've just clicked over 2, so they're starting lap number 260. But they are 2 laps off the lead because Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa is on lap number 262 and will shortly come to the end of that at the wheel of the race-leading McLaren. So it's McLaren, Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari, Bentley, still those 5 different marques represented inside the top 5. Stefano Monaco at the wheel of his Porsche, still leading Pro-Am at this stage and still looking to try and keep the stranglehold on that if at all he can. He is looking as though he might have a little bit more traffic to deal with as well before too much longer. This is the GT3 AM class leader, which is Murat Kudaroglu, the Turkish driver who's been racing in the Ferrari European Championship for the last 5 years really now. 2015, I think we first saw him in the Ferrari European Championship, and he was the amateur champion in that back in 2018. It's not his first outing in the Gulf 12 Hours either, so it's good to see him back. He's done a bit of racing in the Le Mans Cup as well in the past, has Murat. But for the race leader, just a case of ticking off the cars and the back marker Lappery once more. That's the GT4 Maserati dealt with. The next car will be that car, which is going to be the number 31 Bentley Continental GT3 in the hands of Derek Pearce. That car is on lap number 260 at the moment, so it's 3 laps off the lead and could go to 4 laps off the lead before too much longer. Let's have a quick look. Yes, it is. Yeah, 3 laps off the lead. Could go to 4 laps off the lead before too much longer. Derek, who is a driver who we've seen a good chunk of racing in Europe over the course of the last few years with Team Parker Racing, amongst others. Racing in the Blancpain Series, in the Spa 24 Hour. We've seen him do the Dubai 24 Hour in the past. If you were with us in part 1 of the race, I mentioned, because it wasn't something I was aware of until I started to look into Derek's career history. He actually competed in the Dakar as well. That was back in 2017 that he competed in the Dakar Rally. But he first sort of appeared on the scene racing in things like the Clio Cup UK and went on to race in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB before switching from the one-make sports cars into the multi-marque sports cars as such and the full GT3 specification machinery. But he is going to get gobbled up, I fear, too much longer by our charging race leader, who is closing in on him, and also closing in for back marker Lappery. I mentioned it a while ago, is Stefano Monaco, who has now caught fully up with Murat Kudaroglu, who is moving out of the way, allows the second place car to squeeze its way through. So that is the GT3 Pro-Am class leader, putting a further lap on the GT3 AM class leader at this stage. So that is second, lapping 6th position. And that now means that there are 2 laps between those 2 cars there. Monaco is on lap number 262. Murat is on lap number 260. So for the second time, the Porsche goes past the Ferrari. And I'm still hugely impressed with the pace that Ferrari has had, considering it is an amateur entry. They started third on the grid, which was a stunning performance, largely down, and that's not to say that the other drivers didn't put good lap times in, because it is based, or the original grid was based on average lap times. So it was a good lap time popped in by Francesco Zollo and a good lap time popped in by Emanuele Tabacchi, but it was really David Fuminelli's lap time of a 1 minute 59.507, which was the second quickest lap we had from anybody over the course of the three aspects of qualifying. But the good laps from the others meant the average time saw that Ferrari, albeit it's an AM category car, line up third on the grid for the very, very start of the race at 9:30 this morning local time in Bahrain. And whilst it has not featured quite as highly come the race, it has run pretty cleanly all the way and is running in 6th position, still ahead of one of the Pro-Am cars that's been slightly troubled, that being the sister car to it from Kessel Racing, the number 8 machine. So bouncing over the curbs goes Stefano Monaco. The gap between himself and Callum McLeod, I said keep an eye on it, still coming down. I did wonder if towards the end of Callum's stint then he might be right upon to terms with this Porsche, but the gap has now come down to 35 seconds. So that is, what, lap number 262, so it's almost 20 laps it's taken now. It's taken 19 laps to bring the gap down by 12 seconds. So just going to show how hard you have to push, even to gain just, what, tenths of a second on each particular lap. Callum McLeod could probably not drive any quicker than he's doing, neither will Stefano Monaco. They are on it all of the way, pushing as hard as they possibly can, but it has taken an age for that gap to come down by much more than 10 seconds really, but it is going the right way as far as they're concerned. More back marker Lapri having been dealt with by Murat Kudaroglu. That is one of the GT4 cars that he's just managed to work his way through and past, I think it is. And with now 2 hours and 40 minutes to go, having dispensed with the number 90 car, that means that Piero Randazzo is a further lap down the Porsche Carrera Cup Italy racer, who I think is making his debut in the Gulf 12 Hours. I'm sure, I don't think we've seen Piero out before in the Gulf 12 Hour. 55 years of age, Piero Randazzo is the oldest driver that we've got in that particular car. Michele Camerlinghi is, what, 42, and then we've got the two youngsters. We've got Gianluca Darie and Benedetto Strignaro, who are, what, 21 and 22 respectively. So the two youngsters at the wheel of that Mercedes, who are certainly quick. I've been hugely impressed with 21-year-old Gianluca Darie, who I suspect might be back in that car later on. He's done one stint so far, so is he going to do a double stint? He did a double stint in part one of the race, as did the driver that is currently behind the wheel, which is Piero Randazzo. Now it does make you wonder if, with four drivers and two doing double stints in part one, whether we'll have the other two do double stints in part number two. That being the case, we'll see Benedetto Strignaro back behind the wheel and Michele Camerlinghi possibly back behind the wheel of that number 90 car, which comfortably, as we say, leads GT4. Problems have befallen all of the others. The number 90 car so far has run pretty much faultlessly. So it leads the GT4 category by some 15 laps at this stage. It is on lap number 238. The Maserati is second in the class on lap number 223, and a further 4 laps off that, but still in the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, is the number 77 McLaren, for which there must be some further problems with that car. So it's all going beautifully to plan, and that is a long distant memory now really, because part two of the race has really not gone to plan. Further questions coming in, with people asking on the hashtag #AskGulf12Hours, is the number 72 officially retired, or is it possible we'll see the car back on track? It is officially retired, I'm afraid to say. We did have official confirmation during the break in between part 1 and part 2 of the race that car has been withdrawn, the Section Racing with Optimum Motorsport car. We mentioned it a little bit earlier on, Benny, F1, in the earlier part of this part 2 stream, that we saw the car come back out. They'd bled the brakes, they tried to work on it. Joe Osborne, the factory McLaren driver, brought it out, did a single lap or a couple of laps before he decided that all was not right with the car. They have parked it for this weekend because they've got another race in the Middle East coming up shortly that they want that car for, so they didn't want to risk it out there. And McLaren Philadelphia are very much looking to be back at the track, as well as seeing the fans in the grandstands. So aren't we all, McLaren Philadelphia? Thanks for looking in on us here in the Gulf 12 Hours. In the meantime, it's been a blast watching the Gulf 12 Hours, so thank you so much for your comments there, and positive comments. So it has been a team effort by all of us, whether it be here in the UK or out in the Middle East. All pulling together to do it, to bring you the show. And as I mentioned earlier on, it would have been so easy to throw the towel in, wasn't it, with all of the difficulties of changing dates, of travel restrictions, of reduction of entries because of the different venue and the date change. It would have been so easy to say, let's just postpone it for this year, we'll do it again. But no, absolutely, the show goes on. And it's not the show that we wanted to bring you, but it has provided some good racing. And come 16th of December 2021, put it in your diary now. Keep an eye on our social media, whether it be Twitter or Facebook or Instagram. Keep an eye on the Gulf 12 Hour website as well, because all of the news regarding what should be the 10th running of the Gulf 12 Hour at Yas Marina in December will be released over the coming months and into the summer. But please remember, I'm sure you're all sensible enough to know that at the moment there's a lot of fluidity around the world, a lot of fluidity with organising events in general. We all need to keep safe, we all need to look out for each other, and hopefully if we do all that, we'll be back to normal a lot quicker, and we will get that race in on the 16th of December with the fans able to join us as well. So we have got, I think, another interview coming up very shortly. We will await confirmation that he is ready, and once I get confirmation, I think we've got another driver, a driver who is going to be able to allow me to pronounce it correctly or incorrectly, as the case may be. It's one of those, as I say, Swiss nationality or racing license, Italian roots. And I know that I was referring to him as Jean-Luc Dorier, which would be the French pronunciation of it. I know somebody on Twitter picked me up on it and said, no, it's actually an Italian pronunciation that you want, which for me, I think that would mean that it is Jean-Luc Daria. So that's what I'm going to go for, and we will be chatting to him very shortly, but I just need Russell or the OB team over there just to confirm that he's ready, and then we'll bring him in and have a chat with him, because he's going to be an interesting chap to speak to, and somebody, one of the few drivers in the field I knew nothing about until this weekend. I've learnt a bit about him. I've also learnt, purely by seeing what he does on track, that he's quick. He's very quick, and a very quick youngster, so we'll grab a word with him very shortly, as and when the thumbs up are given that he is ready to go. Into the pit lane comes the race leader. So Issa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa brings the race leading 2Cs Motorsport into the pit lane with 2 hours and 35 minutes to go. Is this a scheduled stop? One would think so, such is the efficiency of the 2Cs team. So into the pit lane comes that car, and who are we going to see head back out into it? Well, it is a pro car, so in reality, if my reading of the regulations is correct, as long as Ben Barnicoat, Martin Kodrich and Issa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa all do a minimum of 1 hour in this second part of the race, they will have complied with the regulations. So yeah, for overall pro, only 1 hour, 60 minutes minimum driving time for each 6-hour part of the race applies for each driver, making a 2 hour, 120 minutes minimum combined driving time for each driver in the full 12-hour race length is the regulation. That is reading it word for word as has been given to me. So as long as he's done 60 minutes, Issa Abdullah Al Khalifa can dive out of the car as the lower graded driver. He is a silver driver. He's no slouch at all. He's very quick. He's gaining more and more experience and knows this circuit very well. But he can then hand the car over to the gold drivers, Ben Barnicoat and Martin Kodrich, to see what they might be able to do. And I wonder if that indeed is what is happening. So I think we have now got one further driver that we can chat to. So I'm going to take a run up at this one and try and get the pronunciation right. I am hoping we have got the young 21-year-old Jean-Luc Daria there in commentary out in Bahrain. Jean-Luc, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you too. How was the pronunciation? Because I originally was doing it with French. It's more, I suppose
Yeah,
it's Jean-Luc Daria if it's Italian, yes?
it's Jean-Luc Dauria, but
Jean-Luc
I'm
Daria.
also, yes.
Right, so it's more Jean-Luc Daria. Okay, so apologies
Yeah.
for that, my English pronunciation.
No, no, no worry.
Um, I knew nothing about you until the start of this weekend. I knew you were 21. I could find nothing about you on the internet. It's fair to say that you are having a ball, that you are quick, and you are in your first international race and making an impression.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's really nice to be here. It's a dream come true. For correct you, it's my first international, but my ever first race in my life. This is my pretty much race debut here in Bahrain. So I never raced before. How you said, one life. I was racing motocross a few years ago. But the dream to becoming a racing driver was always there, and I searched, and the passion was always here. So I tried everything to came up to racing with GT. So this possibility to come here in Bahrain is an absolutely dream come true. And yesterday on qualifying, I was really, really emotional, and I don't have to shame myself. I was crying like a little baby.
oh, bless. I mean, you can't have. I know you've done a lot of testing in this car and with this team, but you can't have imagined that on your first visit to Bahrain, you would have set the kind of time that you did in qualifying. It was a great qualifying lap.
Yes, we did 6 or 5 testing this year, 5 testing. It was pretty much a strange situation for everyone because like the COVID-19, and but we tried our best. And when I became the possibility to race here in Bahrain, when I received the confirmation, I was just so happy, and I couldn't wait to fly to Bahrain to race with all these amazing drivers, with my team, which done an absolutely enormous job this weekend. And yeah, I'm so super happy.
Just tell us a little bit about the team and your teammates. Obviously, yourself and Benedetto, who are the two youngsters in the team, and then you've got the older hands like Michele Camerlinghi and Piero in there as well. But all of you, quick drivers, all amateur drivers.
So it's a little bit, I don't know what is really on the level of bronze, silver, amateur, but right away when we immediately liked each other, we gone well. Benedetto and I went on a really good strategy with everyone else, and the mechanics, the engineers, the team chef, everyone there is such a beautiful human, which makes racing even more better.
And your plans for 2021, I gather you're looking to head into the GT4 European Championship.
So this is, I think, an open chapter because we are looking for sponsors. We are, it's really difficult to race in this class, but I try really my absolute best with my family. My family dedicates everything to it, and I'm so grateful. I just want to make it happen, and it's a dream coming true for everyone, and so it's up in the air. GT4 European Series, maybe also the Porsche Cup Italian, which would be an absolutely dream come true for me because I was always searching for Porsche, and to race with all Porsche drivers, it would be absolutely amazing.
Well, you've got two drivers in the team that have done that, and we've seen Benedetto and Piero in the Porsche Cup Italy in the past as well. So yeah, following in their footsteps. We've got another Gulf 12-hour race in December, hopefully at Yas Marina. Might we see you there?
Maybe, I don't know if some possibility came up. It would be amazing because racing is it was always there in my life, and it's a big passion. Motocross is you can race all day, and I don't know, maybe I'm looking forward with my family. Yes.
Well, thanks for chatting to us, Jean-Luc. You should be really proud of what you've achieved over the course of this weekend. A stunning debut. Congratulations.
Thank you really much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And fingers crossed for the GT4 win, hey?
hope it will be, this podium, if I could say it, this podium, it will be my first ever podium in racing career. I always try to achieve a podium motocross, and I was unsuccessful.
Oh, well,
Yes.
let's hope so. It would be a 100% record in racing, wouldn't it, for you? So good luck, fingers crossed.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
You too. So there we go. Many thanks for taking the time. That was Jean-Luc Doria, who is one of the drivers in the number 90 Scuderia Villorba Corsa Mercedes AMG GT4. That is the car that currently leads the GT4 class and has a very handsome margin of 15 laps. Now, we've had a few more cars head into the pit lane whilst we were chatting to Jean-Luc. One of those is on our screen now, the number 46 car, which is the Monster VR46 Ferrari, has been into the pit lane. Out of the car has jumped the driver Alessio Salucci. Back into the car has gone the starting driver Valentino Rossi. So that's Valentino that's back behind the wheel of that particular car. We have also seen into the pit lane and back out the number 27 Ferrari. Francesco Zollo is now back behind the wheel of that car. So that again is the starting driver that is back in for the second time. He has taken over from Murat Kudalaroğlu, which saves me having to pronounce that for the next 2.5 hours or so. And I think other than that, that is the only two cars I think we've had any shuffles in the drivers for. Everybody else is as they were. Ideally could do with finding out exactly what might be happening to the number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren, because that is still showing the number 77 car as being in the pit lane. I've heard nothing through my contacts out in Bahrain at the Bahrain International Circuit as to whether that car has continued problems, whether it is in the process of being fixed, or whether they have thrown the towel in, for want of a better term, with 2 hours and 26 minutes to go. We do have one further car in the pit lane, and it is, by the look of things, in fact, two further cars into the pit lane. So into the pit lane comes the second place Porsche of Stefano Monaco, and also into the pit lane comes Nicola Cadei at the wheel of the number 8 Ferrari. So a couple of cars into the pit lane, and that is the second place Porsche heading in. You can see just ahead of it, the door is open on the Ferrari, which is just out of shot. You can see the Ray of the Ray-Ban livery down the side of it. We're in the process of getting an update, thank you very much for that, as to exactly what is happening with the number 77 car. But there are the two cars that are in for scheduled stops at this stage. Refuelling being done at the rear of the Ferrari, refuelling being done at the front of the Porsche, both of which are going to see driver changes taking place. Who's going to jump into that Porsche? I would imagine it is going to be Mauro Calamia that is about to dive back into the Porsche, possibly. We'll have to wait and see as to whether it is going to be Mauro Calamia. Stefano Monaco has done with driving duties. Rather athletically, the driver of the Porsche dives in, being belted up. The Kessel Racing Ferrari, now that refuelling has been done and dusted, is in the process of having Pirelli tyres dropped onto it, and then that will rejoin the race in what I suspect will still be 7th position, such as the number of laps it is in deficit from the cars ahead, but also has a handy number of 10 laps. Is it 10 laps? No, it's not. It's what's that going to be? Sorry, it's been a long day. 12 laps over the car behind. So out of the pit lane goes the Ferrari. The number of car who's on board as it breaks the beam. It is no longer Nicola Cadei. It is Marco Freitzer that jumps on board. So into the race for the first time in part 2, because that's another 4-driver team, goes Marco Freitzer. And Stefano Monaco in the dynamic motorsport car has given way to the driver I suggested it would be, which is Mauro Calamia, who started the race part 2 of the Gulf 12 Hours here in Bahrain. So that is 2 more cars cycled through. Who are we likely to see in next? I think Callum MacLeod and Derek Pearce, the Ram Racing Mercedes and the Bentley, are going to be next in, potentially, of the GT3 runners. Now, most of the GT3 cars have now done what is going to be 3 pit stops. There's a couple of them that have only done 2 at the moment, one of which is the race leader, I think, has only done pit 2. Showing us 3, actually, so it might have done 3, yeah, because I think Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa is still showing behind the wheel of that car. It was in, wasn't it, a while ago, but it's still showing as though Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa is behind the wheel of the car, so it could well be a double stint. Maybe confirmation of that would be quite handy from 2Cs and the team out there as to whether that is a double stint for Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa. Sorry, I said Isa, it's Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa. So we'll have to wait and see. So remember, keep texting us questions. Hashtag Ask Gulf 12 Hours. Hashtag Ask Gulf 12 Hours, and we can try and give you a shout out or pick up on some of the things that are going on out there. The charge of Callum McLeod with other cars coming into the pit lane at the moment means that that number 3 Mercedes is, whilst it's behind the race leader, it is actually running second in the race at this stage. So that's why I'm thinking that Callum McLeod will have to come into the pit lane shortly. That would relinquish second place and hand it back to the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, more than likely, because provisionally that Mercedes now picks up the lead of Pro-Am as well. So Callum is on lap number 272. He had been closing in on Stefano Monaco while Stefano was behind the wheel of that Porsche. And Stefano Monaco is the silver-graded driver in that car as well. Mauro Calamia, who's jumped on board, is the bronze. In qualifying, the quickest time was set by Stefano Monaco as well. Mauro Calamia set the second quickest time. He was about 0.5 of a second slower than the silver-graded driver, was the quickest of the bronzes. So you could argue that as Callum McLeod is a silver, he should close even quicker towards the coattails of that car, but we'll have to tell, because I don't think there's a great deal of time left really for Callum McLeod in his stint. Into the pit lane come one of the cars. I did say I thought either the Mercedes of Callum McLeod or the Bentley of Derek Pearce were imminently due in. Well, Derek Pearce is in, so into the pit lane comes the Bentley Continental GT3. So Derek Pearce heads for the pit lane, and with 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, are we going to see Andy Marrick jump into the car? I would have thought so, and then there's probably going to be another switch of driver back to Derek Pearce, potentially for the tail end of the race, I would think. I think that's the way it might work, but we'll have to wait and see. They might opt to put Ewan Mackay back in again and just bring Andy Marrick out for a single stint in this one. Up to the team to decide the strategy and work out as to what they need to do, and they'll be hugely conscious that they give the bronze drivers the amount of time they need so that they don't fall foul of the regulations, as they did in part 1 of the race. So as that is a Pro-Am car with 2 bronzes behind the wheel, those 2 bronzes cumulative time have to race and be behind the wheel of the car out on the track, not in the pit lane, for 3 hours. So that is what they need to be doing, and clearly they didn't quite manage to do that in part 1 of the race on cumulative times. So it is Andy Merrick, so Andy Merrick dies behind the wheel of the Bentley, which means I think it'll probably cycle back to Derek Pearce for the final part of the race. They could still put Ewan Mackay back in again for a third stint in it, because that would still comply with the regulations, because it's the combined times of all of the bronzes that count. So one could do less, the other one could do more of the lion's share, but whilst they combine the times, it would still tick that box in terms of my understanding of the regulations. But Andy Merrick, who was briefly leading the race, wasn't he? He was picked up the lead of the race following the problems for that car in part 1 of the race, when Ben Barnicoat had those gear shift issues. That didn't automatically hand the lead of the race to the Bentley, because Andy Merrick at the wheel of the Bentley had to close in and take the lead away of the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, which was in the hands of, I think, Roberto Campanini, wasn't it, at the time? But Roberto had that spin coming out of turn number 13 and rotated the car, which then handed the lead of the race to the Bentley. But it was a splash and dash towards the end that, as we heard from Andy Marrick, they were literally, I think, 4 minutes away from the end when they had to come in and splash and dash. They didn't quite have the fuel to get where they needed to be. And unfortunately, not only did they do the splash and dash, which cost them the lead of the race at that stage, I think they were probably never going to hang on to it because of the charge of Ben Barnicoat. I think at that point had already retaken the lead. They were running second and leading the class, however. But they did fall foul, as we say, of the minimum driving period for, or maximum driving period, as the case may be, depending on how you want to view it, for the bronze relative to the silver-graded drivers. We do have in Callum McLeod. I did think his stint behind the wheel of that car was coming to an end. And indeed, the 2 cars I was expecting, the Bentley and the Mercedes, were the next 2 cars heading into the pit lane. So in comes Callum McLeod. Who is he going to hand the car over to, well, Chris Froggatt started behind the wheel. Ian Loggy took over, so common sense would tell me, unless they're going to double stint Callum McLeod, they'll stick Chris Froggatt back behind the wheel. Chris did just a single stint in part one of the race, whereas Ian Loggy and Callum McLeod, I think, did a couple of stints apiece. In also to the pit lane comes Anthony Chodson at the wheel of the Maserati, so that comes to a halt. He doesn't seem to have been on it for that long, actually, Anthony Chodson, but he has now completed, I would imagine, his second stint behind the wheel, because he's clambering out of the car, and it looks as though a spare driver is ready to jump in. So are we going to see Piot get back into the car? We're going to see Patrick Zamparini. How did they split driving in part one of the race? They all did. I think they all did 3 stints, did they not, in part one of the race? I think they did, because of course they did pit and change driver whilst they were sorting out that suspension issue early on. So I think they took the opportunity to change drivers there. It is Chris Froggatt that's gone back out. I thought it would be. So back into the race for his second stint in part two goes Chris Froggatt at the wheel of the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes. Only did 1 stint in part one of the race, so gets the opportunity to double up in part two. And that Mercedes is already off the lead lap of the race. If you look in the distance, you'll be able to see the race leader just coming out of the corner behind it. So it's nearly now a couple of laps off the lead of the race, potentially, as a result of its pit stop. But we haven't seen as yet the number 3 McLaren, I don't think, head back in. So confirmation regarding the number 77 car. That is back out. So Lars Damen is back out behind the wheel of the number 77 Optimum racing car. And the issue that brought that car into the garage and kept it out of harm's way for a huge amounts of time was a lambda sensor. So lambda sensor, which adjusts the engine sensors and gas in the exhaust system and the post-combustion side of the engine. Clearly an issue with that one that meant that the car wasn't running cleanly. It was getting some mixed messages from the lambda sensor, one would imagine. And yeah, so having to bring that car into the pit lane and change the lambda sensor over. The difficult thing is that when the car's running the way it would have done with a faulty lambda sensor, you don't know what it is. On occasions you plug and play and the computer will tell you exactly what it is, but it might just throw up the fault that the car is seeing, not necessarily the actual component that's causing that fault that the car is seeing. So that might be why it's just taken a while longer to sort that lambda sensor out. And that is such a shame, because the Optimum Motorsport number 77 McLaren, remember, was leading GT4 at the start of part two of this race. It is now on 221 laps, that car that we see. The race leader in GT4 is on 249. It has lost 28 laps in less than 4 hours for part two of this race. So a huge amount of time has been lost by that car, which is such a shame for Optimum Motorsport and the team in particular, of course, because the sister car which Optimum Motorsport are involved with in this race, which is the Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport, number 72 McLaren, which was the GT3 car, retired quite early on in part one of the race and was a non-starter in part two. So for Inception Racing and Optimum Motorsport as a whole, the 2 cars that Optimum have been involved with have both suffered issues in this one, but at least one of them is back out and circulating. That's the positive thing that we need to look towards. The Maserati, by the way, that came into the pit lane, I did wonder if they might put Piot Jobson back behind the wheel. They haven't. They have put Patrick Zamparini back in. So Patrick Zamparini heads in. So I think that is the 5th driver that we've had, if you include all of the stops behind it, because it was started by Anthony Chodson, who handed over to Piot. Then Anthony Chodson handed over to Patrick Zamparini, who handed over to Piot Chodson, who went back to Anthony Chodson, and now Patrick Zamparini is back behind the wheel. So that is, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 pit stops of the 5 that they need to do now for the Maserati, of the 5 imposed or mandatory pit stops that need completing. So we've cycled through another batch of pit stops. I still think at some point, the difficulty is, I just need that confirmation as to, is it a double stint for the number 33 car of Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa? I think it probably is. I really do think that it will be a double stint for him. So we'll have to see as to whether that is exactly what has happened, whether it has been a double stint for Isa ibn Abdullah Al Khalifa. We'll see whether we can work that out, but he does seem to have been behind the wheel for an inordinate amount of time. I'm sure I saw the car come back into the pit lane area, but hopefully we might be able to shed some light on it. Just going to have a quick look on social media and see. Yeah, 20 minutes ago he brought it into the pit lane, and according to 2C's Motorsport and their Twitter account, so it brings it into the pit lane 22 minutes ago, but it's still behind the wheel of it. But it comes back in again. Right, just as I say that, okay, right. They must be reading my mind, because all of a sudden, car back in the pit lane, and it is the race leader, Isa ibn Abdullah Al Khalifa, that is there in the pit lane. We have also got in the GT4 class leading Mercedes in, which is surely going to be a driver change. Piero Randazzo brings that car into the pit lane. We heard from Jean-Luc Dauria earlier on that he is desperate to try and get involved in European GT4 racing. If that doesn't happen, he would love to do Porsche Carrera Cup Italy. Well, Piero Randazzo has done a good old chunk of that over the years. Piero Randazzo, in particular last year, he was a very busy guy racing in that championship. A change of driver for the race leading car. You can see just almost out of shot, but you can just see the driver change occurring to the sort of left of your screens there for 2C's Motorsport. Driver change being done, new set of Pirelli boots being bolted on. And who is it that is going to jump on board that car? Ben Barnicoat or Martin Kodrich? We will have to wait and see as to who it is going to be. Should get out of the pit lane before the GT4 car. Door being closed on that. And remember, the GT4 cars remain stationary for an extra 40 seconds compared to the GT3s. And there it goes out onto track now. Isa ibn Abdullah Al Khalifa having dispensed with driving duties, and it's Martin Kodrich that's back on board. So Martin Kodrich, with a couple of hours to go, heads back out onto the circuit, and he is now behind the wheel for the second time in part 2 of this running of the Gulf 12 Hours. As for the other car that was in, which was the Mercedes, out of the pit lane it goes, and it is Michele Camerlinghi that's now back behind the wheel of the class leading Mercedes. Well, Camerlinghi has not long been out of the car actually, because he took the third stint in part 2 of this race, handed the car over to Piero Randazzo, and Camerlinghi is now back in the car again once more, the former Nürburgring 24-hour racer. Camerlinghi just did the single stint of the 4 drivers in part 1 of the race, so that's why he's back in for his second stint this time through, so equalising the driving time for all of them. Remember, you can still stay in touch with us by using the hashtag AskGulf12Hours. So, quick refresh of that. Nothing new has come in subsequently. So you've still got the opportunity in the next couple of hours to pose some questions to us. I think we've still got one further driver that we are gearing up to having an interview with shortly, but the team out there will look to try and grab a further driver, subject to whether he's going to get back into the car. I think the driver that we were hoping to have a chat with is in the car at the moment, that being, I think, Chris Froggatt we're going to have a chat to for Ram Racing potentially before the end of the race, but he's out driving, rather busy doing other things at the moment. So once he's finished his stint and has called off and has debriefed with the team, hopefully we're going to chat to him. That will probably be the final driver we will be chatting to over the course of this first ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours in Bahrain. And now that Martin Kodrich has taken over the race leading number 33 2C's Motorsport McLaren, it surely means that Ben Barnicoat is going to be the last driver to jump in, and he will take that car to the checkered flag, because Isa Abdullah Al Khalifa, I think, has ticked over 60 minutes of driving, and as a pro-entered car, as long as he does 60 minutes behind the wheel of that car, which he's already done, then it means that he has done sufficient so as to comply with the regulations of the Gulf 12 Hours as a GT3 Pro entered machine. So Martin Kodric, the rather rapid Croatian on board that car, and he'll hand it over to the Brit, Ben Barnicoat, for the final section of the race, before we then bring the curtain down on what has been a thoroughly enjoyable first ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours in Bahrain. We've only lost 2 cars officially so far. So pleased to see that the Optimum Motorsport car of Lars Damen is back out, having had its lambda sensor fixed and sorted, with Chris Froggatt now back behind the wheel of the DTM Tribute liveried Mercedes for Ram Racing. He's got work to do. He's catching the leading AM Ferrari at this stage, the GT3 AM car, which is going to be the number 27 car of Francesco Zollo. This is not 4 position. Francesco Zollo is on lap number 276. The Ram Racing machine is on lap number 278, so there's a couple of laps between the pair of them. So the Mercedes should, in the hands of Chris Froggatt, be able to ease its way by the former Blancpain champion. And the Ferrari is, I thought it was heading for the pit lane there, but it's not. It's just moving away to try and break the toe on the car behind Francesco Zollo. So that is the 44-year-old Italian that's behind the wheel of that car. Moves back over to take the full racing line and brake as late as he can. They've also got the leader closing in on them as well. So Francesco Zollo running in 6th place, about to be lapped by the 3rd place car, which is very shortly to be lapped by the race leader, who has just set the fastest lap of the race. Martin Kodric at the wheel of the number 33 car. It had previously been set on lap number 2, but we're now starting to see some quick laps come in, because we've also had the car of Martin Kodric. Yeah, Martin Kodric's a 2 minutes 0.882 from Martin Kodric. That is the fastest lap in part 2 of the race. That is about, if memory serves me correctly, that is about 0.2 of a second slower than we saw in part 1 of the race when Ben Barnicoat set the time. But Martin Kodric, new set of tyres, cooler ambient temperature now that we are late into the night in the Middle East. It is heading towards 9:30 at night in Bahrain currently, and in the cooler temperatures with a new set of boots, albeit a full tank of fuel on board, Martin Kodric has just set the benchmark time that everybody aspires to in part 2 of the race, the fastest lap that we've seen in this section of it so far. So 2 minutes 2.882 means that he at the moment is lapping about 2 seconds quicker than anybody else is doing out on circuit, and he's not the only one that's got reasonably fresh boots underneath him at this stage, because others have as well, including Chris Froggatt, really, because I do think they changed the tyres on that car. Whether they put fresh Pirellis on or not, couldn't quite tell, because you're just a bit too far away, the camera angle that we are looking at, as the cars are in the pit lane area. So a further lap placed on the Ram Racing machine. That means that it now drops what will be 2 laps off the lead. Still running in 3rd position, but it is a lap for Martin Kodric, which now means that he has lapped the cars that he needed to. He's back into fresh air, and he can now start to concentrate on just stroking the car home in reality. He leads by not quite a full lap again at this stage, because that car has been into the pit lane. It is just less than a lap lead that it has at this stage, because I think Mauro Calamia is at the wheel of Dynamic Porsche, going to come over the start-finish line and complete lap number 280, whereas the McLaren is on 281. No, so there is still a full lap lead between the pair of them, a full lap lead and the best part of maybe 40 seconds, 50 seconds between the pair of them. So it is still a full lap that Kodric leads by. But of course, for Dynamic Motorsport, they have been right up there for the vast majority of the race. Doesn't matter which driver we've had behind the wheel of the Porsche, whether it be Roberto Pampanini, Stefano Monaco, or the current driver Mauro Calamia. It's always been there or thereabouts, that Porsche. And for a good chunk of it has been running in the lead of the GT3 Pro-Am category. Not exclusively, because we have seen very briefly the number 3 Ram Racing car, according to the timing screens, officially take the lead of the race. We saw, of course, the Team Parker Racing Bentley in the hands of Andy Merrick in part 1 of the race briefly lead the race overall, as well as leading the Pro-Am category for a good chunk of it as well. So we have seen different cars head towards the top of Pro-Am, but for the vast majority of it has been the Porsche, and for the vast majority of the race it's been this car here leading overall. the number 33 car of Martin Kodrich, who is looking to try and cement what has been a mixed race really for 2C's Motorsport. The number 33 car that was involved in a big shunt on Thursday, huge amounts of repair being done, track time being lost, but the following day they went third and then second and then first in the 3 free practice sessions. The car then ended on pole position, having looked very second hand less than 24 hours earlier, whereas the sister car to it, the number 7 car, which had no such issues on Thursday and was right up there in free practice over the course of Friday and qualifying, where it qualified on the outside of the front of the grid, only did 26 laps in the race before it was retired. So 26 laps was all we got to, and there was only one driver that ever drove it, and that was Lewis Williamson. Poor old Ed Jones, former podium finisher in the Indy 500. Ed Jones back in, 2017, he finished third in the Indy 500. And Dylan Pereira, who was runner-up in the Porsche Super Cup this year. Neither of those got the opportunity to race, which is an enormous shame. So it's really been entirely mixed fortunes for 2C's Motorsport. They've had a bit of everything to deal with. One car on Thursday having the problems, the other one running trouble-free. And one car on race day having problems, the other one running fairly much trouble-free, other than that slight scare on lap number 148, where in the hands of Ben Barnicoat it had a gear shift problem, selector issue, and had to dive its way into the pit lane. So we are now heading towards the 4-hour mark. I will run you down when we get to the 4-hour mark as to what the order stands like. We are currently looking at the Bentley in the hands of Andy Merrick, who is there in 5th position. That is 4th in Pro-Am overall. The car is on the same lap as Valentino Rossi, but Andy Merrick is over 60 seconds behind it. Lap times from Andy Merrick are pretty much equivalent to what Valentino Rossi is doing at the moment, so I don't think that gap is going to close a great deal. We will still see, I think, all of the GT3 cars coming back in and conducting one further imposed pit stop, as it is called. We will also see all the GT4 cars come in as well to ensure that they also comply with the regulations of having to do 5 imposed pit stops over the course of each of the 6-hour elements of the running of the Gulf 12 hour. But for our leading Pro-Am car, Mauro Calamia, it is a very comfortable 47-second lead over the car that's second in the Pro-Am category at this stage, which is the Bram Racing Mercedes in the hands of Chris Froggatt. So we can just afford to maintain the pace at the moment. The last lap that he did was actually quicker than the car behind anyway, so the gap is actually extending rather than diminishing. So just a case of controlling the pace, making sure that they are doing what they need to do. The feed, for those that are listening out in Bahrain on the team, I think my feed is going to end in about 6 minutes, so I might need some new information to be able to pick up the feed, because it's suggesting that things might stop in 6 minutes time, which is rather worrying. So there might be a brief pause while we have to boot back up again and sort something out. But this is a system-driven message that I'm receiving, suggesting that the system we're using is going to shut off what we've got open at the moment, giving me the feed in about 5.5 minutes time, and I can't adjust that, I can't control that I'm aware, unless somebody can tell me otherwise. So we might have a brief pause in proceedings whilst we sort a small technical issue out. But as I've said so many times, we are all not doing it on the hoof, that would be the wrong thing to say, but we're having to deal with different systems, different processes, different procedures, adapting to them, and hopefully still bringing you some meaningful footage and hopefully some, with a bit of fingers crossed at the back, with some meaningful commentary as well. So Mauro Calamia safely onto lap number 283 at this stage. He is on the lead lap. I did say I thought that briefly he might be on the lead lap, and then I corrected him myself, but he is only just on the lead lap. So Mauro Calamia is indeed on the same lap as this car here now. So both of them have got one further pit stop to do. Martin Kodrich will hand the car over, we believe, to Ben Barnicoat. Mauro Calamia, I think, might hand the car back over to, now it runs in Pro-Am, Stefano Monaco is the silver graded driver. So with two cars, two bronze drivers in Pro-Am and one silver, the combined driving time of the bronzes has to be 3 hours. So they could potentially get Stefano Monaco back in the car. If they have any questions about driving times, then they'll have to shove Roberto Pampanini back into it for the final part of the race. We'll have to wait and see. So we will wait and see as to what happens. Now, this is the Ram Racing Mercedes, Chris Froggatt, 47 seconds adrift now of Mauro Calamia, so not really closing in at all on the GT3 Pro-Am class leader, but still a very long way to go. So we may well have had 10 hours of the race expire, but that means we've still got a couple of hours to go, and that's now we have reached the 4-hour mark of part 2 of the Gulf 12 Hours. That's just when the clock ticked to that 4-hour mark. The order was as follows. The number 33 2C's Motorsport car, Martin Kodrich behind the wheel of it at that point, was on 282 laps and leading the race. It is the leader in the GT3 Pro category, second in the race, but on the same lead lap, albeit a minute and 22.5 seconds behind, was the number 63 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, which is in the hands of Mauro Calamia at this stage. We spoke to him earlier on in the race. That leads Pro-Am. Third and second in Pro-Am, therefore, was the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes AMG GT3, which has got Chris Froggatt behind the wheel. That was a lap off the lead at the point that we ticked over the 4 hours. And a further lap back from that, so 2 laps off the lead, was the number 46 Monster Energy Racing Ferrari, which at this stage of the race has once more Valentino Rossi behind the wheel. Running in 5th position, it's number 31, Team Parker Racing, which would have been Andy Merrick at the time that the clock ticked over, running in 5th position. And 6th place, it is going to be number 27, which is the leading car in GT3 AM. And by virtue of the fact it is the only car in that category, but it's had the pace over some of the GT3 Pro-Am cars, really, throughout the course of this weekend. That number 27 car has got Francesco Zolo behind the wheel currently. Running in 7th position is car number 8, which is the Kessel Racing Ferrari 488 GT3, which has Marco Freitzer currently on driving duties. And in 8th position, it is the leading GT4 car. That is the Scuderia Villorba Corsa Mercedes AMG GT3, which has got Michele Camerlinghi behind the wheel currently and leads the GT4 class. 9th overall, 2nd in GT4, it's the SVC Motorsport Management Maserati that sits there. Patrick Zamparini is the driver of that one, and running at the 4-hour mark into part 2 of this race, it's the number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Rather troubled it has been in part 2 of the race, was leading the category after part 1, but Lars Dammon behind the wheel of that one, albeit it has not done a great deal of laps, and I think Lars Dammon has done a fair chunk of the driving in that one, really. Only himself and Jan Klinglenberg have been out in that car. We've not seen Warren Hughes or Charlie Hollings turn a single lap in part 2 of that McLaren 570S GT4 in part 2 of this race. So that gives you the running order at this stage. We can see that our race leader is beginning to close in, ready to put a further lap on Valentino Rossi by the look of things. So that is going to be the race leader lapping for the second time, I think it is, third time. I have to wait and see. So Rossi is on lap number 284. The race leader is on lap number 286. So yeah, not quite for the second time as yet. It would be for the second time as and when he gets through, and I think that is pretty inevitable, because again, I suspect that what Valentino Rossi will do is not make it overly easy, but equally as much let the leader go through, because they'll be making sure that they just want to finish on the pro. So thanks for just sticking with me in a brief silence that we had for a few moments, just while a short natural break was taking place. Are now back for the remaining hour and 45 minutes just under of this running of the Gulf 12 Hours, the 2021 edition, one of two potential Gulf 12 Hours that we're going to slot in the year of 2020. This in reality is 2021. This is in reality the 2020 race that should have happened in December, that's carried over due to the alteration of Formula One calendars impacting on the dates that were originally scheduled to race at Yas Marina. Since I took that natural break, not a great deal has happened in reality. The order still remains the same. We still have cars circulating pretty much together. Coming up towards me now, this is Mauro Calamia, who is still looking to try and work his way through some GT4 traffic. That is the GT4 class leading Mercedes of Michele Camerlinghi comfortably leads GT4. That Mercedes is what the best part of 15 laps ahead of Patrick Zamperini's Maserati at this stage of the race. That's second in GT4, and that Maserati also now has a 12-lap advantage over the GT4 McLaren of Lars Dahmen that sits third in the GT4 category. So the GT4 category that was separated by 8 seconds after the first 6 hours of racing, that was all, is separated by enormous amounts of laps, because the tables and the fortunes have turned on some cars in part 2 of the race, not least of which the Optimum Motorsport number 77 car of Lars Dahmen, and the only other driver that we've seen behind the wheel of that was Jan Klingelnberg. We have not seen Charlie Hollings or Warren Hughes behind the wheel of that car at all over the course of this part 2 of the race. Martin Kodrich still continues to lead. He has now completed 293 laps so far at the wheel of this McLaren, and well, it has led comfortably the vast majority of the race. So if you look back to what happened in part 1 of the race, it didn't lead it exclusively part 1 of the race, but the number 33 car qualified on pole position and led for the first 148 laps. We only did 169 in the first 6 hours of the race, and that car led for 148 of them. Then problems ensued, which meant that car had to come into the pit lane with a gear selection issue. So that handed the lead of the race to the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche at the time. That's the number 67 car that still runs second on the road. That's the car now. It's still running second on the road. So that handed that Porsche way back in part 1 of the race the overall lead of the race. It still continues to lie second in the race, but leads Pro-Am. That Porsche was then overtaken by the Team Parker Racing Bentley, so it only led for about 5 laps, the Porsche, before the Bentley got through and took up the lead of the race, because the Porsche had a spin, and that was what dropped it back down through the order. So the Team Parker Racing Bentley Continental GT3 took up the lead of the race for just 6 laps. And then such was the charge back through the pack from Ben Barnicoat in part 1 of the race on lap number 162. So for the final 7 laps of part 1 of the race, it was the number 33 McLaren that went back into the lead of it. So it was not off. It's only, what's that? It's from lap 148. It lost the lead. It was back in the lap lead at lap 162. So it's only 14 laps of the whole of the first 6 hours that it didn't lead for. So about half an hour in reality. And for this race here at this stage, well, there's still an hour and 38 minutes of it to go. Well, you could argue it's led every lap. Well, it hasn't quite, because lap 169, which was the start of this race in reality, I think Chris Froggatt just broke the beam as he came over the start-finish line, so it credits that car as having led a lap. That is showing on the statistics for this race, but I do think that in reality it is the car number 33 that's led every lap of this one so far, from lap number 170 all the way through to what we are on at the moment, which is lap 293 that has been completed. So it has led all bar, you could argue, 14 laps of the 293 that have been completed. So it really has been a solid performance from that car, and a solid performance from the number 90 car as well. It's for the vast majority of the race, that number 90 Mercedes has been leading the GT3 category, not exclusively, because it was picked off towards the end of part 1 by the charging Warren Hughes driven number 77 Optimum Motorsport car. So it actually finished second in part one of the race, but they have had good fortunes in part two, whereas the McLaren has had a pretty torrid race in reality. A few more questions coming in. James Stevens just querying as to, since we had the power outage, which was early on in this race, as to whether there are fewer cameras now showing the coverage. No, I don't think so, James. Thanks for tuning in. Ducati J Racing as his Twitter handle. No, I think we're still seeing every camera that we were seeing. Maybe perhaps turn 12, camera 8 might be one that perhaps we haven't seen quite as much of, but I think they're all functioning. It's just a case of where the action is and where the director wants to point them towards. So you can keep asking the questions. Use the hashtag AskGulf12Hours, AskGulf12Hours, and we will continue to pick up on any questions that you have. We are still expecting at least one further driver to come and have a chat to us in the commentary box as well. That will only happen as and when he vacates the car, because he's currently in the car, and I think probably going to be another maybe 25 to 35 minutes before we see the final batch of pit stops taking place, and then we need our visitor to cool down a little bit, debrief with the team, and then he can come and have a quick chat to us in the commentary box. So we'll look forward to that as we look at Valentino Rossi still pressing on. That car still lying third in the Pro-Am category at this stage. It is showing as being 2 laps off the lead of the race. I think it is at the moment behind the race leader, so I think Martin Kodrich will complete lap 295 and head on to lap 296 before this Ferrari comes over the start-finish line. So I think they are possibly, full 2 laps off the lead at this stage of the race. But it's been, again, a good run, really, from the Ferrari. Fairly troubled-free, it's fair to say. Others have hit a few problems, but that Ferrari has been hovering around the top 5 for the vast majority of the race. I don't think we've ever seen it in the top 3 overall in the race, but such has been the pace of the likes of the Porsche and the Mercedes and the Bentley as well. But it's been, so far, pretty much trouble-free for the car that won the Pro-Am category back in the 2019 running of this Gulf 12 Hours, which was held, of course, as it has been on every previous occasion, at Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi. So, traffic still to be dealt with for Valentino Rossi, just coming up towards the braking area for turn number 1. That is going to be the GT4 class leader that, again, is fairly easily dispatched. Michele Camerlinghi just making sure that he stays out of harm's way. The last thing they want to do is get tangled up with GT3 cars lapping them. With few cars out on circuit as well, it makes it a lot easier to be able to just blend out of the throttle when you need to and lose less time, because you're not concerned about cars behind them starting to attack you, because we've got fewer entries over the course of this year. So it makes it a little bit easier, the traffic management, as the race wears on. And we can see as to whether equally as much of Valentino Rossi is going to be able to work his way through and past the next of the cars that he's going to want to deal with, which is going to be Patrick Zamperini's Maserati. So, quick tweet coming in from Paul Roberts suggesting that there might be an audio issue. So as long as we're getting an output at the end at Bahrain, we should be okay. No, my voice is fine. I'm just hoping that we are getting an output. So back to Chris Froggatt now. Chris is the driver we're hoping to join us in the commentary box once he has concluded with his driving duties. For the moment, I think that's going to be at least half an hour away before we see Chris vacate the car. Then it'll probably be another 10 minutes or so after that. So it's probably going to be into almost the last 45 minutes, the last half hour of the race. But he runs very, very wide there, heading out of turn number 13, way beyond the curb line. Needs to be careful that he doesn't bounce the car over the curves, but there's plenty of runoff at this fantastic facility here. At the moment, remember, we've also gone green all of the way. We have got, so far, 0 safety cars in part 1 of the race, 0 safety cars in part 2. as I've said before, we've had previous years where we've had no safety cars in one part but have had them in the other, whether it be part 1 green all the way but safety cars in part 2, or vice versa. Part 1 safety cars but part 2 all of the way, but we've never had a running of the Gulf 12 Hours that's gone green all of the way. Yes, you would expect with fewer cars there to be fewer incidents. On a couple of occasions I thought we might have had to throw a safety car, first of which was way back in part 1 when we saw the Maserati with its rear toe link having broken and sitting at the side of the road. But well done to Anthony Shodson for bringing that car back down pit lane, preventing the requirement for a safety car. And the other one I thought we might need was when Lars Dahlem stopped out on circuit and in part 2 of this session, and the lights were not on the McLaren, and it was parked at the side of the road. So I did fear that then that might have been a potential worry about a safety car, but so far we've had no even inclination that a safety car has been required, and it will mean that the pace of this race is going to be record pace. Yes, it's a different circuit, so it's not really fair to compare number of laps or number of miles or distances travelled, because some circuits are faster than others and therefore you're going to clock up more distance. But I think this without question is going to be a race that has had probably very few, if any, safety car periods. We have had one race which only had, across the 12 hours of it, 8 minutes and 48 seconds of safety car. That was it. That was the second ever running of the Gulf 12 Hour in December of 2012, and that's what single safety car period took place in part 1 of the race. But amazingly, that's also the same race where we have had a record number of lead changes, 26 lead changes overall, whereas in this race here we are probably going to have the fewest number of lead changes that we've ever had in a race, albeit a good chunk of them came in the final 45 minutes of part 1 of the race, with that McLaren there losing the lead of the race, the Porsche taking over, the Bentley taking back over the lead of the race, and then the McLaren going back into the lead, all within a very short period of time. This is GT4 Mercedes getting lapped by GT3 Mercedes and getting sideways coming out of the corner there, just pressing the throttle, and the tail end of the Mercedes almost starting to break away. The traction control kicking in, but a nice little slide from Chris Froggatt to work his way in 3rd place past the GT4 leading car in the hands of Michele Camerlinghi, that sits there in 8th position overall. We've got one car into the pit lane, so back into the pits has come the Maserati, Patrick Zamperini, with an hour and a half to go. Patrick Zamperini, is he going to hand the car back over? Well, in part 1 of the race, each one of the 3 drivers in the SVC Sport Management Maserati all did, if my maths are correct and my notes are correct, each one did 2 stints. So they did split it up to equalise the driving. So that being the case, I think we'll see Piotr Chodson get back behind the wheel of that car. So, because Anthony Chodson, his son, has already done 2 stints. He did stint 1 and stint 4. Patrick Zamperini has done stint 2 and stint 3. Stint 2 and stint 5. And I think Piotr Chodson may well be on to do stint 3 and stint 6, but we'll have to wait and see. It's only when the car breaks the beam at the end of the pit lane do we get the update. Another lap chalked into the book. That is now on to lap number 299 for the race leader. So Martin Kodrich, probably, half an hour away from bringing the car into the pit lane and handing it over to what we believe will be Ben Barnicoat for the final time, is pressing on. And who is going to take over that Maserati? Well, it looks as though servicing is being done. Quick wipe of the windscreen. Refueling completed. Out comes the airline. They'll pull the switch. It will depressurise the air jack system. It drops down onto all 4 wheels. Lollipop still there at the moment because the clock still needs to tick down before they release the car. It is a multiple stud wheel that's fitted to the Maserati, if I've mentioned a couple of occasions, so it does take that team longer to change the wheels, but with 150 seconds for them to do the driver change, refuel and get the car back out there, pit in to pit out, they've got plenty of time in which to do so. And we are, I think Lollipop's been raised, is it now? So car should be, there we go, there's the Lollipop. Couldn't quite see it because of the reflection of the light of it. Is it going to be Piotr Chodson that gets back behind the wheel? Confirmation will be given any second now, and it is showing as Patrick Zamperini still behind the wheel. So looks as though Zamperini is still behind the wheel of that car, which didn't quite see, because didn't see all of the pit stop take place, so couldn't see whether the driver change occurred or not, but there is no change to the notification of the driver that's in the car. It may well be that they've just not switched the transponder from one position to the other, because it's the transponder, the little device inside the car that sends an electronic signal as the car breaks the various beams around the circuit, the start-finish line, pit in, pit out, and the various sectors. That little transponder has a unique number, but there's a switch in the car which is moved to different positions for each driver, and each position on that switch again alters the number on that car, and that is fed into the timekeeping system that's utilised by our fantastic timekeepers, and that then allows, as the car comes over the start-finish line, the system to automatically tie up the unique number with the driver name, and it instantly appear on the live timing, which if you are looking at getraceresults.com, that's the website. You can click on the live stream link for the timing, and you can pick up on exactly what is going on. But yeah, that has not clicked over. That is still showing as Patrick Zamperini behind the wheel of that particular car, and that may well be its final visit to the pits. Possibly, we'll have to wait and see as to whether there might be a further splash and dash required, as we saw for the likes of the Bentley towards the end of part one of the race. So that Maserati, second in GT4, that is the GT4 class leading Mercedes. This is the GT3 Merc, which is Chris Froggatt. Now, he is 61 seconds off second place at the moment, lying third overall in the race, but this Mercedes is second in GT3 Pro-Am. We are surely going to see another driver change occur, because we've had Chris Froggatt give way to Ian Loggy, so that was the first pit stop. Ian Loggy give way to Callum McLeod is the second pit stop. Callum McLeod giving way back to Chris Froggatt is the third pit stop, but you have to do 4 if you're a GT3 car, so there's still another stop required for that car at this stage. We also know for sure Martin Kodrich needs to come in and hand over to Ben Barnicoat. We know also that Mauro Calamia, at the wheel of the Dynamic Racing Porsche, over the course of the next, half an hour or so, he's going to come in and hand it over. We don't know who he's going to hand it over to, whether it be Stefano Monaco, who is the largely quicker of the drivers over the course of this weekend, or whether it's going to go back to Roberto Pampanini. Now, Pampanini did a couple of stints in part one. Stefano Monaco only did one. So, depending on whether they've all got the correct amount of driving time in, you might argue that they could shove in the quicker driver for the final part, but it's not as simple as that. You need to make sure that you don't then do as Team Parker Racing did in part one and give a higher graded driver more time behind the wheel, which then undoes the combined amount of time that the bronzes need to do to comply with the series regulations for this one-off race. 300 laps now completed by Martin Kodrich. Mauro Calamia is showing as a lap adrift on 299, and then showing as being on 298 is Chris Froggatt, but he's not a lap adrift of Mauro Calamia. He's just, his positioning on the circuit is about to go over the start-finish line now and get himself onto the same lap as the Porsche. So the two cars, first and second in Pro-Am in GT3, are on the same lap. Bentley siding its way through and past Patrick Zamperini. So Andy Merrick pressing on. That car is currently 3 laps off the lead now, the Bentley. And Andy Merrick's times are more than respectable. However, he is not lapping a great deal, if any, quicker really than the cars ahead at this stage. He's had a bit of traffic to deal with on this lap, but he's lapping 2-minute 4.4. Valentino Rossi ahead of him is lapping 2-minute 4.3, but is a full lap ahead of the Bentley. Ahead of Valentino Rossi is Chris Froggatt, who's lapping 2-minute 4.6, but is also a lap ahead of Valentino Rossi. Then it's 2 minutes 3.9 for the second place Porsche, and into the 2-minute 2.0s when you get towards the race leader. So the cars first all the way through to 6th are not really gaining any advantage over each other at this stage, but there's still work to be done for Chris Froggatt. This time it is dealing with Lars Damann's Optimum Motorsport McLaren, which is now the best part of 56 laps off the overall lead of the race as a result of all of its problems, but a rather frustrating 27 laps off the lead of the GT4 category. So, hour and 20 to go. Martin Kodrich now onto lap number 302. quick question, a few more questions coming in. So thanks to Wobbit Master, which is Scott. Is the dynamic Porsche the same car that was at Kyalami a few weeks ago when it was driven by Bamber? That'll be Earl Bamber, Van Tor, which would probably be Dries Van Tor, and Estra, which would be Kevin Estra. Don't know again whether anybody in the Dynamic Motorsport team can find that out, or whether Zach, who is our roving reporter over there in Bahrain, can find that out. Don't know, but the question is, yeah, is that dynamic Porsche the same one that was at Kyalami a few weeks ago? Don't know, didn't see the Kyalami race, haven't picked up on any of the coverage from that one. Pete Murphy just saying that it's thoroughly enjoyed watching it, bring home the 2Cs Motorsport. So he is more than happy that his team is leading the race at this stage, Martin Kodrich. Of course, huge disappointment for the sister car to it, but at least it's some sort of elation for 2Cs Motorsport, albeit just one side of the garage. And let's have a quick look. We also said James Stevenson, who missed the tag earlier on, I think he did. James Stevenson. So just wanting a shout out. So thanks for joining us, James. That's Ducati J Racing, and fingers crossed for a second or a minimum of third place for the number 46 Monster VR6 Ferrari. Well, at the moment it's fourth in the race, so if it's an overall position that you're looking for, there's work still to be done, James Stevenson. But if you mean Pro-Am, yes, it is. It's third in Pro-Am at the moment, so hopefully that will satisfy what you want to do with that car. And also, Ellie May also says she's here supporting the VR46 quad, but wow, the Porsche is stunning. I think so many of us have said that. The livery on the Porsche, it looks great, doesn't it? And the reflection of the light look absolutely fabulous. So there's a couple of supporters there, Ellie May and James Stevenson, just tweeting in using the hashtag at Gulf 12 Hours, and both of those supporting the Monster VR6, Monster VR46 Ferrari. So there is the Porsche that Ellie May was looking at. Yeah, just looks amazing. The beautiful shape the Porsche has always been, but the livery on it, it just suits the car, and the way that the sunlight glistens off the gold just looked absolutely beautiful. And it looks quick standing still, that car. I've seen a couple of photos of it, and when a car looks quick standing still, you know it's going to be quick when it heads out onto circuit. It has been quick. It still is continuing to lap as quickly as it possibly can. It's on lap number 202 as things currently stand. The race leader is on lap number 203, so it is shortly about to be gobbled up by our race leader, who is lapping about 2 seconds quicker than it at this stage. So there's the Porsche up towards turn number 11. Here comes the race leader, which is Martin Kodrich, the Croatian driver, and he is looking to try and close in and place a lap on Mauro Calamia, who I don't think is going to put up a great deal of resistance. Yes, if there's a safety car, it means that he would in reality get the lap back, but we haven't seen a great deal of reason for anything needing a safety car. And in reality, what that Porsche knows that it will do is it's not going to have the pace over the McLaren. It is going to have to rely on misfortune for it. But what they will want to do is just make sure they stand on the top step of the Pro-Am podium, because we've had more Pro-Am cars in that class than we have Pro cars. So you could argue the fact that they've claimed the Pro-Am potential race win. There's still an hour and 20 minutes to decide that. But if they do claim it, then they have claimed the win in the most populous class, and therefore the most highly contested class in this running of the Gulf 12 Hours. So there, over start finish line goes Calamia, onto lap number 303, and a second later onto lap number 304 goes Martin Kodrich. We are going to have the next run of pit stops certainly within the next 20 minutes, so we are an hour and 18 away. Already into the pit lane has come the sole representative in the GT3 AM category. That is Francesco Zollo, that I think is about to vacate the car. And who's going to dive in? Well, this is one of the cars that has got 4 drivers in the car. I would imagine it will be David Fuminelli that will be getting in, because he has not driven in this section of the race so far. So David Fuminelli, I think, will be on board that car. He did great things in qualifying, David Fuminelli. He's the highest graded driver in terms of FIA rankings. He's silver graded, David Fuminelli, accompanying the 3 bronze drivers that are with him. But for the runner-up in the Porsche Carrera Cup Italy last year, David Fuminelli, that was what he was busy involved with last year. We've seen him racing the Blancpain series at Spa 24 Hour, so a whole host of sports car racing. Surely it is going to be Fuminelli that will take over. The car heads towards the end of pit lane, and the number 27 car flashes up as yet. Absolutely. David Fuminelli jumps on board, and with an hour and 20 minutes to go, that is surely now going to be the last pit stop for that particular car. So we saw Francesco Zollo do 2 stints in that session. So that is what, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's 4 pit stops for that car. So that has now ticked off for a GT3 car all 4 of the stops that it needs to do, of the 4 imposed stops it needs to do. David Fuminelli jumps on board. So lots of sports car racing experience, but like so many drivers, cut his teeth also in single-seaters. Did the likes of Formula 3 in Italy and in Spain as well, did David Fuminelli. Then moved on and did a little bit in what was rebadged, rather than being Spanish Formula 3, it's rebadged as European Formula 3 Open, but it was still really a largely Spanish-based series, but did visit a chunk more of mainland Europe. And occasionally we've seen over at the likes of Donington Park many years ago, and more recently it's been at Silverstone having its UK round. But we have also seen David Fuminelli in GP3. He got as high as in terms of his single-seater career before he again moved over towards the sports car route, which certainly from a young driver perspective nowadays, spent a few years in single-seaters, yes, but if you're very lucky you might get to the top echelons of single-seater racing, whether it be Formula 1 or Formula E, as other drivers are now looking towards. But in terms of likelihood to get a professional career and earn money out of it as well, then sports car racing, I think, has slowly been the way that so many drivers have elected to go. Some have focused on that from the very beginning of their careers, maybe starting in something like Ginetta Juniors and then working their way through the various ranks of sports car racing and never touching single-seaters. But there's still a lot of single-seater racers that perhaps at some point realisation and budget more than anything probably means that whilst their aspirations are still single-seaters, realisation means that sports cars are the way to go, and you can, if you're a good driver, carve out a very good and a fairly long career in sports cars, it's fair to say. And that is what David Fuminelli has continued to do over the course of the last few years. He is on board that car. It still leads its class. It still leads the amateur category. Valentino Rossi back in the pit lane as well. So this could well be a final roll of the dice for the Monster VR46 Ferrari. Whilst Martin Kodrich still continues in the lead. Is he going to pit this time? No, he's not. So not as yet is Ben Barnicoat on duty for the final part of this race, with an hour and 14 minutes to go in this first ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours at Bahrain. So Martin Kodrich is now onto lap number 306 and is still lapping the best part of 2 seconds quicker than anybody else is doing out there on the circuit at the moment. Mauro Calamia is still just about hanging on to the lead lap at this stage. So there's the Porsche coming towards us on lap number 305. Martin Kodrich is on lap number 306. So not quite a full lap lead, but almost now. And we are now at the pivotal point of the race to see as to whether Mauro Calamia is going to try and hold up the race leader or just let him go through, knowing full well that it's the winning Pro-Am that they want. But Mauro Calamia is still fairly young, just 28 years of age, racing in the GT World Challenge Europe last year. It's not his first outing in the Gulf 12 Hours. We've seen him out in it in the past. He's a former champion in Maserati Super Trofeo. Into the pit lane's a GT4 leader. So this is Michele Camerlinghi coming in. Now that is the second stint that Michele Camerlinghi has done. We've seen a single stint for Benedetto Strignano. We've seen a single stint for Jean-Luc Doria. We have seen a double stint for Michele Camerlinghi, and we have seen a single stint for Piero Randazzo. So could be any one of 3 of the 4 drivers in that car that opts to dive in, and is that Piero Randazzo, I think, that's getting back in. So that would be his second stint in the car. And how would that tie up? Well, he did 2 stints in part 1 of the race. So we'll have to wait and see as to whether that is Piero Randazzo that's getting back in. So that means that he would probably have done a little bit more driving in that car than anybody else. But it's not the only car in the pit lane at the moment, because we've also had the number 8 Ferrari just head in as we look towards our race leader, still with traffic to deal with, still looking to try and close in on Mauro Calamia's car that runs second in the race and place a further lap on the second place car. So McLaren leads Porsche, that is just ahead of it on the road, running in second position. And just to confirm, we still have 5 different marques represented inside the top 5. McLaren, Porsche, Mercedes, Bentley and Ferrari are the top 5 cars that we have in this particular race at this stage. So 2 cars in the pit lane. The number 90 GT4 leading Mercedes is about to conclude its pit stop. There is the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari. That is Marco Frezza, that is about to conclude his driving for the 2021 edition of the Gulf 12 Hours here in Bahrain. So that will be his last stint behind the wheel. Who might get over that car? Well, both Andrea Cuteria, LMDV, which is Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio, Marco Frezza and Nicola Cade have all done a single stint each. So it'll be interesting to see as to who gets the extra stint in this one, whilst Mauro Calamia is still desperate to try and keep the McLaren behind, so desperate to try and stay on the lap he is on and not get lapped by that McLaren. Out of the pit lane has gone Piero Randazzo, so Piero Randazzo has taken over the GT4 leading Mercedes. I did say I thought it was Piero that was getting in, so that is Piero Randazzo in for his second stint in this car. Himself and Michele Camerlinghi are the 2 drivers that have done double stints in this one. And finally, Martin Kodric is able to unlock the door and get through and ahead of the Porsche. So that means that Martin Kodric now is safely in the lead of the race. He is now very much on his own, because not only now dropping off the lead lap of the race, but also opting to pit comes what is the second place Porsche. So into the pit lane comes the Porsche. And this is going to be the final stop for it. We've also got the Bentley coming in as well. So in comes Andy Marek at the wheel of the Bentley. The Ram Racing Mercedes is also in as well. So an hour and 10 minutes to go. The cars that are second, third and fourth overall in the race. But more importantly, first, second and third in Pro-Am are all in the pit lane at the same time. So the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, Mauro Calamia, about to dive out of the car and be done with driving duties. Who's going to get in? Ram Racing car of Chris Froggatt is in the pit lane. Are we going to see Callum McLeod dive back into that, or will it be Ian Logie that's back on duty? And for what is the Bentley, I think the Bentley, we might see Derek Pearce get back in, because he's only done 1 stint. Out comes the Ram Racing car. It is indeed Callum McLeod that is back on board. So Callum McLeod for his second stint in this car. He is the higher graded driver. He is the silver driver in the Pro-Am pairing. And he will look to try and press on. That at least now means that Chris Froggatt is out of the car. We might get the opportunity to chat to him, because he's one of the drivers we are expecting to have a quick chat to in commentary. The number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari has now been taken over by Alessandro Cuterea. So that is Alessandro back on board the number 8 car. So Cuterea will look to see what he might be able to do. The Bentley feeds its way back out of pit lane. Who's on board? It's showing Andy Merrick as still being on board that car. And as for the Porsche, it is Stefano Monaco that's taken over. I did wonder if they'd put Stefano Monaco back in, because he is arguably the quicker driver that we've had in that Porsche. And it does just mean that he can sort of cement the position for that car and stroke the car home. But as for the Bentley, I am wondering as to whether there has been driver change for that or not. That being the case, Andy Merrick will be doing a double stint. Ewan Mackay did a double stint. He did stint 1 and stayed in for stint 2. Derek Pearce was in for stint 3. Andy Merrick for stint 4. And possibly double stinting for stint 5. But they do need to ensure that they give the bronze drivers, as they didn't do in part 1 of the race, sufficient time behind the wheel. So again, perhaps a little bit of clarification. I know Jamie, who is in charge of the PR for Team Parker Racing will probably be in touch with the team out there in Bahrain, so perhaps just a little bit of confirmation that Andy Merrick is still behind the wheel, and whether there has been a driver change and it's just not updated on the transponder system. It seemed a quick stop to me, so it can't be any quicker than 110 seconds, otherwise it doesn't comply. But it just seemed as though it wasn't long from the Bentley coming into the pits to it going back out. So Martin Kodrich now safely leads by a full lap again as a result of the Porsche having come into the pit lane. And at some point, I would say in the next 10 minutes, 15 at the absolute most, we will see the race leading as it has been for so many laps. We are now on to lap, 309 the car is on, and it's still only 14 laps really that it hasn't led for. And those 14 laps are only because of that short little issue that was the gear shift when Ben Barnicoat was behind the wheel late on in part one of the race. So up towards the braking out for the next of the right-handers, which is going to bring the cars back over the start-finish line through turn number 14. Tried to close in on the next of the cars to put a lap on it. That is the 7th place car, the car that runs 5th in Pro-Am. The car that had issues with the rear wing in part one of the race, where it started to collapse and cause a raft of problems. It's a car that's probably had more spins than anybody else as well, that car. Largely a chunk of them because of that rear wing angle when it was sort of not quite at 45 degrees, it's probably at 20 degrees as the upright that supports it broke on the right hand side of the car, and therefore it wasn't an even amount of downforce that was being applied on one side of the car to the other, so the car was hugely unbalanced in the braking areas and coming out of the corners and even down the straights. But that car eventually came in, despite being shown the black and orange flag and then the black flag. It eventually came in and had the rear wing fixed because it didn't comply with the flags. It was given a 3-minute stop-go penalty, and that's really what has sort of, the mixture of the repair to the wing and the stop-go penalty has undone some of the pace that otherwise that number 8 Kessel Racing car would have had. It qualified 7th quickest. It is running 7th quickest at this stage, so you could argue it's sort of living up to what it did in qualifying, but I think otherwise it might have been that little bit higher in the race, as Alessandro Cotarere has now been lapped by Martin Kodrich, which means that Kodrich is on lap number 110, and that Ferrari that has just gone by is 15 laps adrift. It's on lap 295, so 15 laps between the pair of them. That is the pace really that Kodrich and Ben Barnicoat and Issa bin Abdullah Khalifa have had generally. All three of them have been very quick, very consistent. The car has held together, and I don't think they'll particularly look back at this race and think they've had a great deal of problems. You forget the bad bits, you remember the good bits, and I think the good bits are probably only about 65 minutes away now, but anything can still happen. We've seen it so many times in the past in sports car and endurance racing that until that checkered flag comes out, anything still can happen. Another quick tweet coming in. Ellie May still using the hashtag AskGulf12Hours. She just wants to say thanks for the whole team for getting this sorted. Haven't heard of this before, but knew Rossi and his team were doing it, so thought she needed a moto fix, whether it be MotoGP or Formula 1, and it's fair to say she'll be watching every year. That's the right answer, Ellie May. Keep your eyes on the website, keep your eye on social media, Ellie May. Remember, stick it in your diary now, 16th of December, we return to the Yas Marina. Entry list won't be published until nearer the time, but if memory serves me correctly, it was not a single or a 2-year deal for Valentino Rossi to join the Gulf 12 Hour. It really wouldn't surprise me if he comes back. I know he's a huge supporter of this event. I know Andrea, the man who puts so much work into creating these events, would also be delighted to have Valentino Rossi back, and who wouldn't? It's a great name to have on the grid, and absolutely, it doesn't matter whether you are a 2- or a 4-wheel motorsport fan. There aren't many people in the world that don't know who Valentino Rossi is. Into the pit lane has come the race leader. So this is Martin Kodrich, ready to hand the car over to Ben Barnicoat for the final stint. So Ben dives in the car. Martin Kodrich, who's just got out, will strap him in. Make sure that the seat belts are over the hands device. Make sure that the pit-to-car radio is plugged in as well, and any cool suits or drink systems that they have on board are all exactly where they need to be. And once that is all done, pull the belts tight. The driver will give them a final tug. They will wait for the Pirelli tyres to be bolted onto each corner of the 2Cs Motorsport car, and then we should see Ben Barnicoat back into the race and potentially little more than 60 minutes away from claiming a victory in this race, and a victory that would be the first time a McLaren potentially has gone towards victory lane. At the moment, a McLaren leads. They have never won a Gulf 12-hour race. A Porsche is second. We've never had a Porsche win a Gulf 12-hour race. Mercedes are third. They have taken one win. That was the Black Falcon Mercedes car back in 2013. And a Ferrari is fourth. Ferrari have had 7 wins in the Gulf 12 hours. So at the moment, the car, or the marks, first and second, the manufacturers, McLaren and Porsche, should either of those win, it would be their first win in the Gulf 12 hours. So this is Ben Barnicoat safely on board the McLaren, looking to try and see whether he can get himself back ahead of the Porsche once more. Very quickly dealt with. That didn't take long, did it? Stefano Monaco dispatched very effortlessly by our race leader. So that is the car of Ben Barnicoat back ahead by a full lap now of the Porsche. Stefano Monaco lets him go in reality, because they are more focused, Dynamic Motorsport, on finishing on the top of the Pro-Am podium. And they have certainly been there or thereabouts for so much of this race. And are now little more than an hour away from seeing the checkered flag. And we'll give you a full rundown at the 5-hour mark of part 2. That will be in a couple of minutes' time that we will see the results flash up. So what we'll do is we'll look back at when the clock ticks down in another 50 seconds exactly what the order is and what the relative gaps are. But it is a full lap lead now once more for the 2Cs Motorsport McLaren. And for Issa bin Abdullah Khalifa, for Ben Barnicoat and Martin Kodrich, it has very much, certainly the last 48 hours gone to plan, really, because they arrived at the circuit earlier on in the week. The number 33 car was put into the wall, suffering a fair amount of damage by the 21-year-old Bahrainian driver, Issa bin Abdullah Khalifa, and by the hard work from the team, getting the car ready for free practice on Friday, getting it ready for qualifying. It was really quick all day yesterday on Friday, and the race has been largely trouble-free. This is the overtake. The Maserati trying to stay out of the way of the GT3 cars, and I think briefly Stefano Monaco was in two minds as to what the Maserati was going to do, so that sort of compromised his speed a little bit, but I think he was always going to make it fairly easy for Ben Barnicoat to work his way through. However, Ben Barnicoat was pretty decisive with the move up the inside of the Porsche, putting a lap on it at turn number 8, that would be, and that meant that then the McLaren was once more a full lap ahead of the second place and GT3 Pro-Am leading Porsche. Now, what Stefano Monaco needs to do, there's an hour still to go. The final drivers are behind the wheel of their respective cars. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't slow up too much. There was a bit of overtaking done, so that sort of compromised the lap time that we've just seen from Stefano Monaco, but he was a 2-minute 4.6, including that little bit of traffic in the overtake last time through. Callum McLeod at the wheel of the third place Mercedes, but that's the car, of course, that's second in Pro-Am, is 62 seconds behind and was about 2.4 seconds quicker. So rate of close still needs to be substantively quicker from the Mercedes if in the next hour he wants to get there, as we now have, what, 58.5 minutes to go. So let's give you the rundown of the order at the 5-hour mark of part 2. And at that 5-hour mark, when the clock ticked over, it was car number 33 that led the race overall and led GT3 Pro, which was the 2Cs Motorsport McLaren. That was on 311 laps at the time. And second was the number 67 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche that you're looking at on your screens at the moment. That was off the lead lap, the Porsche, in second position, but more importantly, still led and still does lead the Pro-Am category. Third in the race, but second in the Pro-Am category, is the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes. That's currently in the hands of Callum McLeod. And fourth in the race, completing the Pro-Am potential podium at this stage, is the Monster VR46 Kessel Racing Ferrari 488. For Callum McLeod, he was a further lap off the lead on 309 laps when the clock ticked, and a further lap off that on 308 was the car of the Monster Energy VR46 team. On the same lap as that in 5th place, number 31, the Team Parker Racing Bentley Continental GT3, but that was 65 seconds off the 4th place Ferrari. 6th place overall is the leading GT3 AM car that we've got, the number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari, and in 7th place was number 8, which was the sister car to it, the number 8 car from Kessel Racing, the Ferrari 488. 8th place is a leading GT4 car, number 90, which is Scuderia Villorba Corsa, which is the Mercedes AMG GT4. 9th place is going to be number 50, which was the SVC Sports Management Maserati, but that is 15 laps off the lead of the GT4 leader, such is the advantage that the Mercedes has built up, and it safely has 12 laps in hand over the car that's in 10th place and lies 3rd in GT4, which is the number 77 Optimum Motorsport McLaren, and that is the order that they were in at the point that the clock ticked to 5 hours completed of part 2 of this race. So we will be able to look forward to the final 50 minutes or so. Confirmation received that it is Andy Marrick that's still behind the wheel of the Bentley. We have got a rather hot and sweaty Chris Froggatt, who is being lined up for an interview. So once that is ready, we will grab a quick chat with Chris Froggatt about his stints in the car and the fact that he was sort of a late arrival really to the Ram Racing team. Well, what was disappointment for Sam DeHaan, who couldn't make it due to COVID-19. Chris Froggatt stepping in at the last minute. And I think we can now have a chat to Chris Froggatt. He was all hot and sweaty, having put in a great final stint in the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes. Chris, are you there? No, nothing heard from Chris Froggatt, which is a shame. He will chip in. Cue the mic if you are there, Chris, and we can grab a quick word. Confirmation was that you were ready to go, but not a problem if there's just a little few tweaks that need doing, and then hopefully we can grab a word with Chris Froggatt, for the driver who's put in some solid stints throughout the course of the 2 sections of this Gulf 12 hours. He'll be certainly cheering on Callum McLeod, who is in the car, in that car there that we're looking at on screen at this stage, for what is 3rd overall in the race and 2nd in Pro-Am. Chris, can we hear you? No, so still nothing from Chris Froggatt. So hopefully it's not a technical issue that's preventing him from chatting. Maybe just at the last minute he's been dragged away to do something else. And we will, I'm sure, I've not been let down by the team out there in Bahrain over the course of the last 48 hours. And certainly today they've been absolute stars. Russell and Zach out there, and over in Australia, Philippa also has been a great help. So bearing in mind. Right, drivers are ready to interview. Okay, so we'll try again. Hopefully, now not quite as hot and sweaty as he was a few moments ago, but Christopher Froggatt is there. Chris, are you there? Ah, I can hear you. Chris.
Hello, Mark.
Hi there, Chris. How are you, mate? That looked as though it was a hot and hard and sweaty stint once more.
Yeah, all good, thank you. I enjoyed it, actually. It was a nice nice final stint for me. Car felt really nice. A little bit lonely on the track, but you know, putting in the times and trying to chase down the Porsche, but seemingly hard at the minute unless they make a mistake.
From a driver's perspective, you're saying a little bit lonely on occasions. You know, when there are fewer cars on the entry list, and we all know the reasons why, and we will reverse that, you know, once the world returns to some normality. How difficult is it as a driver when you sort of, you know, you settle into your stint, but you don't see a great amount of traffic and you don't have a benchmark to push to?
Yeah, I mean, the team does give us a reference time as to what the other drivers are doing. It's just nice to have that little bit of incentive seeing some tail lights to hunt down sort of thing. I think it just motivates you that bit more to push yourself a bit harder.
You were very much a late call-up for the team. I know Dan Schoffelbottom said that you were the super sub that was coming in. So whilst you must have been pleased that the opportunity arose, you know, the way it's come about with poor old Sam de Haan suffering the effects of COVID wasn't ideal, but you've done a cracking job.
Yeah, and I've actually really enjoyed my time in the car. Obviously, yeah, like you say, it was very last minute, but the team's been fantastic, helping me integrate. I've learned a lot about the car. Obviously, limited running time, but over the race, I think I've improved as well, and I've really enjoyed the experience.
You'll be back for some more?
Who knows? Yeah, I've enjoyed the race a lot, and yeah, we'll see.
Your teammates, you know, Callum McLeod behind the wheel. We know that Ian Loggy is quick as well. It looks as though you've got a solid little team there that you've built.
Yeah, I think the lineup is super strong. I mean, obviously, we ended pretty strong after the first 6 hours. It's a real shame we got to drive through at the start of the next 6 hours. You know, that's really compromised the potential result. But who knows? There's still some time left. There's quite a gap to claw back, but you know, we'll see what happens.
What does 2021 hold for you generally? You know, we've seen you in things like International GT Open briefly. We saw you do that great championship run in European Ferrari Challenge in 2018 and a bit of GT World Challenge last year. What does 2021 hold?
I mean, we really enjoyed GT World Challenge, having won the sprint last year and the overall title. I think we missed out very narrowly on endurance, so that's going to be a main focus for me. I'd like to do the endurance again and probably sprint, to be honest. I really enjoy the championships. They're super competitive, and I think you grow around a lot of competitive drivers. So that's probably the core program, and then maybe a couple of races here or there. I'm really fortunate to have done this. I think it's really, you know, fantastic. I didn't plan to drive until March time, so this has really been a fantastic opportunity for me to stay sharp.
And I suppose, you know, from another perspective, after a difficult 2020 generally for everybody, it's a nice way to blow the cobwebs away and a nice part of the world to start the new year in your racing calendar.
Yeah, absolutely, and the environment is great. The circuit's lovely. All the organisers are great. So I mean, it's really been a really nice event, and like you say, a great way to start the year.
Well, congratulations, well done. Thanks for stepping into to the team so late. You've done an absolute cracking job, as Dan Schoffelbottom said. Super sub, absolutely well done, and good luck to yourself, Ian, and Callum in what is now remaining 50 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mark. Take care.
My absolute pleasure. There we go. So great to chat to Chris Froggatt. Thanks for joining us. Thanks to whether it be Zach or Russell out there that's done the running round. They've put a few miles on their shoes over the course of the 12 hours of the running of this race, and it all started for them very early in the morning. Out there as well, and they'll still be working late into the night as well, because once the checkered flag falls, we've still got podiums to do. But from their perspective, there's press reports and to write as well. So they will be working late into the night, and then in the morning it'll probably be an early morning flight back to the UK as well, and start on the real day job. So it's been great to chat to the drivers. Thoroughly enjoyed all of the drivers that we've chatted to. It's the best way that we can bring you that sort of insight that we would usually do when we have a roving reporter, usually with the cameraman as well in the pit lane. But this is not a bad way to do it as a second best, based on the infrastructure and the resources that we currently have available to us in these tricky times. But it has been a great running of the Gulf 12 Hours, for which we've still got just over 3/4 of an hour to go. Might we be able to usher Luca Marini up onto the overall podium? Well, to do that car needs to get a lap back, so I think that is a very tall order in reality. But I think we are going to see that number 46 car head onto the Pro-Am podium, but there's still work to do. There's the GT4 McLaren of Jan Klingelnberg has now taken back over that car. That is the first of which needs dealing with. And then I don't think it'll be that much longer before they catch the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari of Alessandro Cuderera that is next up the road. So through sides, Luca Marini, I hadn't actually got him down as having taken back over that car since Valentino Rossi brought it into the pit lane. So I want to just make the adjustment that he is now behind the wheel of that particular car. And there was another one also that I hadn't spotted. We'd had a driver change to, and that is the Optimum Motorsport car must have snuck back in again, because Jan Klinglenberg is back behind the wheel of that one. And I hadn't spotted that he had taken over from Lars Dammon. So we are now unlikely to see either Warren Hughes or Charlie Hollings, either of the silver graded drivers, behind the wheel of that car. It's the bronzes that have done all of the running in part 2 of this race at the wheel of that number 77 car. But that's understandable, because it is a car that is supported by factory drivers and those involved with things like the McLaren Pure Series and what have you, and therefore the bronze drivers being given the opportunity to get the vast majority of the running under their belt and build up the mileage, build up the experience. And I'm sure, like many of the drivers we've seen in the McLaren Pure Series, go on and race in other categories and more higher powered cars, a bit like we saw earlier on before it retired, the number 72 Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren 720S, the likes of Brendan Arib and Nick Moss, both in that car. Both have come through the likes of the McLaren Pure Series ranks and worked their way up through from what is GT4 machinery in that up to the GT3 specification 720. So if you've got any more questions you want to ask, then you've got about half an hour really to use the hashtag AskGulf12Hours, AskGulf12Hours. And once we head into the latter stages of the race, we will probably not be able to deal with any more of them. And we will probably sort of finish our interaction with you there. But we have had some brilliant questions, some lovely comments as well coming over social media. I think most of you more than understanding that things are being dealt with in a subtly different way. And whilst it is not the complete product we would like to bring you in terms of a broadcast, it is not too bad considering that it's been put together last minute. Literally Thursday morning was when the button was pressed, and hats off to everybody that's involved to make it happen. Absolutely. And that's not just from me, those of them that are listening over there. That has come through social media as well with some very nice and very generous comments. So thank you to everybody that has given us that feedback. And keep your eye on our social media as well, because there'll be lots of post-race reports being issued as well, which might unravel a few more stories or other things that we've not quite been able to get to over the course of the solo commentary that we've been doing here since, what, 6:30 this morning UK time. So our race leader, Ben Barnicoat, is now onto lap number 319, just turning his way through turn number 10. Back down the straight towards turn number 11, leading by a full lap and a bit more from Stefano Monaco, who at the wheel of the dynamic Porsche runs in second position, but more importantly still hangs on to the Pro-Am category of the GT3 class, and has largely, that dynamic motorsport, been at the sharp end of that class for a big old chunk of the race. Not exclusively, but for the vast majority of the race, it has led its category. For the vast majority of the race, this car here, the number 33 car, has led the race overall. And I think it has pretty much still continued to lead every lap. I'm just going to have a quick look back through. And yeah, other than what I think is that sort of strange thing where car number 169 car number 3 led from lap 169 to lap 169. I think that is, yeah, just sort of stating that it broke the beam at the start of the race, probably slightly ahead of the pole sitting car. But yeah, I think it has been a lap that has been led every single lap in part 2 of this race by the number 33 2Cs Motorsport car that's been shared by Ben Barnicoat, who's behind the wheel, by Martin Kodrich and by Isa Al Abdullah Khalifa. And I think if we look back at the statistics of what at the moment is 319 laps chalked into the book, all bar 14 have been led by this race leading McLaren. Not been trouble free, so the only 14 laps that it didn't lead were because of that gearbox issue that meant it had to spend a little bit of time into the pit lane. But thankfully for the 33 car, it was an issue that was easily fixed. For the sister car, the number 7 car, 26 laps it did before what was a turbocharger problem and some sort of engine wear as well as a result of that turbocharger issue. Means that that car was out very, very early on in the race. Team attempted to fix it, but knew that they were probably fighting a losing battle. So still things to be dealt with, though, over the remaining 40 minutes. Watching all of the gazes, just making sure that you hit the deltas that the teams will be giving you, hit the lap times that you need to do. If there's any question that you perhaps haven't got enough fuel and you need to just ease things off a bit at this stage, they'll be saying, look after the car, look after the tyres, short shift where you need to. You've built the advantage, you've got a full lap, so you've got plenty of time to play with Ben Barnicoat. And Ben's been in this situation before, perhaps not with such a substantive lead, but he's been in a situation where you are leading a race and you have enough of a gap so that you can control it. And that's what it's all about towards the closing stages of the race. Do the hard work earlier on, make sure that you're at the sharp end with the final few hours to go if it's a close battle, so you can get your sleeves rolled up and crack on. But if you've built the advantage early on and you've got the break over everybody else, then the latter stages of the race, it's just hitting the pace that you need to hit. You don't need to win by a full lap. He could afford to really ease off if needs be and let Stefano Monaco unlap himself and still lead by a comfortable margin. But it looks as though it is probably going to be one of the most dominant wins that we have had in the Gulf 12 hours. And I'm going to look back at the statistics and just have a quick look as to exactly what the gaps have been over the course of the various runnings of this race. The first ever race took place in January of 2020, and on January of 2020, no, January of 2012, and on that occasion it was a Ferrari 1-2, but the race was won at the end of 12 hours of racing by just 2.6 seconds. So that was a very close finish. There was a second race that took place in 2012, but that was in December, and on that occasion, once more, it was a Ferrari 1-2, and it was a 25-second advantage that victory was claimed by. We moved on to 2013, and it was 1 minute and 41 seconds that the Team Abu Dhabi Black Falcon Mercedes beat Ferrari by on that occasion. That's so far the only win for a Mercedes mark in this race. 2014, it was Ferrari that claimed the win from the Black Falcon Mercedes, so the order was reversed the year following, and that was just 3.8 seconds that 3.0 seconds that the race was won by. On to 2015, it was Ferrari from Mercedes once more, and that was a 24-second lead that the victory was gained for at the end of the 12 hours of racing. On to 2016, Ferrari 1-2 once more, and it was 1 minute and 19 seconds, but still the car in second place was on the lead lap. In 2017, it was a Ferrari 1-2 yet again, and it was a 55-second lead on that occasion. So again, the car in second place still remained on the lead lap. In 2018, it was Audi that claimed the win, which was the first time that Audi had claimed the win from that was part one of the race. In 2018, it was Ferrari that claimed the win, I ought to say, from Audi in second place, and it was a 27-second lead that victory was claimed by. And in the last running of the race, it was an Audi 1-2, and it was 2 minutes and 11.9 seconds in the end, because the second place car did ease off substantively on that final lap. So we have never, in any of the previous runnings of the Gulf 12 hours, all of which, remember, have taken place not at this circuit, they've all taken place at Yas Marina. We have never had a car in the past that has claimed victory by a full lap, and at the moment that is what we are poised to do in this race if things stay the way they are for the remaining 39 minutes of this race now. So it is looking very good indeed for 2C's Motorsport, leading by a full lap from Dynamic Motorsport, the Porsche 911 GT3. Stefano Monaco still focused on making sure that they bring that car home first in the Pro-Am category. Callum McLeod lying third in the race, still a minute behind, but on the same lap as the Porsche. But the gap has not closed at all. They are lapping almost identically. 2 minute 3.76 from the Porsche last time through, 2 minutes 3.77 from the Mercedes. So the gap is not budging at all. It's still sitting at around about 60 seconds, 61.5 seconds from second to third place overall in the race. Luca Marini is a further lap off that in fourth position. Then it's the Bentley of Andy Merrick that sits there in 5th place, who is a further lap off Luca Marini. And then in 6th place, about 1 minute and 40 seconds off the Bentley, but on the same lap, is David Fuminelli. David Fuminelli is taking a bit of time out of the Bentley, but he's the best part of 1 minute and 38 seconds away, and only taking about half a second a lap out. So that is a gap that will not close up particularly unless something else happens over the course of the remaining 37 minutes of this race. As for GT4, well, it is still going to be the number 90 car of Piero Randazzo that leads the GT4 category. He is sitting down, he's just crossed the start-finish line now, down in 8th position. He's on 290 laps, 15 laps they lead the GT4 category by from Patrick Zamparini in the Maserati, who has still, 12-13 laps in hand over Warren Hughes, who's now jumped on board the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. I did say that we haven't seen Warren Hughes or Charlie Hollings out, but it does look as though now we have had a driver change there, and Warren Hughes, who did great things earlier on in that McLaren to put it into the lead of GT4 in part 1 of the race, is now on board for a further stint in the car. We did have a chat, didn't we, to Warren earlier on, who was very, very pleased indeed with his stint, but equally was very much complimentary of his fellow drivers on board that car, the likes of Jan Quindenberg and Lars Damen, who've come through the McLaren Pure Series, and Charlie Hollings, who brought the car towards the end. At the time we were chatting to Warren, Charlie, I think, had just jumped on board that car. So not long to go, half an hour to go, just over. There is the Bentley of Andy Merrick, who is at the moment just ahead of the 2nd place Porsche. Merrick is there in 5th position. So this is the Porsche on lap number 322. Andy Merrick is on lap number 320. So there's a couple of laps between the pair of them currently. And I suspect that on pure pace at the moment, that Porsche should be able to go through. Rate of close is not great. Rate of close is only about 0.4 of a second a lap. So Andy Merrick, former Bentley factory driver, pushing still as hard as he can, because he's conscious that if he can close up a little bit on Luca Marini, should something happen, a lapse of concentration, an issue with that number 46 car, that would potentially move the Bentley into a podium spot in the Pro-Am category, but he's 69 seconds adrift, so he's hugely reliant on problems for the Ferrari rather than pace of the Bentley to catch. And he's also going to be watching his mirrors as Stefano Monaco starts to close up. Stefano was about 0.6 of a second quicker than the Bentley that time through, and I suspect may well put a further lap on the Bentley, which did have a period where it was leading. Late pit stop for Patrick Zamparini. So this is the car that is still very comfortably in 2nd spot in GT4. And it looks like the team were expecting it to come in. So Zamparini heading up towards pit lane exit, brings the car to a halt, and it looks as though fuel is going in. And are we going to see a driver change? It does look as though, yeah, we've got drivers suited and booted, or at least one driver suited and booted and ready to go. And we might have a little late driver change for this car. I suspect it might be Piotr Chodson that's getting back in. And as the refueling takes place, once the refueling is done, that's when we can get the driver change being done and dusted. And yes, we are indeed getting done, and it is one of the Chodsons that's going in. It looked like it was the overalls that Anthony had earlier on, but I would have thought it would be Piotr, because Anthony's already done 2 stints behind the wheel of the car. Piotr has only done 1 stint so far, and with all of them, yeah, Piotr, I would say it should be Piotr, because if Anthony has done 2 stints, he is the silver graded driver. The bronzes need to do the requisite amount of time behind the wheel of the car, which would be, for a GT4 car, 1 silver and 2 bronzes would be, they would need to do 4 hours combined time, the bronze drivers. So I really think it ought to be Piotr, because if they don't get Piotr back in the car, they might not have had, over the course of the 6 hours, both of the bronze drivers doing 4 hours of the 6. Because with Anthony Chodson, who's the silver, having done 2 stints, that's going to equate to nearly 2 hours for him. So they've got to put the bronze back in. They cannot put the silver driver back in. I'm sure that's the way it is going to work, and confirmation will be given as and when that car heads back out of pit lane that it will be, I'm sure, Piot that's behind the wheel. Yes, it is. Yeah. So thought it would be. Didn't think they could put Anthony back out, because that would mean that the bronze drivers would not clock up sufficient time behind the wheel, and that would transgress the regulations. So Piot heads out there, so that means that they have done an extra stop in reality. So we have had what? Anthony giving way to Patrick Zamperini, Zamperini giving way to Piot Chodson, Piot Chodson giving way to Anthony Chodson, Anthony Chodson giving way back to Patrick Zamperini, and him giving back way. No, so that's it, that's ticked them all off. So that is 5 stops, so that is the last stop that they need to do. And it also, hopefully, by the time he's in the car, gives Piot Chodson, coupled with Patrick Zamperini, the 2 bronze drivers, their cumulative time that they've spent behind the wheel needs to be more than 4 hours, and that should hopefully equate to that, because that is the way the regulations are written in GT4, where you've got 1 silver and 2 bronzes. The bronze drivers have to have done 4 hours out of the 6. So we're into almost the last half an hour of this race. Porsche fan 1 is asking, what's the best ever finish from a Porsche in this race so far? Well, that again means thanks for that. Asking easier ones would be much better. Thank you very much. I think it is a 2nd position possibly, but I'm going to have to dive through the data to be able to answer that one for you. So I will hopefully come back to that one. The dominance, as we've said, has really been Ferraris over the years. We've also, of course, had prototype cars which have been eligible to race in the past, but those are no longer eligible to race. We've had Aston Martins on the podium before. Let's just have a quick look through, and I'm looking at see whether we've had a Porsche in the top 3. Right, in 2000, in answer to your question, which is Porsche fan 1 or fan 1 Porsche is the Twitter handle. In 2012, Orlando, their Porsche 997 GT3 finished in 3rd position overall. That was Sebastian Bleekie-Moly, Emilio De Guida and Jerome Bleekie-Molen. They finished on the lead lap as well. They finished in 3rd place overall and were a minute away from the 2nd place car and a minute and a half away from the race winner, and that is the best finish we've ever had for a Porsche. So we have had a Porsche on the podium, the overall podium before. If the next question is what class was it in, can't tell you at this stage, don't have that kind of data, but hopefully that answers that question for you. And let's have another quick look. We have also got, with half an hour to go, Sarah Rigby back in again once more. Petrolhead Sarah at Golf 12 Hours at Comms Box. Hope this is not a silly question. There's no such thing as a silly question. Is it normal for there not to be any marbles on track after almost 6 hours of racing? Surely you get marbles no matter how many cars are on track. No, it's not a silly question. There will be marbles on track. You could see on some occasions, if you just look towards the outer edges of some of the track, there are marbles there. There won't be as many, and therefore they won't be as visible. If you look to the edges of the track there, just as they head round to turn 3, turn 4, you can see a few little black bits on circuit. In the centre of the shot now, down towards the bottom, big black piece of tyre just sitting there. So there are marbles out there on track, and yes, there just won't be as many, and therefore it won't be as obvious to you. So this Pirelli tyre that most of these cars are running is a very similar specification to EC racing in the GT World Challenge Europe and in the British GT and other domestic championships around Europe as well. So it's a similar compound, or an identical compound, I think it will be. I wish we had Nathan Coleman or somebody from Pirelli we could chat to, really, but it is an identical compound. They have changed the manufacture of that tyre to get it to do different things over the years, but yeah, there is pickup out there. You just can't see it to the same degree. And Paul Roberts is in. I think this is probably going to be almost the last one. We might get a few more in the next 10 minutes or so. We'll wait to see. Just wanted to thank the whole team for bringing us the race, and hope to see us in December. Well, yeah, make sure you tune in. Keep an eye on social media. News will be filtering out about what's going on for the scheduled race at Yas Marina for the 10th ever running of that race in December of 2021, the 16th of December. So we are into the final half an hour. not a great deal has changed. Callum McLeod is not making any further inroads, his Mercedes, in towards the Porsche in second place. So it does look as though Porsche fan won. We are on for a potentially best ever finish overall for a Porsche in the running of the Gulf 12 Hours. We've had one on the third step of the overall podium before, but we've never had one on the second step of the podium. And not only that, it looks as though it is going to be a GT3 Pro-Am class win potentially for that car if it stays where it is and has no troubles over the course of the remaining half an hour. But I think of all of the cars, probably that Porsche there has had the least troubles of anybody, because we know that the race leading car had that gear shift issue. It is still working its way past the traffic at the moment. That is David Fuminelli that is just gone through and past Ben Barnicoat. So that now means that that car drops. I think that will be 4 laps off the lead of the race now, David Fuminelli. But we know the number 33 car had gear shift issues. We know Callum McLeod and Ram Racing, because we spoke very briefly, didn't we, to Christopher Froggatt. We know that car had a drive-through, which compromised their race a little bit. We haven't seen that much trouble either from the Monster VR46 Ferrari, so that's had a reasonably trouble-free race. We know that the number 31 Bentley had a drive-through penalty as a result of not getting right the minimum driving time for drivers in part 1. The number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari has had at least one spin out on circuit. We've had collapsed wings and a 3-minute pit stop for the number 8 Ferrari. That's all of the GT3 cars ticked off. And the only thing I can think of for the Porsche was at the very first corner of part 1 of the race. And other than that, when Mauro Calamia had a spin and dropped to the very tail end of the field, I think the Porsche has run pretty faultlessly since then. I can't recall of anything that I've seen that would suggest it's had anything other than, say, a spin at turn 2 on lap number 1, or a spin at turn 1 almost, you could argue, on lap number 1. So I think it has been a trouble-free run, and that is what has sort of kept it out of issues, kept it out of the pit lane, kept it on circuit, and meaning that at the moment they are now, 26 minutes away from standing on the top step of the Pro-Am podium. So, and we also are looking as though we may well be going green for the whole of this race as well. No one single safety car. As I said, not unsurprising, because there are less cars out there, and therefore there's less potential, for instance, less potential for breakdowns, less potential for trouble and damage. I don't think we've really seen any contact between cars as well. There's been a few little spins, it's been close on occasions, but I think everybody has driven superbly well. Mechanical issues have been the problem for a few cars, but no incidents out on circuit, I don't think, really at all. And that is testament to the drivers and the quality of the drivers that we've got here, but also aided by the fact that we are slightly reduced in terms of the field that we have here for this running of the Gulf 12 Hour. So down the straight towards turn number 14 goes Luca Marini, safely in 4th position. That is a 3rd place in Pro-Am potentially that Ferrari is heading towards. The car that's behind it is the car that's potentially heading towards 3rd place overall in the race and 2nd place in Pro-Am. So Callum McLeod is just about nearly a full lap ahead of that Ferrari now. Not quite, he's sitting behind it on track, so would need to get ahead of it to chalk it a lap behind. But there's still some GT4 traffic that needs dealing with for some of the cars. However, for Ben Barnicoat, this is going to be lap number 330 that he will be starting very shortly. And as they come over the start-finish line, lap number 330, we are heading towards nearly 1,500 laps in total completed. If you add up the laps that all of the competitors have done, we're almost now at 1,500 laps, which is a staggering statistic, and means that then the cars in total have clocked over 5,000 miles. There was only 12 of them at the start. There's been 10 of them for just part 2 of this race, but over 5,000 miles have been clocked up by the cars if you are looking at all of the laps that they've done. Spirit of the race, one of the questions is as to who I think would be the spirit of the race in this one. I've got to say, now I hate making decisions. I love sitting on the fence. GT3, spirit of the race. You know what, I'm going to say the Porsche, because I just think they've done a cracking job. But the spirit of the race overall, I think the Maserati. That's coming from Jamie Peters-Ennis. I think the Maserati, because they could have thrown a towel in. They had a rear suspension problem so early on in the race, lost all of that time in the pit lane. Anthony Chodson got back out for his second stint, and the same thing happened. The rear suspension failed on that car. They could have thrown in the towel. They didn't. They stayed out there. They relied on the fact they might get a little bit of luck along the way. They did, because of the problems with the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, and potentially, from what looked like they had no chance either of finishing the race or going to finish at a very distant third in GT4, they're going to finish second in GT4, and that's because the car has kept plodding round. So that answers that particular one. Porsche fans saying, glad this could be the new best result for a Porsche. Thanks for taking the time to answer. My absolute pleasure. That's what I'm here to do. And Pete Murphy asking, what is the most ever laps completed at the Gulf 12 Hour? Well, it's not appropriate to compare one circuit to the other as such, because all of the previous running has been done at Yas Marina. In the 2019 running of the race in Yas Marina, we did break the number of laps that were completed in that race. It previously stood at 315 laps, which was completed in 2014 running of the event. In 2019, we went one lap further. We got to 316 laps. But here at Bahrain, it is a slightly shorter circuit. Of course, the average speeds differ from one circuit to the other. But at the moment, we have gone green all the way, and 330 laps would be a new record in terms of the number of laps that we've completed, and that is what we are on at the moment, still with half an hour or 20 minutes to go. So in terms of laps, this would be a new record, but of course we are at a different circuit, so you're not strictly comparing eggs with eggs, and hopefully that, Pete Murphy, also answers that question for you. Maybe time to squeeze another couple in. Ask hashtag Ask Gulf 12 Hours, but they will be just the final ones, and I will apologise in advance if we don't get to them. Sorry about that, but I think we've answered, I think, largely. I don't think there's any that we haven't got to at some point. Might have sort of shuffled around on the answers on some, because we either just don't know or have had to sort of think on our feet as to what the answer could be, but I think we've largely got there, haven't we, on the whole? But thanks for sending them in. Thoroughly enjoyed your interaction, and some very, very sensible questions, some very knowledgeable people as well that are tuning into this stream, and a global audience as well, which is nice to see that people are from all four corners of the world tuning in to enjoy the Gulf 12 Hours, albeit a rather different edition that we've got here in Bahrain. So Ben Barnicoat leading, that Porsche in second position in the hands of Stefano Monaco, is now just 20 minutes away from potentially standing on the top step of the podium. We will be keeping the stream going for the podium presentations. It will be the circuit audio that we'll be hearing, so you'll get the opportunity to hear Zach, who's been off microphone, running around, bringing us all of the news from the pit lane area. I think Zach is tasked with doing the podiums out there, so we will hang around for those, which will be, I think the order we're going to do them is GT4, which will be overall GT4 podium, the GT3 Am podium, which will be just a car set of drivers on the podium. We'll then do the GT3 Pro-Am podium, and then our final podium will be the overall podium, and then we'll do once Zach has finished that, we'll do a little bit of a sign-off and say our thank yous and goodbyes, and then hopefully reset and get ready for the next iteration of it, which will be taking place in Bahrain, in Abu Dhabi on the 16th of December. So the number 67 Porsche looking as though it is now more than on course for a victory. Callum McLeod has got no charge really left in the Ram Racing Mercedes. He has tried as hard as he can, but the gap just hasn't closed. It's been hovering around a minute between the GT3 Pro-Am leader and the GT3 Pro-Am second place car, the Porsche and the Mercedes respectively, and it's not really changed at all over the course of the stints that Stefano Monaco and Callum McLeod have put in. So it looks as though it's going to be a fairly distant third place overall in the race for Ram Racing, but they will be hugely pleased with that. The car qualified 5th quickest. We've seen some great stints put in by all three drivers in that particular car. We've seen some great stints put in by all three drivers in the GT4 variant of it as well, which is just heading through shot there. And for that number 90 Mercedes, it has largely been at the sharp end of GT4 for a good old chunk of the race. But all of the drivers now will be just making sure they'll be watching the gauges, looking at the fuel, listening for anything, any sort of noise you'll just be listening for, and even noises that you can't hear, but your mind will be playing tricks on you, that there's just maybe something, a little vibration that wasn't there, or a little noise that wasn't there a moment ago. We've all done it when we've just driven our road cars just from A to B, and all of a sudden you just hear something different and think, oh, is that something that's going wrong? Well, imagine what it's like for these guys and girls who have been propelling these cars around the circuit for lap after lap after lap, all starting at 9:30 local time in Bahrain in the morning. It is now coming up to 11 o'clock at night out there, and it means that they've still got 20 minutes of this race just under to go. It will still be the podiums to get through, so it's going to be nearly midnight, isn't it, before we can really sign off from this race. That is local Bahraini time. It is going to be probably, nearer 9 o'clock here by the time we get things done and dusted. If you're watching in the UK, that'll be 9 o'clock GMT, 10 o'clock in Central Europe. And if you've been watching over in America, I know we have had McLaren Philadelphia tuning into this one as well. Then I'm not quite sure what the time would be in Philadelphia. I would imagine it's still fairly early in the day over there in Philadelphia with the time difference. But we thank everybody that's tuned into the stream. A few little small technical issues throughout the course of the weekend. We know there's been a couple of audio issues. We know we had a little power issue as well. But when you're trying to deliver a product remotely, then we understand there might be a few little issues. We've done our testing in public in this one in reality. Yesterday qualifying was a test. We know we had a few sound and audio issues. We tweaked those for today, which improved it a little bit. But in between part 1 and part 2, we found the correct solution, and hopefully the audio quality has improved significantly with each one of the sessions that we've had over the course of what have been a busy few days for all of the team members, all of the drivers, and the whole Gulf 12-hour team, putting on another great show. Over the start-finish line, another lap completed. Luca Marini now onto lap 331. The car that's behind him is the Callum McLeod driven Ram Racing car. So that's fourth and third together. So they are at the moment on separate laps still. So the Mercedes is on lap number 332. The Ferrari ahead is on lap number 331. So there's still already a full lap between them. This would be a second lap that would be placed on the Ferrari if the Mercedes can catch it. But it might not choose to over the course of the remaining 15.5 minutes. Luca Marini destined to stand on the Gulf 12-hour podium once more. The car finished third overall in the race last year, but won the Pro-Am category. It's not going to feature on the overall podium this year. It's just going to miss out, really, because it's running in fourth place overall. But it will stand on the third step of the Pro-Am podium if it can remain where it is over the course of the remaining 15 minutes of this race. GT4 is without question going to go the way of the Mercedes now, with 15 minutes to go. Even if the Mercedes broke down out on circuit, it would surely still be classified, because it is some 15/16 laps ahead. So even if it didn't turn a single further lap and they brought the car into the pit lane and parked it, it would still finish on more laps than the Maserati would do. So it certainly looks as though, whilst it's not officially confirmed until the checkered flag is out, I can't see anybody other than the Mercedes now standing on the top step of the GT4 podium. The Maserati, which is second in GT4, has 12 laps in hand over the charging Warren Hughes at the wheel of the GT4 McLaren. Now that McLaren is flying at the moment. It is lapping 4 seconds a lap quicker than the Maserati and 2 seconds a lap quicker than the Mercedes that leads the class. But all of the damage was done earlier on in the race with the problems that befell it. And I think even if the Maserati were to park up, there isn't sufficient time now for Warren Hughes to even catch up with the Maserati. So I think GT4 is largely done and dusted, such are the gaps between them with the remaining time that's left. As for the race overall, though, it's still anything could happen in reality. If a car were to suffer any sort of issue now, that could potentially really shuffle the order, because we don't have the big gaps in GT3 like we have in GT4 at this stage. And even between second and third position, there's still only about 60 seconds, 65 seconds, that's all, after 12 hours of racing, that is all. And bearing in mind, we have not had a single safety car period, to have a gap like that between a couple of cars after 12 hours of racing with no safety car to bunch them up at any point, then that pays testament to the fact that the balance of performance of these cars works. That whilst we've had the pro car out front all of the time and the Pro-Am sort of playing catch up to it, which is what you would always expect, the balance of performance generally across all of the cars has worked. And that means that we are still poised with having 5 different manufacturers represented in the top 5 in this running of the Gulf 12 Hours. McLaren leads, Porsche second, Mercedes third, Ferrari fourth, and Bentley in 5th position, the way things stand. That's the car that's in 7th position. We've had a change of driver there again, have we? It's Leonardo Maria Del Vecchio that's taken back over that car. Last time I looked, that car was being driven by Alessandro Cuteria. So, yeah, at some point LMDV has jumped back behind that car. The 25-year-old Italian. Say a driver who, a bit like Alessandro Cuteria, has been racing in the European Ferrari Challenge over the course of the last few years. They've sort of followed each other in terms of their career. European Ferraris, Italian GT, 24-hour series. So they've sort of largely done the same things all of the time and are partnered up now in this Kessel Racing number 8 car that we saw a while ago. So we are fast approaching the final 10 minutes of the Gulf 12 Hours. We're still keeping an eye on Stefano Monaco. This is the car that is looking ever more destined for GT3 Pro-Am honours. This is the car that is looking for destined for overall honours at this stage. Still traffic though that needs to be dealt with by some of the cars out there. Luca Marini also looking to try and work his way past Piotr Judson's Maserati GT4. Sound the question that was posed. That's the car that I've given the spirit of the race to, purely because, say, they had so many problems earlier on and have kept plugging away. It's been faultless in part 2. Let's hope that it remains so for the final 10 minutes. But yeah, they could have thrown the towel in very early on with the problems that car suffered, and it had even to crab its way all the way back from what was turn number 8, the exit of turn number 8, which is not even halfway around the lap. It crabbed its way with that broken rear toe link all the way round through turn 9 and 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15, back into the pit lane. Took them quite some time to repair it, got the car back out there, shuffled through a couple of drivers and pit stops without issues, and then all of a sudden, similar issue happened again to the car. So that's the reason why, unofficially from me, such was the question that was asked on social media, it's got the spirit of the race, really, because that sort of epitomises sports car racing for me. It is a team sport. You take the rough with the smooth, you have good days, you have bad days, and without the bad days you wouldn't remember the good days, would you? And it makes the good days ever more important. And yeah, for disappointment for the team, it's not quite the result that they would have wanted, but at one point it looked as though they were only ever going to either not finish the race or finish 3rd in the class. Well, they are going to be 2nd in the class. I don't think there's any doubt about that. As over the start-finish line, that is now 336 laps completed, so that is 20 more laps than we've ever done at Yas Marina in the past. 336 laps now completed by Ben Barnicoat. And the car that has led, I would say also, if we look at the statistics, more laps than any car has ever led in terms of percentage of a race in the Gulf 12 Hours, because we have had very little change of order in this one. It hasn't led exclusively, but there's only 14 laps that the car hasn't led by. Luca Marini still dealing with the GT4 traffic as well. That's the GT4 class leading Mercedes that it's gone by, and it certainly looks as though that is going to be a solid result for Scuderia Villorba Corsa. We spoke to Jean-Luc Daurier earlier on in his first race, really, and hugely impressive driver making his debut in the Gulf 12 Hours. Partnered with Benedetto Strignaro, Piero Randazzo and Michele Camerlinghi. They've had a very much a trouble-free run. They might have had maybe one drive-through penalty, not much more than that, but other than that, it's been a trouble-free race from them, and that's what's kept them at the sharp end, and that's what's kept this Porsche, as I said, at the sharp end. I can only recall a spin on the very first lap for Mauro Calamingi, and other than that, I don't think we have seen any other issue for that Porsche throughout the course of the race, whether it be Camalingi behind the wheel, Mauro Calamia behind the wheel, whether it be Stefano Monaco behind the wheel, as he is at the moment, or whether it be Roberto Pampanini behind the wheel. All three of those drivers with huge amounts of experience, having raced in a range of different things, really. Pampanini did the GT World Challenge last year. He's done Blancpain, the Gulf 12 Hours, Spa 24, Dubai 24. We've seen him in the Daytona 24 Hour in the past as well, Roberto Pampanini, and Super Trofeo. We've seen Maserati Super Trofeo champion Mauro Calamia. He's also been involved in the GT World Challenge Europe. He's raced at Spa in the past as well, the Gulf 12 Hours. Did a bit of Formula Renault as well in the past. And Stefano Monaco, the third driver at the wheel of that Porsche. He competed last year in the Porsche Carrera Cup Italy, and again has done a mixture of 24-hour races, whether it be in the 24-hour series or the Spa 24, done the Gulf 12 in the past, and has done a chunk of Blancpain racing, so that's been a solid team at the wheel of that Porsche. Also a solid team behind the wheel of the number 3 Ram Racing Mercedes as well. Late call-up, as we heard from Christopher Froggatt, because Sam DeHaan, who was scheduled to drive that car, was suffering from the effects of COVID-19 over Christmas, so he had to withdraw. Chris Froggatt came in quite late on and partnered up with Ian Logie and Callum McLeod, and looks as though they are destined for a third place overall in this race. That would be second in Pro-Am, but hats off, I've got to say, to 2C's Motorsport, who would have been probably feeling rather different on Thursday when that number 33 car was put into the wall and suffered a huge chunk of damage. They will be feeling much happier now, because it has been, say, not entirely a trouble-free race, but it has been a race that has seen them lead all bar 14 laps. And for Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, for Martin Kodrich, and for Ben Barnicoat, they are now literally 6 minutes away from giving McLaren their first ever victory in the Gulf 12 Hours in a race that has not had a single safety car period. We've had a few yellow flags out on circuit due to the spins that we've seen, and briefly the McLaren stopping out on track at the number 77 GT4 car, that was, whatever caused that car to stop out on track. But other than that, it's only been localised cautions. There's not been, I don't think, any car-to-car contact or damage at all that we've particularly seen. If we have, it's been off camera, or if it was on camera, I've missed it. But we have had green flag running all of the way, and that has also meant we have had a record number of laps completed, albeit we are at a new circuit. We've also, despite the fact that it's been green flag all of the way, we've had a very low rate of attrition as well. Just a couple of cars having withdrawn, and both of those cars having withdrawn after the first part of the race. So problems for the number 7 2Series Motorsport McLaren with its turbocharger stroke engine issues. Problems with the number 72 Inception Racing with Optimum Motorsport McLaren, both of those 720S GT3 spec cars, like the one that's leading. The problem for the number 72 car was brake issues with it. And any other cars that have had problems throughout the course of the race have largely been able to fix them, or overcome them, or drive round them, as the case may be. This car looks as though it's on course to take the checkered flag, and as a result of, well, by default, I suppose, being the only car in the GT3 AM category, but you've got to be there in the end, you've got to take the checkered flag to stand on the podium, then it certainly looks as though the number 27 car, which is in the hands of David Fuminelli, is going to come home and finish in what will be a fairly solid 6th place overall. So the car started 3rd on the grid and has always been there or thereabouts, but maybe race pace not quite as good as the qualifying pace would suggest. But it certainly looks as though for David Fuminelli, for Francesco Zollo, for Emanuele Tabacchi, and for Murat Cuadarolo, it looks as though they are on course for the winning GT3 AM, whilst the number 33 McLaren is on course for the win overall. This is going to be lap number 340 that is about to be started. It comes over the start-finish line And there is, a lap time and a bit left on the race. So next time it comes over the start-finish line, it will complete lap number 314, head on to 341. So we should see the checkered flag come out at the end of lap number 342. So still traffic to deal with. So Ben Barnicoat hasn't really relaxed his pace. Amazingly, the last lap that Ben did, 2 minutes 1.947. 2 minutes 1.947 is not a slow lap at all. If we were to suggest that that was an average lap from qualifying, well, that would still see that McLaren line up something like 9th on the grid. So that is, yes, towards the tail end of the grid for the GT3 cars, but we're 12 laps into this race now. We are only, 3 laps away, including the one that he's on, from seeing the checkered flag, and he is still pushing as hard as he possibly can. The best lap time the car did in part 1 of the race was a 2 minutes 0.6. The best lap the car has done, that was in the hands of Ben Barnicoat. In this race, the fastest lap the car has done, and the fastest lap of this part of the race, is a 2 minutes 0.8. That was in the hands of Martin Kodrich. But at this late stage in the race, Ben Barnicoat is only lapping 1.1 seconds off the very fastest lap of the race that we've seen. And even that lap by Ben Barnicoat would still be a quicker lap than anybody else other than the number 33 McLaren has done in the whole race almost. The only other quicker lap down into the 2-minute ones has been, we've had a 2-minute one from Callum McLeod and a 2-minute one from the Kessel Racing car of David Fuminelli. But the 2-minute one is right there with almost the quickest laps of the race that any of the other competitors have been able to pop in. So heading round through turn number 14 and turn number 15 on to what will be the final lap of the race comes Ben Barnicoat. So just 3.368 miles or 5.412 kilometres between Ben Barnicoat and 2C's Motorsport and McLaren to claim their first ever win in the Gulf 12 Hours. We've seen a McLaren on the podium in the past overall in this race, but we have never seen a McLaren team head onto the top step of a Gulf 12-hour podium. We saw an Audi claim its first ever win back in the 2019 December running of this event, and well, not quite a year later because of the delay to this event due to COVID, but 13 months later it looks as though another different manufacturer is going to be heading towards victory lane and the top step of the podium, and it will also be the first ever race in the previous runnings of the Gulf 12 Hours that has gone green all of the way. As I said earlier on, we've had part 1 of the race with no safety cars in the past. We've had races where part 2 have had no safety cars, but we've had no one single race where that has not been a safety car, and we are going to see that as well. So a few records are being broken. We're at a different circuit as well, but this will also mean more laps here completed than any other circuit in the past. Indicating to the side is Callum McLeod, who is just going to let the race leader go through and place another lap on him, because he knows that he really doesn't want to be doing another lap in that Mercedes if he can help it. Bring the car to the checkered flag. It won't affect his position. It will still finish 3rd overall in the race, that Mercedes, and 2nd in Pro-Am. But out of the penultimate corner very shortly will come our race leader. So out of turn number 13, down towards turn 14, and a little kink at 15. It's almost the same corner, really, comes Ben Barnicoat. It is going to be a win in the Gulf 12 Hours as he heads up to the final corner. It's been almost a trouble-free race for the number 33 2C's Motorsport McLaren, and that's their home race, you could argue, for the Bahraini owned and based team. It is a win for the number 33 2C's Motorsport McLaren of Ben Barnicoat, who brings the car to the checkered flag, to Martin Kodrich, who finishes in 2nd place, and to Isa bin Abdullah Khalifa, who finished in 3rd position. Celebrations as he comes over the start-finish line from Ben Barnicoat. We've already got over the start-finish line the car that finished in 3rd place and will be 2nd in Pro-Am, which is the Ram Racing Mercedes of Callum McLeod. But this car here, the dynamic Porsche, driven by Stefano Monaco towards the checkered flag, but partnered by Mauro Calamia and Roberto Pampanini, are going to give Porsche its best ever result, 2nd place in the Gulf 12 Hours. But more importantly, that for them is going to be a win in the Pro-Am category here at the first ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours in Bahrain. 2nd place overall for Dynamic Motorsport. Delight for them and the hard work after what had been a fairly trouble-free race following that car's spin on lap number 1. And I think other than that, it has had no real issues at all. So it is a McLaren that wins 2C's Motorsport. It is the dynamic Porsche in second place. That car there, already having taken the checkered flag, finishes in third place. Remember, for Dynamic Motorsport, second overall, but it's a Pro-Am win for them, so we will see them heading onto the podium. Third place is Callum McLeod. That will be second in the Pro-Am category. We're waiting for the fourth place car, which will be Luca Marini, to head over the start-finish line. He, I think, is going to be the last of the cars to take the checkered flag, actually, finishing in fourth position. We'll give you a full rundown of the order whilst we wait for the podiums to be sorted. The GT4 class leading car has finished as well. It has taken the checkered flag out of camera shot. That is the Mercedes AMG of Scuderia Villorba Corsa. That was brought to the checkered flag by Piero Randazzo, but of course we saw Jean-Luc Daria, Benetto Strignano and Michele Camerlinghi do great work at the wheel of that car to, again, have a fairly faultless race. All of the cars having taken the checkered flag, so it's subject to official confirmation. It looks as though it is going to be in the lead of the race and the win going the way of the number 33 2C's Motorsport car, brought to the checkered flag by Ben Barnicoat. A full lap ahead of the car in second place, which was the number 67 car of Dynamic Motorsport, Stefano Monaco, coming towards the checkered flag. That car will win the Pro-Am category. Third place goes the way of the number 3 car, Ram Racing, the Mercedes. Fourth place is number 46, which is Monster VR46 and Luca Marini. Fifth place is number 31, which is the Team Parker Racing Bentley. Sixth place, and the win in the AM category goes the way of the number 27 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Seventh place is 3, which is the second of the Kessel Racing Ferraris in the Pro-Am category, the third car that they've entered overall in this race. And eighth place is going to be the winner of the GT4 category, which is the number 90 car in the hands up to the checkered flag of Piero Randazzo, but it is Scuderia Villorba Corsa that is the team that has run that Mercedes. Ninth place goes the way of number 50 SVC Motorsport Management, which is Piotr Chodson, bringing it towards a checkered flag. And in 10th place, it was number 77, which is Optimum Motorsport and Warren Hughes. To give you the classes, well, the win overall, the win in the Pro category, goes the way of the number 33 2C's Motorsport car of Ben Barnicoat. That's the only car that finished in the Pro category. In Pro-Am, the win went the way of the number 67 Porsche of Dynamic Motorsport. From second in Pro-Am, Ram Racing Mercedes, and third in Pro-Am is indeed the number 46 Monster VR46 Ferrari. That includes, of course, within that team, Valentino Rossi, as well as, of course, Luca Marini and Alessio Salucci. In the GT3 AM category, it is going to be the number 27 Kessel Racing car that claims the win, which, as I said earlier on, was David Fuminelli. It was Imali Tabacci. It is Francesco Zolu, and it is Murat Kudarolu. And then in GT4, the top 3, number 90, Scuderia Villorba Corsa and the Mercedes. Second is the number 50 SVC Sport car, which is the Maserati. And 10th overall, but third in GT4 is number 77 Optimum Motorsport with their McLaren. Looking back at some of the highlights of that running of the race, and whilst you enjoy the highlights, I'll head towards a natural break and we'll look forward to the podiums, which will be coming up very shortly. So, some great highlights of the race. We are now just about ready to conduct the podium presentations for this running of the Gulf 12 Hours in Bahrain. And our local team, Zach, is on hand in Bahrain to bring you through the podium presentations after an epic first ever race here at the Bahrain International Circuit.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the podium ceremony for the 2021 Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain. Before we start, the Gulf 12 Hours team would like to say thank you to everyone who's attended. We understand that these are difficult times, and we appreciate everyone coming, racing, and supporting our event. We also have to say a massive thank you to the Bahrain International Circuit for their hospitality, assistance, and for hosting the Gulf 12 Hours event. We will start with the GT4 category, and we will work our way up to the overall podium. So hang around, we'll try and get through this as quickly and as smoothly as possible. Okay, I would like to invite Sheriff Al-Mahdi, the Commercial Director of the Bahrain International Circuit, to give the trophies away to the GT4 podium finishers. Okay, in third place, Optimum Motorsport, number 77, Jan Klingelberg, Warren Hughes, Lars Darman, and Charles Hollands. Congratulations, gentlemen. In second place, SVC Sport Management, car number 50, Anthony Chodsden, Piotr Chodsden, and Patrick Zamparini. And finally, the winners from Scuderia Villorba Corsa, car number 90, Jean-Luc Daria, Benedetto Streganano, Pier Giacomo Randazzo, and Michele Carmeli. Congratulations, gentlemen. Look ahead to the cameras, please. Gentlemen, please keep your face masks on. Thank you, gentlemen. We will now move on to the GT3 AM class. To present the trophies to the one and only winners, please welcome the Gulf 12 Hours event promoter, Andrea Ficcarelli. Now let's welcome the winners of the GT3 AM class. Kessel Racing, number 27, Murat Chuadaruglu, Francesco Zolo, and Davide Fumanelli, and Manuel Tabacchi. Congratulations, gentlemen. Look ahead to the cameras as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Now we move on to the GT3 Pro-Am category. Please welcome Sheikh Salman bin Isa Al Khalifa, Chief Executive Officer of the Bahrain International Circuit, to present the trophies. In third place, Monster VR 46, Kessel number 46, Valentino Rossi, Luca Marini, Alessio Salucci. In second place, from Ram Racing, number 3, John Ian Loggy, Christopher Foggart, and Callum MacLeod. And in first place, from Dynamic Motorsport, car number 67, Roberto Pampanini, Mauro Calamia, and Stefano Monaco. Congratulations, gentlemen. Look ahead to the cameras, please. Congratulations, gentlemen. Sheikh Salman bin Isa Al Khalifa will stay to give the trophies for the overall podium. In third position, Ram Racing, Mercedes AMG GT3, John Ian Loggy, Christopher Foggart, and Callum MacLeod. I got it. No worries, mate. In second place, Dynamic Motorsport, car number 67, Porsche 911 GT3, Roberto Pampanini, Mauro Calamia, and Stefano Monaco. And the overall winners of the 2021 Gulf 12 Hours Bahrain, please welcome 2C's Motorsport McLaren 720S GT3 number 33 drivers, Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, Ben Barnacote, and Martin Kodrich. Congratulations, gentlemen. Raise your trophies. Look ahead to the photographers. Once again, thank you everyone for attending. Thank you to everyone on the live stream who's been following the race. We will now hand back to the commentators, but first, the champagne.
That brings the curtain down on what has been a great weekend of racing here for the first ever running of the Gulf 12 Hours in Bahrain. Congratulations to all of the teams that have taken part. We've had to deal with things in a very different way, so we thank you for your patience. For all of the Gulf 12 Hours team, myself, Mark Werrell, until December, it's goodbye.